Hello, fellow star stuff. Hello, hello everyone. Hello to everyone with moon-based names and constellation-based names. Everyone, a special hello to everyone except Kawaragi, cause screw that guy. Screw that guy. Welcome on in, everyone. We are back today. I know we were literally just streaming yesterday, but we are back today with some more. Some. I forgot that I left the image there. Some more Ever 17, the Out of Infinity. What are we doing? Last time we learned about mothers and names, and that was cool. First, before anything, full disclosure, I am having allergies today, which means that I'm a little stuffy and I might be coughing a little bit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's just me today. Hopefully it will go away as time goes on, because I know I took my medicine already. But starting off, that's how it is. We're finally gonna get to the ending today. Yes. Yes. So family is a little bit delayed and will be showing up tomorrow morning, which means I could theoretically, if it ends up being a 7-hour stream, it ends up being a 7-hour stream. Whatever. Whatever. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm just kind of planning on going until the end today, because I think we're finally ramping up towards, hey, we got the answer about who was Kid this entire time. So I feel like we're at the final point of like, hey, we're only just waiting on answers for Coco and Sora. That's it. That's it. There's only 2 other characters left that we could possibly need answers for. I guess a little bit more about Kawaragi, but whatever. How'd you know my name is based on a constellation? Albert the Constellation, of course. I know that one so well. Don't ask me for directions in space. I might be a little bit late with your packages. Don't even worry about that one. Also, hello Black Blue, welcome on in. Hello Albert, welcome on in. Welcome. I guess the other thing is that on Twitch we now have a how do I update things? How do I do the thing that must be done? You know what? I'm gonna hope for the best here. On Twitch, we now have 2 new better TTV emotes. We have the, if I could find it. Oh, do I not have it on my end? Well, that's lovely. I didn't update anything. Did I? I didn't update anything, did I? I don't have it on my end. Shit. Okay, well, that's okay. We now have 2 new emotes. We have the seal side eye emote, and we also have the Kokodayo emotes as well. I guess that means you got no seal. You got no seals. Gosh darn it. The seals one came out incredibly well. I'm surprised by how well it came out, actually. Kokodayo is also there. I assume even past the ending of this playthrough, Kokodayo can probably be used like when you're just showing up to stream, and like the like the little waiting period that says hey, and hey, I'm here, hello, welcome. That sort of thing. And then for seal, I think you could just get so much meme uses out of it. It's kind of it's ridiculous. I was like cropping it and like putting on, like I had to put on a contrast effect for it to really pop out, the blacks to really pop out, and I was like looking at it and I'm like, man, this is hilarious. This is hilarious. So you now have access to that. That's on all you need is the extension better TTV. That's free, and you can use that on my channel and other people's channels as well, as long as they permit it and have access to it. So Coco is also pretty good. It's also pretty good. It's also pretty great. So otherwise, last time we learned about mothers. We learned that Harukana is the mother of Akikana, and that solves that. No big issues there. We also learned that Tsugumi is the mother of Hokuto. Apparently not his name, whatever. I guess we're gonna get to the end of this and finally give him a name. I'm gonna cry if it's Takeshi. What did you name him? What did you actually name him? Anyway, Hokuto and Sara, those 2 are the child of Tsugumi and Takeshi. And then that's all well and good. Okay, we learned that. And then I thought Well, I mean, Takeshi can't die, so, you know, the real Takeshi has been here all along. He must have just had amnesia, you know, the way that stories go. The way that normal stories go. And then I learned that the Takeshi that's been on the kid route this entire time has been a fake. Has been a fake. His name is actually Kabadagi Ryogo, and it is the kid that is present on the Takeshi route that is all grown up. That's him. That's him. That's what we learned last time. And I'm like, that's so cool. Thank you so much for that explanation. Otherwise, I don't think we learned anything else of importance. Coco was doing a little bit of vague posting and was telling you to look at things from the fourth dimension. Ooh, isn't this so cool and interesting and neat? And I was like, sure, I guess it is. But otherwise, I don't think Coco said too much. I had a theory that because Coco was often playing with Kaburaki in the past, that when she's saying, like, I've been waiting for you, whatever else, she's talking about Kaburaki, that Kaburaki is inevitably supposed to die and she's trying to save him because she's in love with him specifically. I don't know if that's actually true, though. I don't know if that's actually true. That's what I had thought last time. I don't think I clearly explained that. But I'm starting to think that's not true at all, so I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Otherwise, though, we have answers. The story has pretty much delved into a little bit of answers for everyone except Sora. The way that Sora has been pushed to the wayside again and again and again. Just like, whatever, who cares about her? Anyway, we had her on a terabyte disk and we put her in a robot, and yay, she's real now. Yay! I guess that's what they're gonna do at the very end here. That's where we're kind of going here. But I talked about it again last time, but I really like how the twist was done this time around. Part of it is that it happens, all these twists happen in the third Zero Escape game, and it's like, okay, so where are we going from here? What's the new thing? And the answer is not a whole lot, to be quite honest, but I also, as far as I know, we might get to the end of this game and I end up being completely wrong. As far as I know, this game isn't technically leaning towards, oh, we need to save the world. You know, it's just a very personal story about a few people who get trapped in a facility and, you know, have very extreme special circumstances, right? So in that sense, it's a lot more of a closed off and contained story, which probably makes it better in the long run, because I don't know about and I keep forgetting, Tiefblau. I don't know about the Tiefblau virus, but it's like, that's not our problem. That's not our problem. Somebody else can figure that out. It's not about us. I mean, it is a little bit about Tsugumi, because apparently she's pretty great at healing people, but otherwise, it is a very closed-off story. So overall, it works a lot better in this one than it does in I'm forgetting the name of it, Zero Time Dilemma. I think in Zero Time Dilemma, honestly, if the twist of Delta being in the room the entire time had been shown from, like, halfway into the story and then we got into the new stuff, it would have been a vastly different game and probably would have been very interesting. Probably would have been very, very interesting. Not that it wasn't, not that it wasn't interesting, it just kind of ends. It's like the twist happens and then it just kind of ends and it's just like, oh, okay, well that was cool. Not really, but that's kind of my general thoughts on it. The elder you and the old kid have the immortality virus, right, that was what they were saying last time, essentially, is like that they got the shot from, what's her name? They got the shot from Tsugumi, they got the shot from her, and then they were like, hey, yeah, by the way, it's like because, well, they haven't really confirmed that in the story yet, so I don't entirely know that. I don't entirely know that they have immortality or whatever else specifically, but I do know that Haruka was cured of her virus because she's up there. She's up there right now and she's doing stuff. So, at the very least, that is the case. Let me go over and continue. Coco banished from heaven. Oh, right. Okay, so Hokuto started coughing up blood, and Coco has also, in the past, started coughing up blood as well. Here we go. This is a lot of dying sounds, Coco, for very, very early into stream. Coco groaned and pressed her hand against her mouth. Fresh crimson blood dribbled through the cracks of her fingers. A red stain spread on the floor of the control room. This is bad. These symptoms are... Symptoms? Who cares about symptoms? Can't you tell? If this keeps up, Coco's going to... I don't... I was here the whole time. Coco, hang in there. Kanari, what are we going to do? Wait, don't panic. Everybody just calm down. I was only a perspective and had no real sense of feeling. The link between my sight and consciousness had been broken, and all I could do was continually gaze at the scene unfolding before me. I felt neither sadness nor anger, neither impatience nor despair. I was looking at the reality in front of me as one might stare at a meaningless jumble of numbers. Tief Blau 2017, Revision 17. The LMRI was scanning Coco's condition. Oh, we never did this before. We never did that before, okay. The Tief Blau virus. Coco, hold on! No, don't you die on me! Coco's body lay on the examination table. Kaburaki held her thin arm intensely. Open your eyes, Coco! Please, wake up! The kid grabbed hold of Coco's shoulders and shook her violently. Oh, Tsugumi, you didn't want to say some shit like, hey, ain't it so crazy? You didn't want to say some shit like, hey, ain't it so crazy that your hair is a different color? Bro should not be looking like this. Bro should not be looking like this. Hey, cut it out. Stop it, kid. Takeshi pulled him back from Coco. What are you doing? Why do you look like that? Jackass, calm the hell down. I've always looked like this. What do you think that's gonna accomplish, huh? But Coco's gonna... She's gonna... If we don't do anything, Coco's gonna die. Calm down. There's gotta be something we can do. Don't get crazy. Let's just calm down and think. Front facing... This is a different... You can tell it's the same general body, but it's like a different... Just a completely different head and neck. It's driving me insane. It's driving me insane. The tuna sandwiches did not agree with her. She just fell down. That's it. That's the real reason. It's like no Tief Blau anything. No, I just had a mild tummy ache. That's it. Honestly, in this game, it could be possible. That's the thing. Is like it could be possible. You know, in Never 7, they had the whole scene with the shrine. I was just thinking about that too, because I was thinking about how there are gonna be inevitably plot holes where it's like, again, people don't act this way. Why are people acting in the way that they do in this game? And I'm like, this exists in this game, obviously. In Never 7, how bad was it? And I was like, not too bad, but that's because they really didn't lean... It was more of a romance game than it was a mystery game in the grand scheme of things. But then I was like, remember the whole shrine thing? When Saki and Okiko disappear into the shrine and the shrine is missing, and Makoto starts losing his mind because he's like, where'd the shrine go? And it's just like, nah, bro, you're just directionally challenged. That's it. That's it. You were freaking out for no reason. That's a pretty good example of, well, okay, sure. And he just didn't check with anybody else, and you know that's why he thought the shrine was missing. He was like, oh Makoto, you're so silly. Yeah, I sure am. Different things like that. Also, I forgot. Hold on. The first time we ever see the real Takeshi. Yeah. How did such a dark-haired couple like Takeshi and Tsugumi make a kid who's blonde as Hokuto? We don't ask questions here. We don't ask questions about anime hair. That is the one rule of anime. You don't ask questions about the hair. You just don't do it. You don't do it, otherwise you're gonna suffer. Is this the first time we see Takeshi from this timeline? It is. It's the very first time. It's the very, very first time that we've ever seen him with this hair. It's weird. His hair is actually a little spikier when it's Kaburaki grown up, as in his red form. It's interesting because when we see him in the very beginning, when we're switching back and forth between the protagonists, when we see him, he has the red hair. He has the red hair. So who are we seeing at that point, at the very beginning then? we were seeing Hokuto. So he got lured back there again. So it was just the perspective of Hokuto and Kaburaki grown up, and then the perspective of Takeshi and Kaburagi young version. That's what it was. Oh, that that kind of breaks my brain. I'm gonna have to go back and check. How are the exact same things happening in the exact same way? Then I have to go back and check the beginning back and forth. Then that's an interesting thing. But I was gonna say, hold on. Where is it? One moment. Let's try this one. Give me a moment. I was just I'm just pulling up receipts of the thing because I went back and I checked. I went back and I checked because it was driving me insane. Okay, there we go. So this is Never 7. This is an old screenshot from Never 7 from me streaming this in March. And Makoto says, "So you're saying that Dr. Morino is your and Izumi-san's father, right?" Right? Yeah, that's so crazy. Anyway, and then we have Last Time, of course, where it's like the name of the doctor was Morino Shigezo, which means that he only felt sympathy. This is where the third Zero Escape comes into play as well. He only felt sympathy for you and her situation because it's like, I have a daughter around the same age. So if Kurumi and Haruka didn't exist, you would not exist. That's the moral of the story. You would also not exist. Okay, cool. Cool. I was having a just a moment last time where I was like, I couldn't remember where I heard that name, but it's like, I'm certain. I am certain I have heard that name before, and it's driving me insane. Okay, there we go. There we go. Kaburaki, you weren't even that close. You weren't even that close to Coco. I mean, they were a little bit close. They were a little bit close. I know they were always playing, they were playing back and forth, and like Kaburaki was the one who was supporting Coco by the statue, by the pillar, and being like, don't worry, I got her. I'm gonna make sure she doesn't fall. So I think they were a little bit close. Another thing is, like, I don't understand why Kaburaki wrote the names of all the people that were here in the past, and then and then so we can't say it's a different facility somehow, I guess. And then we saw it later as Hokuto, where he went back and he's like, hey, I see all the names. Wait, they're there. Shit, what does that mean? What does that mean? I was like, oh, okay, that's strange. But also, again, that's another thing where it's like, nobody saw that, I guess. I guess it was just really well hidden. Nobody saw that. Anyway, so we're in a similar facility that doesn't explode. We just think it's going to explode, and then it doesn't explode, and then we come back here again and do it all over again. Every 17 years, that's just what we do. That's just what we do. Don't get crazy. Let's just calm down and think. Sora interrupted Takeshi and the kid with her hand. Looking all of the people gathered in the face, she announced, there's an installation called IBF directly below us. The management company that built Limu is Leiblich Pharmaceuticals. Their research facility is IBF. IBF? Takeshi mumbled to himself. Seemed as if it was familiar to him. There is a medical center that is far superior to this one. Takeshi, I hope that when you get out of here, you inevitably survive and get out of here. I hope that the first thing that you do is dye your hair red, because I think it would really work for you, my guy. And get some red contacts as well. At least from the database I can get from at least from the information I can get from Lima's database. It appears that they have a new type of high-pressure oxygen treatment device there. And if they can treat her with that, her leukocyte, white blood cell activity should increase. That should ease Coco-chan's condition somewhat. Alright then. IBF. So all we need to do is get her there and Coco can be saved, right? However, in order to get to IBF, we have to go through Himo, and Himo's door isn't opening. I don't care, we're going! There isn't any other way there. It might not work. But we don't know unless we try, right? Sora, show me how to get there. Hey, kid, give me a hand. You're still gonna call him kid, though. You're still gonna call him kid. No, I mean, he didn't get he didn't get Takeshi's clothes at all. No wonder Tsugumi was so weird. Oh, basically, yeah, like he didn't get Takeshi's look down, essentially. Yeah, I guess if it's even a little bit like off, I think, was he meant to be? I still have to ask him. We still have to ask him. It's like, what were you put here by Le Bleak, essentially? Because that's what I think he is. I think he's like some sort of plant to be here for some reason, essentially. Was like, what was the what were you trying to accomplish? Were you trying to be kind of like him but not really? Were you trying to be one for one him? If so, you remember what he looks like. Why did you dye your hair red? You're like, good enough, it looks fine. Hey kid, give me a hand. Okay. Takeshi picked up Koko's inert body and carried her piggyback. They arrived at Himmel. The door was shut fast. Damn it, what are we gonna do? Koko slid off of Takeshi's back. She weakly hunched over on the floor. The color of her face had gone translucent white, her lips parched, and her eyes looked feverish. Just then, Offnen sie der von Himmel. What's that announcement? Someone is trying to access Lima's system. From inside the room, from a terminal inside Himmel. What? The access indicator light for the electronic lock began to blink and soon changed to green. I just realized how is the game being narrated in third person now? Yeah, essentially. Although I guess you can argue it was always being narrated in third person every time we were going back to Takeshi, because it's kid looking at the Hokuto. It's Hokuto looking at the memories, essentially. So it's always been him. It's always been a third perspective, technically speaking, but it's just that he wasn't aware that it's like, hey, it's not actually me. Like, I'm not actually controlling this person. I'm not actually controlling Takeshi. The access indicator light for the electronic lock began to blink and soon changed to green. The hatches lever raised and turned automatically. The door opened. It was pure white inside. Squinting against the brightness, they walked into the room to explore. It seemed as if the computer control room. Hey, someone's here. Did he open the door just now? There was someone passed out on the floor. He was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat. Who are you? Who are you? It's so weird seeing Takeshi like this, man. Hey buddy, are you alright? Takeshi rushed over to the man and lifted him into a sitting position. I know they said his name previously. I didn't go back and check. Shit. The man didn't reply to Takeshi's call. Oops. Didn't reply to Takeshi's call. He just sat there with his eyes closed. Who is this guy? Sora, do you have any idea who this is? No, I am unable to verify his ID. But judging from the way he is dressed, it is safe to assume he was a researcher at the IBF facility. The researcher let out a dry gasp and opened his eyes slightly. Hey, are you one of the staff from the research facility? Yeah, that's right. Doesn't seem like you're here to rescue me. With a shaking hand, he grabbed onto Takeshi. His hand was covered in blood. So there were still people in Limu. And it's been 6 days since. What a surprise. Blood trickled from his mouth, and he smiled wryly. Hey, don't strain yourself. Yeah, you don't have to talk. I'm so sorry. It's all our fault. So the facility was never gonna explode? In this timeline, the facility was never in this timeline, just in the past. The facility was never gonna explode, maybe? Maybe it was just an outbreak of the virus, and so they used the same alarm, essentially, to be like, oh fuck, we can't let this get out here. Everybody evacuate right now. What happened? Did something happen down there? Everyone stood quietly, gathered around the researcher, and seemed to have lost the ability to talk. The research worker murmured and looked up vacantly at all the figures around him. But why all this? After that, he was silent. His eyelids slowly closed. Hey, hang in there! Takeshi shook the man's shoulders. There was no response, but at least it seemed like he was breathing. Well, we'll have to bring him with us. Takeshi nodded and stood up, then picked up the unconscious researcher. Watching the situation, Sora began a quiet explanation. Everyone, at the far end of this room is another room. Can you see it? That is a compression chamber for IBF. Judging from my incomplete data, IBF is enclosed in a higher pressure gas than Limu. The IBF area is set to what is known as saturated diving specifications. This type of area is also probably more suitable for research with bacteria. The atmosphere pressure of IBF is actually about 12.5 atmospheres. I want all of you to enter that room. And after you spend about an hour in the compression chamber, you'll take the access elevator down to IBF. And I should tell you this as a precaution. You will not be able to retrace your steps easily from this point on. Please give this due consideration. If we don't find the disc, if Coco coughs up the disc. No, if PP doesn't cough up the disc now, when are we gonna get back out here to be like, hey, I can download your memories or whatever? Following Soda's instructions, everyone headed into the IBF compression chamber. The long compression started. During that time, nobody said a single word. 3:32 p.m. The compression finished. Everyone got aboard the lift. The door sealed and the elevator started to lower as it was sliding down. Tifei 70 meter. Tifei 80 meter. Tifei 90 meter. Tifei 119 meter. The door opened and everyone poured out. It seemed that there was a pool where the small submarine could dock. Although the area was directly attached to the ocean, the inside and outside pressure were the same, keeping the ocean water out of the room. It was the same as turning a cup upside down and putting water in it. They all stopped in their tracks and studied their surroundings tensely, as if waiting for an alarm to go off. There was no sign of anyone. Anyway, let's get to where we have to go. They opened a watertight door at the other side of the room and continued deeper into the installation. The examination room. The kid and Yu placed Coco, who they'd been carrying, on a nearby bed. Tsugumi and Takashi slowly lowered the researcher down into a chair. An LMRI, the same as the one in Limu's infirmary, was in the room. Hey, Yu, where's that high-pressure oxygen thing that Soda was talking about?
How should I know?
Tsugumi, what should we do? Well, we'll have to look for it. None of us know a thing about this place. Wait. The researcher coughed as he spoke. Hey, don't move. Are you okay? I've been better, but at least I'm alive. The researcher raised his hand weakly as he spoke. The smell. Is this IBF? So I'm back where I started. So you were working here. Well then, there's something I want to ask you. We're looking for some kind of high-pressure oxygen treatment device. I don't know, this is generally the same thing. I don't know if I can skip this because Takashi's sprite is here. Skip to the next choice? I sure can, never mind. I didn't have to read out any of that. My apologies. 3:54 p.m. They started searching around the facility. Their aim was threefold: to find a way to escape the facility, to see if any communication lines were open, and to look for any other survivors. While Takashi, Tsugumi, and the young Kaburagi were searching around IBF, Yu stayed with the resting Coco and researcher. Meanwhile, Takashi and the others soon arrived at a small room covered in iron plating. There were a few computer terminals there with nobody stationed at them. Operating the terminals, they scanned through some of the information there. They were searching for any information that could be of use, and finally came across something interesting. IBF Visitor Registry Yagami Koko. Yagami's name was listed in the corner of the business log. Looking further into the file, it seemed that there seemed to be a personal memo written by somebody. Author, Yagami Takeshi. Okay. Yagami Takeshi. Up until this point, it's always been Yagami T. There we go. Okay, I remember now. I wish I hadn't remembered, though. Yagami Takeshi. My father is alive and well, and he just happens to be named Takeshi. is it just that he happens to be named Takeshi, or if it really is kind of like the increments of 17, and each time the accidents keep on happening, and each different time they've just been cloning another Takeshi again and again, and well, I guess they didn't do that the second time. This time around they didn't do that here, technically speaking. It's just Kaburagi. Not Kaburagi. Kaburaki? What's his name? Okay. Author Yagami Takeshi. I get to see my daughter for the first time in a while. Her school's on vacation, so she has a 10-day break. Why do you get to see the name now? Why do you get to see the name now, specifically? Her school is on vacation, so she has a 10-day break. I've been trapped so long in this tin can doing virus research that I'm jealous. That aside, I told her that special permission had been granted for her to come down and see IBF. She sent me a happy reply saying that she would. We've exchanged mail once in a while, but I wonder how long it's been since we've actually seen each other. If that were the case, we'd be able to see the researcher right now. Maybe. I think he's just a guy who's named Takeshi because Takeshi is a very common name. Yay! We've exchanged mail once in a while, but I wonder how long it's been since we've actually seen each other. I'll just be happy if she hasn't forgotten what I look like. Which meant that Coco had visited IVF once before May 1st to meet her father. Postscript. It seems like TY's daughter is working part-time here at Limu. It seems that TY's daughter is working part-time here at Limu. I'm still not sure if I should tell him or... The child's? The Babel? Coco? Or are you talking about... Tanaka? No. Tanaka... It's Tanaka... What's his name? Not Yukie. Yukie is the mom. Tanaka... TY's daughter is working here part-time at Limu. I'm still not sure if I should tell him, but we just read an exchange from Takeshi... Yagami Takeshi. I hate it here. I hate it here. After that point, all the data was corrupted, making it impossible to check and read what else had been written. Oh, that's so great. That's so great. In the end, they found nothing. No way out, no means to communicate, and no survivors. After searching around, Takeshi, Kaburaki, and Tsugumi all headed back to the examination room. How are they doing? 4:23 p.m. If this was your father, I mean, you haven't seen him since you were 1, but you would know that this is the father that you've been searching for, right? You would know if that were him. It makes way more sense to say that that's Coco's father because she's, like, literally coughing up blood right now and can't necessarily see him. So Coco is working part-time here? Has she always been working part-time here? How are they doing? Yeah, it seems like they're doing okay for now. You looked tired as she sat down and faced the pod's control panel. Her eyes were a bit red, as if she'd been crying. As if you've been crying? Because you found him? Oh yeah, Kuronani, I checked the medical database. It's like I thought I got most of the answers. It's like there's no way I'm not gonna get like there's not gonna be anything else, right? There's not gonna be anything else. That means Yagami? But that is her name. Her name is Yagami Coco. Yagami Takeshi. Are they sisters? These siblings? Maybe? Yeah, Kananari, I checked the medical database on this terminal earlier, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, did you find something? Yeah. It looks like it looks as if they still haven't found any definitive way to treat the Tiefblau virus. Although the symptoms can be temporarily treated by injecting that orange serum. Otherwise, the only option is to hope for a small chance that it will clear up by itself. That sucks. Huh? What do you mean? Well, basically, if Coco is gonna heal, her immune system is going to have to work a little harder. Or you can do something yourself. I mean, you know, you could do something yourself. We brought her to the treatment pod, so all we can do now is hope. Yeah, that's all we can do. No. Coco isn't gonna get better? Nobody said that. Whether she gets better or not is up to Coco's will to live. Is a crazy ass thing to say, but okay. The young Kabaraki walked over to the pod where Coco was sleeping. Coco! Coco! He started to cry, latching onto the pod as if he were embracing it. We still don't know how much this pod is going to help Coco. Yu murmured softly as she read the life signs on the monitor. It seems as if the pod can also do laser disinfecting, as well as simple surgery, in addition to the oxygen treatment. It could do simple surgery? What do you mean, like, simple surgery? Like, remove a tooth? Surgery? And depending on how you use it, even cryogenic suspension. Oh. She's been in cold sleep this entire time? Cryogenic suspension. What's that? You? I'm not sure. It was just in the manual. We don't really know what's gonna happen. All we can do is have faith and wait. Right then, beep. A sharp alarm sounded from the control panel monitor. Shocked, the four of them all turned to face the screen at once. Okay, that guy is clawing out his throat. Hey, man! Okay, violently clawed his throat. He's dying, super duper violently, low voice. You'll crush it. This is generally the same thing. I thought something was missing. The Discord bot only just now posted. Oh, it might be a little bit late. It might be a little bit late then. It happens, it happens. After a whole 40 minutes. Oops. Oops, my bad. Ichikoshi really likes his cryopods. Yep, it did end up that there was gonna be one cryopod. I thought for sure that the answer was just entirely going to be the Courie virus thing. But I guess one of them got put into cold sleep, and it ended up being Coco. Just one of them, though. So I guess that's fine. I think I talked about it before. It's like I would be pretty shocked and pretty disappointed if the answer just ended up being cold sleep pods and not having anything to do with the virus. But for the most part, it applies to most people here. And this is why Coco's in such a weird state where she's alive and dead at the same time. I don't know. You know, that sort of thing. He slowly lowered the hands which he had been thrashing at his throat with. Okay. Hey man, are you alright? No. This is as far as I make it. Okay, he let out a gasp. Oh, hello! Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, Petri. Hello, I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Bring the butter. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a very special delivery for me. Welcome on in. For those of you who don't know, my name is Courie Cosmos. I'm the delivery girl of the universe here playing Insanity. I don't know. I don't know. I'm playing Ever 17 The Out of Infinity, which is one of the original games that Uchikoshi had worked on. Uchikoshi being the creator of Zero Escape and I, the Somnium Files, if you know those games. So I'm assuming this is the finale today. This will definitely be the finale. This will definitely be the finale. So, but welcome on in, welcome on in. What were you playing? What were you doing? I actually didn't know that you were online today. Usually on Sundays, most people are not online, if I'm being honest. Most people are not online. I hope stream went well. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Of course, if you have to raid and run, or if anyone here is trying to avoid spoilers for a lot of reasons, I would dip right now if you have any interest in playing this game. But of course, if you don't care or just want to stick around, see what happens in this finale stream, feel free to do so. We're just kind of chilling and vibing and trying so desperately not to lose our minds. So I was playing Minecraft today and just chill stuff, and I got really tired. Fair enough. Yeah, something chill, some like chill stream on a Saturday. I feel on a Sunday rather. I feel like that works really well, you know, because most people are just kind of like winding down, getting ready for like the work week to start, anything like that. So even still, streaming takes a bit. Streaming, regardless of anything, no matter what I'm playing, I still end stream and I'm like a little bit tired. I'm like, I gotta go walk around, gotta go lie down for a moment. I'm always like that as well. So, but thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Don't mind the picture of the dog. Don't mind the picture of the dog. That's just memes from this game. That's just memes from the game. So. I like to do morning streams on Sundays, but I started working Sundays. Gotcha. Yeah. Morning streams on Sundays are pretty good because it still works for people who are in other time zones. Sometimes it can be like late nights, like a late night for them instead, or like it can be like Monday morning and they're like getting ready for work or something. So that works for like some certain amount of people. So he's so happy. He's so happy. He sure is. And he's causing me so much distress. I'm saying this is like, I put that on the screen because I was like, this reminds me of one of the characters in the game. So that's just going to stay there for the rest of this playthrough. But thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in again. You pored over the manual and desperately searched the control panel. But there was nothing she could do. There was no way for her to keep him alive. She pounded on the manual. Then she placed both elbows on the panel and covered her face with her hands. She burst into tears. Tsugumi and Kaburaki gazed at the monitor with strained expressions. The researcher's vital signs were getting weaker. My daughter. Take care of my daughter, who is in the room with me right now. She's right over there. Not the one in the pod, in the other pod. The one that's over there. The one that's over there. Okay. He looked as though he was smiling. And finally, he stopped breathing. Beep. The life reading from the capsule pod went blank, and an electronic alarm sounded for what seemed like forever. I always love the vibes here. I appreciate it. Thank you. I know I'm probably a little low energy today, probably, just because I have, it's been an allergy day. It's been certainly an allergy day, and I've been sneezing the entire day, and it's been wonderful. But otherwise, I always appreciate it. Thank you. Gonna go to bed though and leave you a lurk. Hope you have a great night. You as well. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful rest of your nights. Thank you. Bye. The life readings from the capsule pod went blank, and an electronic alarm sounded for what seemed like forever. Even the dog got a dot. Takashi reached out his hand. He reached out his hand to the panel and turned off the alarm. One moment. How is Coco? Normal. You replied in a voice filled with tears. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong for the moment. Okay. Thanks. We'll have to make sure he gets a proper burial. It was an unsettling silence. In the belly of that iron hulk, they stopped breathing and stood still. Their expressions were lifeless. It was impossible to tell what any of them were thinking. The white interior of the room was filled with a quiet calm. Blah, blah, blah. Time passed slowly, cruelly, crawling forward second by second. 4:42 p.m. Takashi and Yu leaned against the wall of the corridor. I'm sure some kind of circumstances kept him from escaping, and circumstances kept him alive. Yu finally spoke. Her small voice bounced off the cold iron walls of the partitioning. Circumstances. Before he died and everyone was off searching, I had a chance to talk with him some. I tried to get him to stop, but he seemed like he was suffering. But
He said talking made him feel better, so...
He probably recognized that this is his daughter, and maybe she didn't recognize as well. But she must know now. She must know now. I see. Well, what did he talk about?
Before coming to IBF, he said that he'd been involved with the project to develop Limu's system.
Oh, I just thought that was also Coco's dad. No. Okay. Okay, gotcha.
He was one of the staff who engineered Limu's management software.
Meaning that...
Himo, Limeth, and Sora. Everything he left behind is here in Limu. Being a programmer, the system here at Limu is like his own child's.
So he was worried about his children.
Yeah, that must have been it.
Must have been it, yep. Just must have been that. This game is the game that keeps on giving with how many finales we've seen. It really is, honestly. This time, for real, not memeing, not clickbait. This is the finale. This has to be the finale. Welcome on in, Bronsa. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you for stopping on by. Welcome. The woes of visual novels, they never end, especially when you have never in the title. True. When you have never or ever in the title, they will never, ever end. They just keep going and going and going.
Yeah, that must have been it. Worrying about his children is what helped him live a while longer.
Now, when you say children... Because remember how last time I brought up... No. Yagami Takeshi is the father. Yagami Koko is the child's. Tanaka Yukie... I forget his name. Tanaka Tanaka is the father, and then Tanaka Yuise Harukana is the child. It's two separate fathers. I was gonna say like maybe they are siblings, because I remember how I was checking last time. I was like, oh, what if somehow it's like Coco is like a grown-up version or like a clone version of you somehow, but I didn't think that was the case. I went back and I checked their design. I was like, it's a little similar, but I don't think that's the case. I think they're just using, it's just like color wheel stuff on why it kind of looks vaguely similar. I think that's ultimately what it is. It's like they're two different fathers. It's nothing to worry about.
Worrying about his children is what helped him live a while longer.
She closed her eyes and let out a small sigh. And as if shrugging off the heaviness of the moment, she bolted away from the wall and said,
yeah, there is one other thing I heard from him that I was able to check up on.
What's that?
Sora's location. The Sora that we know isn't in Insel Null.
Huh?
We know that Lima's central processing unit, the main supercomputer, is on the floating island. It seems that everything that happened here in Limu is saved in Limu's memory storage.
What?
Libleek Pharmaceuticals keeps an original system program for Akanegasaki Sora. So, even if they lose the copy here at Limu, it won't hurt them at all. So basically, it's possible to make many different versions of the Sora system.
Okay, we know that before.
Even the Sora here might just be a copy. If you think about it, Sora is Sora, right? There's only one Sora that we know, right? So what's the one thing that separates the Sora we know from other Soras?
That would be...
memory. The only thing that we and Sora share here is... memory. That's it.
Okay. I think all of this is generally the same. We just played through this, so I just wanted like a general refresher on it, but I think we can skip a little bit. We can skip 2 lines. That's what we can do. We can skip only 2 lines. Gotcha. She touched Takeshi's shoulder lightly and traced her fingers across his chest, then went back into the examination room. Left by himself, Takeshi started wandering aimlessly down the corridor. He turned right at a corner, then left, then continued walking with his hand on the wall. He ended up in front of IBF's large pool. 4:49 p.m. There was already somebody there. Tsugumi was looking at the gentle ripples in the pool. As if she had drawn him there, Takeshi went to stand by Tsugumi. Huh? Takeshi stopped suddenly.
He turned around and stared at a spot on the wall. Hmm? Takeshi, what's wrong? Tsugumi noticed Takeshi. Following Takeshi's gaze, she turned her eyes to stare over at the same spot on the wall. There was nothing there. Wait, no, that wasn't true. Both of their lines of sight were pointed at me. They're both looking at me right now. Hi. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hope you've been doing well. Takeshi and Tsugumi were looking at me right then. I'm not really sure, but I felt like somebody was, staring at me. Takeshi turned back and said that to Tsugumi. Tsugumi tilted her head quizzically. With her head turned to the side, she narrowed her eyes and searched Takeshi's face. Takeshi, your nose is bleeding. Hmm? You've got a nosebleed. Huh? Takeshi quickly put his hand to his nose. He felt his upper lip was wet with something. Hey, are you okay? Tsugumi looked worriedly at Takeshi's face. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, this is all generally the same. Never mind. He threw up. That was a very visceral retch there. Ow. Takeshi spat out blood. Copious amounts of fresh blood poured from his nose and mouth. Simultaneously, his knees buckled. Huh? What's wrong with me? Takeshi looked at his blood-covered hands and blinked. His legs swayed unsteadily, and the color quickly drained from his face. What's this about? Blood is... Takeshi! Takeshi, hang in there! No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Tsugumi. Don't worry. You're not fine at all. You're bleeding all over, Takeshi. We need to get you to the examination room and get you looked at right away. Yeah. Tsugumi supported Takeshi with her shoulder and pulled him along into the entrance of the corridor. From the entrance, a single shadow jumped out. It was Yubise Harakana. Tsumi, Kuronari, the kid! The kid's in bad shape! Everyone keeps calling him the kid! It's the same dialogue. You can tell it's the same dialogue. They didn't even want to rewrite it or update it and be like, Kabaragi's in bad shape! Yeah, whatever. Whatever, who cares? Okay. After that, using the LMRI, they found out that Takeshi, Yu, and the young Kabaragi, only here. But Takeshi knows. I guess only Takeshi knows at that point. You would have figured that they have time, they'd have time overall to be like, hey, Kabaragi figured out his name. It's Kabaragi, yay. I keep saying Kabaragi, it's Kabaraki. But it's like, it's so interesting. It's so weird. It's like, why are we not saying his name? We're all using the LMRI. They found out that Takeshi, Yu, and the young Kabaraki were all infected with the T-Blau virus. Using the orange serum, the three of them were given shots. After that, their symptoms improved a bit, but the severity of the situation had still not changed. 5:35 p.m. What do we do about Coco? Takeshi asked this as he pressed down on the disinfectant-stained gauze covering his injection. She's still undergoing the oxygen treatment, so we can't open the pod. It looks like the treatment is progressing normally. As long as she's in there, I don't think her condition will get much worse. As long as it's done, let's give Coco a shot too. As soon as it's done, let's give Coco a shot too. Yeah, okay. Takeshi's face was still pale. It was hard to believe that it had ever been the color of a living person. His pupils were cloudy, his eyelids swollen, and sweat flowed freely down his face. Wiping away that sweat, Takeshi wandered around the room. I'm not sure how long our condition will hold with just one shot. Hey, you think we can do anything after it stops working? Yu was sitting at the computer terminal, silently typing on the keyboard. You, tell me what we can expect. Don't talk to me, I can't concentrate. Alright. I'm trying my best. But someone has put a lock on the communications protocol, and we can't make contact with the surface, precisely because they want to keep the virus down here. But every once in a while, I found some communication data that crosses through. If I can release that lock, or... well, anyway, we might be able to get through somehow. At least it's better than Limu, where we had no way of making contact.
Alright, show me what you got, genius. Okay. In that case, it is time for the first break of the stream. Already. It's already been an hour. Man, okay. Mostly been general backtracking, although we got the name of Yagami Takeshi, which then you're supposed to see TY and you're like, oh, I see. I see what happened here. Shit. Shit, I didn't even clue into that. It's like, yeah, Yagami T, and then I didn't clue into the fact that they had the same initials. I really should have done that. Oh well. Let me go over to Burb screen. Alrighty. There is no music, so I'm gonna leave you with the regular just chatting music. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go over back to game screen. And then move us back over here, and then continuing. Alrighty.
Okay.
Okay. And looking like the dead, they both smiled weakly at one another. Brownish bloodstains were smeared on their mouths. Takashi left Yu to go look at the monitor set into the column. The monitors displayed on the statuses of the capsule pods. Gotcha. How is Coco doing? Tsugumi came up beside Takashi and asked. She's in serious but stable condition. Really? According to the information on the monitor, Coco still had 4 more hours until she could come out. The pod was filled with high-pressure oxygen. And until the time was over, Coco couldn't leave. Hey, Takeshi? Tsugumi whispered to Takashi softly. What? Don't you think it's strange that I don't need any syrup? Well, now that you mention it, yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's fine. Oh, well, that's a relief. But you don't think it's strange? I'm the only one who doesn't show any symptoms of the Tiefblau virus. Isn't that odd? Well, no, I mean... Takashi smiled softly and continued. You said it yourself. The functioning of your immune system and metabolic efficiency are remarkable, and your telomeres never stop regenerating. Meaning, it's well, you know. Yeah. She looked down slightly and puffed out her cheeks. She raised her eyes. Tsumi walked over to Yu and murmured. Yu, would you scan me? Would you check me? Okay. Regardless of anything, if you do the recommended route order and you have, like, Tsugumi first, I feel like you would not skip over all this, because it's been such a long time since you've originally seen it that you're like, okay, well, actually, I would prefer the refresher overall. So this is probably something that most people who, you know, are doing the recommended route order, they're not going to skip through this. Courie virus P carrier. Those words appeared on the LMRI display without a sound. The screen showed that Tsugumi was a Courie virus carrier. The Tiefblau virus was also in Tsugumi's body, as with the others, but her genetic makeup had been altered by Courie, and because of the peculiar functioning of her immune system, antibodies had been generated instantly, driving out Tiefblau. Courie. Tsugumi had gone beyond the normal human capability. She had mentioned that she was special. Successful cases of genetic manipulation were probably exceedingly rare.
Courie.
Looking at the results from the LMRI scan, Yu nodded.
So, the Courie virus really does exist.
Do you know about it, Yu?
I found it in Limu's database. But before that, I heard about it once from a certain person.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately. A certain person.
Someone called Morino
Shigezo. This guy is never gonna die. He's gonna show up in the 3rd game as well. He's gonna be mentioned in the 3rd game. Everything that he does has terrible ramifications for everybody else in this universe.
He's a world-renowned geneticist. He told me about it when I met him. In this world, there are probably at least 2 or more types of Courie. So this must be one of them.
Yes, me. I'm a carrier of the Courie virus. I'm already not like other people, but...
Tsugumi, why did you...
I already told Takeshi, but I also want you to know, Yu. Besides, it's easier to have the machine show you than to explain it myself, right? Okay. Well, this is generally what I remember, but...
That's why you wanted me to scan you?
Yes. Well, I don't suppose anything changes now that you've found out. Tsugumi laughed at herself derisively. Tsugumi. It's strange, Takeshi. Biting her lip, Tsugumi was trying her best to laugh. But there's something even stranger than me. This machine knew right away that I had the Courie virus. Why do you think? There are only a few documented cases of Courie in the whole world. Why do you think this computer could scan it so quickly? Takeshi's pupils dilated momentarily. He squinted and replied slowly. Oh, so that's it. Bleak Pharmaceuticals already knew about the existence of the Courie virus. We never really got like an explanation. I assume at some point, you know, sometime when she was a child or teenager, she just kind of like escaped. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's kind of like kids Hokuto's situation, right? Where it's kind of like, I have a foster family and whatever else, I'm allowed to do this and go out and come back, and maybe she decided she was gonna come here for some reason. Bleak Pharmaceuticals already knew about the existence of the Courie virus, just like Teeth Blau. Yup. Tsugumi turned her face to the ceiling and closed her eyes, saying, That's why I came here. To Limu. To IBF. I had to come here. I wanted to know the true gravity of the seriousness of my existence. But I've come all this way and nobody's here. So you just wanted to know, and not necessarily that, hey, these people might be connected to the people who are probably connected, are most definitely connected to people who originally experimented on you when you were a child. That was a pretty, you know, rough time in your life. So stupid. I'm so stupid. From her closed eyes, a single tear fell. It suddenly became dark. From the darkness, I could only hear voices. Hey, Takeshi. Have you ever hated everything? And thought that you wanted to die? Oh, we're doing this here now? Nope. Nope, not me. Where is this? I wondered. Was I inside someone? I couldn't see anything. All I could hear were voices coming from somewhere. Passionate voices. An agonizing scream. We aren't gonna die. We're gonna make it out of here. We don't have any time to waste here. I'm gonna get you out of this hell. I can save you. I'll prove it. Everyone. I'm gonna save everyone who's here. I won't let a single one die. The voice cut out suddenly, and darkness cleared like a fog. My vision returned gradually. The scene spread out gradually before me, but I had still lost my center. 5:56 p.m. Is it Coco? Other than a sense of impending disaster and the stagnant, heavy air around me, I could feel nothing. Look. Stare intently. Why do you even bother looking? It was a doubt that had crept through my mind, but it quickly faded. All I could do was watch the events in the world as they passed by. I watched. I was an existence that could only watch. A perspective was all I was. It's time for desperate measures. I can't tell if that was like a switch between, oh, Coco is suddenly like awakening to her powers, essentially. The power to see through the fourth dimension. It's time for desperate measures. Takeshi said that suddenly. His eyes shone with a dull light, although it seemed that the serum was losing its effects. Although Takeshi, Yu, and the young Kaburaki seemed to be maintaining their composure. Their breathing was ragged. Well, I'm not a doctor, so I can't really tell, but smallpox, penicillin, snake antivenom. You're pretty smart, so this should make sense to you, right? No way. It's our only chance. Your body is creating antibodies to this Teeth Blau virus, so we'll use that. If we can get those antibodies, there's a small chance we can fight off the Teeth Blau. It's too dangerous. Do you have any idea how hard it is to make antibodies and vaccines that work? There's almost no chance. If you could make even the slightest mistake, it could kill all of you. If we don't do anything, we're dead anyway. Tsugumi's expression froze. Yu and the young Kaburaki, who had been staring at the ground the whole time, raised their heads and looked at Takeshi. That's right. If we don't do anything, we're dead. And if that's the case, it's better that we take this risk no matter how small our chance of survival. Fresh blood flew from Takeshi's mouth. A crimson mist danced in the air and floated away. Damn, not again. I can't believe how lame this is. Takeshi hurriedly wiped his mouth. What? You aren't gonna laugh at me for being such a dork, Tsugumi? Come on, laugh, Tsugumi. Takeshi held out his blood-covered hand toward Tsugumi. Stop it. Stay away from me.
Stop, I don't want to. This is inevitably going to lead to the scene where he slaps her, essentially. Shaking her head fiercely, Tsugumi backed away. Kurenari. Listen, Kurenari. Tsugumi. Yu opened her mouth to talk from where she was seated at the terminal. There's a simple lab in the back of the examination room. I saw a centrifuge and a machine for refining the serum. We could probably use that to safely and quickly extract the Tiefblau antibodies. If this thing can scan for Tiefblau, it can probably scan for the antibodies and extract them. She continued to talk in a low, calm voice. All this is generally the same. We kind of know how this plays out. Okay. After waiting for Tsugumi to compose herself, they carried out the procedure. Drawing blood from Tsugumi's arms, they extracted the antibodies and gave shots to Takeshi, Yu, and the young Kaburaki. They weren't able to give Koko a shot because she was still in the pod, undergoing treatment, and it would still be a while before she could leave. They made another dose of antibodies for when Koko was ready, and put it in the equipment storage container on the desk. That's gonna be important for us if she's still down here. Almost an hour had passed since the shot. The antibodies didn't seem to be having any effect. The 3 infected people were lying worn out on their beds. Tsugumi said something briefly to Takeshi and went back to Limu. I'm going to go get Chami and bring him back, were the words that she left him with. Takeshi nodded weakly and closed his eyes. Can you also put Sora on a hard drive disk? Can you do that? Can you also do that? 9:16 p.m. Suddenly, in his barely conscious state, a noise from the speaker reached Takeshi's ears. All the same, right? It sure was. Okay, we came back up. We inevitably came back up here, and Sora yelled at us a little bit. Running up the stairs, he looked down at his PDA. There was a life reading in the infirmary. The map showed the surrounding corridors were flooded and that there was no way to access the area. After arriving at Zvitter's dock, he threw himself into the water. In order to reach the corridor connecting to the infirmary, Takeshi dove. At that point, there was no way to access it without swimming. Takeshi turned the PDA's backlight on. It shined a weak light on the area before him. Maybe he realized that there wasn't any point, but Takeshi turned off the light and kept swimming in total darkness. He swam and kept swimming. Takeshi propelled himself forward as though possessed. There was no sign of fear or unease in the way that he moved. This is all the same. It sure isn't. It sure isn't. A lot of this section probably is going to be me clicking the skip button and being like, can I skip this? No, there's something new. Pay attention. There's something new. Or you haven't heard it in this exact same way before. He fiercely tore at the wall of water surrounding him, progressing steadily forward. He was being reckless, perhaps even acting insane, but he was willing to sacrifice it all for what he was convinced he had to do. And neither the water nor the intense pressure could defeat the power of his faith and the courage of that conviction. He kept swimming on and on strongly, purposely. Heading for the light. Splash, Takeshi sucked in air greedily as he brought his head out of the water. Ignoring his burning lungs, he quickly climbed up the open hole of the elevator shaft and began scrambling towards the infirmary. Tsugumi! Tsugumi! Okay, that's the same. This is all the same. 9:48 p.m. But we still haven't gotten the disc. Having rescued Tsugumi from the infirmary, Takeshi made his way safely back to Himmel. Sora was waiting for them back in the room. Kurenari-san, Komachi-san, I prepared the chamber for you. Get inside, quickly. Hey, what's the rush? What's the rush, Sora? Come on, I have to go save you now, right? Although Takeshi was out of breath, he waved the flustered Sora off with his hands. Come on, you have to hurry. Relax. Still have one more thing I've forgotten. Forgotten? What? This. Takeshi pointed to Himo's console. There were letters written on the monitor. Welcome when limit login TY. Tanaka father. Tanaka father. Okay, so that was person that was there. They throw you off. We probably saw this before, but they throw you off because again they just showed you the thing from Yagami, whoever his name was. Yagami Takashi. Yagami Takashi. There we go. Akanegasaki Sora. Akten copy weird whatever. Suddenly there was an intense flash of light. and from the blinding flood of light, a voice could be heard. I was able to finish the transfer just in time. The last password and name. T.Y. Tanaka Yoichi. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it's because she figures out in this time around, that it is her father, that she's able to then get into the system, and then we can make a copy, we can make a backup. Where was this? I wondered. Was I inside someone? I couldn't see anything. All I could hear was a voice coming from somewhere. A warm voice. A murmuring filled with peace. It was in Himmel, along with Sora's memory. It's on that terabyte disk. Thank you, Dad. The voice cut out suddenly. The light faded. Color gradually returned to Takeshi's field of vision. Okay. When the color had finally returned, Takeshi opened his mouth. You're still having flashes of memory and things that you're not supposed to see, though. Okay, kind of wish that I had a time and place and reference for that, for that exchange. I think it's more so... That was when we wake up the first time around and we're in the basement. And Yu says that right before we leave, I think? Essentially? And that's why she's like, shut up, I'm concentrating. It's because she's doing this instead. And when the color had returned, Takeshi opened his mouth. Huh! Click! Letting out a strange shout, Takeshi pounded the enter key on the console. A round flat waver shot out of the disk drive. It was a single terabyte disk made out of polycarbonate. Okay, I'm taking this with me. Had Takeshi been able to hear Yu's voice? He stuffed the disk in his pocket. Yes. Taking a side glance at the dumbfounded Sora, Takeshi went along with Tsugumi to the other side of the glass. Into the compression chamber for IBF. Slouching back in the chair, Tsugumi struggled to catch her breath. Phew. Takeshi breathed deeply and looked out the window to the control room on the other side. It's okay, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, I'm not worried about you at all. But I can't skip this, apparently. The door to the chamber sealed, and compression started. Sora. I guess that means goodbye for a while. Sora was standing still on the other side of the chamber. But you can tell because it's the happy music playing. It's the happy music that's playing right now. Smiling softly, Sora shook her head left to right. No, this isn't goodbye. I don't say goodbye. Yeah, me neither. Takeshi returned her smile. I do not exist, and yet I exist everywhere. There will be a time when we meet again, I'm sure of it, when I am put into a robot body. Okay, okay, so please don't ask me anything now. Okay, I understand now. I don't know how, but I understand now. That the only place to find you is here, yet I can find you anywhere. Yes. Oh, and when you hit a button, don't forget to say click. Remember that. Yeah. Don't worry, I will remember. That's a promise. Mine and yours, Professor. Eh? Eh? Thank you. So all of that happened? All... What did or didn't happen? So we still had time to do that as well. We still had time for that bullshit. Okay. Thank you. The RSD image started to warp and break up. A fog enveloped Sora from behind. Sora's image changed to a rainbow hue, and then even the rainbow started to fade. Sora's form disappeared. So are all the roots essentially... All the roots are essentially... And some are very specific to the roots, right? There's some scenes that are very specific. Like there's the scene of what's her name? Tsugumi, like holding on to Takeshi when Takeshi's about to go back up and go back for Sora in the Sora route. And she's like, please don't leave me, don't leave me. And Takeshi kind of like brushes her off. Just like, sorry, no, I'm going back. So that's very specific. That's very specific to that one route. But in general, we're saying that we're borrowing all the memories
each individual route, when you're going on the U route, when you're going on the Sora route, you're just taking individual memories from all those other routes, and all of that is canon. All of that is canon in the one true timeline, essentially. Takashi watched it all happen and nodded as though he had confirmed something. 11 p.m. Compression complete. Takashi and Tsugumi loaded into the elevator and headed back to the research facility. It's quiet. Yeah, you're right. The flooding should have been fairly advanced in the area above them. It was hard to know if any of the sections had collapsed yet. But for the moment, everything was normal at IBF. On the surface of the pool, there wasn't even a ripple. This might be the same. Yep, it sure is. Tsugumi ran over to Takashi and struggled to hold him up. She shook him by the shoulders, but Takashi would not wake up. He was breathing, and his heartbeat seemed normal. Although he felt slightly hot, it didn't seem like his life was in danger. Tsugumi carried Takashi over to a bed, and placing her head on his chest, she closed her eyes. The light sound of their breathing gradually took on the same timing and softly filled the room. They fell into a deep sleep. 9:31 p.m. At the same time, I suddenly woke up. Lima's infirmary. I've been sprawled out sleeping on the bed. Getting up, I looked around. Nobody was there. I felt a pain in my left hand. I looked at my palm. There was a large bandage on the edge of it. I was right. I had injured my hand in the cosmic whale room. And then I had lost my memory again and was probably brought to that room. Where is everyone? I guess they're probably by the Himmel door then. I slowly got off the bed and slipped on my shoes. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of metal screeching and rubbing together came from somewhere in the immediate vicinity. Another sound came to my ears, and I could tell it was the alarm ringing from somewhere far off. But strangely, I didn't feel any fear. I must not have been completely awake. The inside of my head was still dim, and it was hard to grasp the situation completely. And just then, the door to the infirmary opened. Kid! You're not gonna call me you're not gonna call me Hokuto? Really didn't want to rewrite these scenes there. They really didn't want to do that. Okay. I was hoping that we'd have some more time because I was hoping I have so many questions for Kaburaki right now. But sure. This is generally all the same, so just a little more. We're almost there. Kaburaki screamed at us from up above. I briefly saw the backs of Sara and Tsugumi, who were running up ahead. The meaning of Kaburaki's words, just a little more, hit me. Just a little more, and we can escape from here. From the bottom of the deep ocean, from out of that cage we were trapped in. We're finally getting out. We're finally going to be free. But along with that hope, an indistinct fear was still inside me, that we're leaving somebody behind, we're leaving Coco behind in the pod. A heavy, dark sensation wriggled at the center of my body. It was rotten, filthy. It had stuck to the walls of my heart, stagnant and putrid. It doesn't matter. Even if you get out of here, nothing will have been solved. As the doubts went through my mind, my legs faltered. 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, I carried forward, and the doubts swelled up, replacing my elation at rescue. You think you're really going to be let out of here? This is all generally the same. This is it's just more so with the other context of, hey, now we know for sure that Limu is super, or Leiblik is super duper bad, essentially. That's generally all the same. Well, he did demand of her not to call him that. I didn't think she'd listen. I guess that's true. In that one sense, that makes sense. As for Kaburaki, no, nobody. they were like, we should know this at this point. It's like, no, nobody's calling him that. We're just gonna keep saying kid. As that thought filled my mind, I had already arrived at the last step in front of the door. Nobody said a word. We wiped our sweat and struggled for breath as we glared at the huge door which rose before us. Kid, alright, let's go. Oh, that's us. I guess our name never got updated to Hokuto? I thought it did. Okay. Alright, let's go. I put my hand on the door's lever. Clank. The door unlocked. Bracing my chest and shoulders against the door, I threw all of my weight into opening it. Boom! Outside of the door, The sight that greeted us was a sky filled with stars. Covering the dark blue sky above the infinite number of shimmering stars. Beyond time and beyond space, the light poured down gently on our heads from above. You, Sara, Tsugumi, Kaburaki, and I had lost all words. We could only stare at the sky above. What is happening? If I raised my hand, it seemed like I could touch the sky, but not there because it was a real night sky. In that way, the drama of our escape ended. Okay, we're just saying that we got up the emergency stairs. We were able to do it. Nobody stopped. Nobody stopped. We eventually did the thing that must be done. Okay. I was about to be like, are we really in the Nevada desert? Where are we? Because I was like, how did we get to the surface so quickly? No, it's okay. We just did the normal thing. Coco's still down there. Or at least so it seemed. But I realized nothing had been solved. The slimy sense of unease still gnawed inside me. And that indistinct notion had changed to a simmering sense of impatience, one that was ready to boil. That's right. It isn't finished. I'm not going to let it end here. Because I don't know the reasons behind any of this. The time was 11:43 p.m. A new day was just waiting to begin. Sunday, May 7th. I don't know if I ever mentioned it before, but this spiral staircase reminds me a lot of the final staircase in 999. I think you did. And I kind of agreed with it, right? It's meant to be like that one scene where it's like, who was it? Somebody goes back, right? Where it's like, yeah. Akane goes back. Where it's like, hey, she was just behind you. Where'd she go? It's like, I don't know. And then Junpei has to go back and get her essentially because she won't leave, I think. Essentially. I think it's supposed to be, it is very reminiscent of that one scene. It's like, it's very especially always, whenever I see it, it's like I'm always reminded of that. Dawn. I was in the middle of a white darkness. Before I knew it, I had become lost in another world. What does white darkness mean anyway? Why do we keep going back to that? I didn't even have time to wonder where I was before I found the answer. The year was 2017. I could see it. I could see everything. I already knew what had happened at that time. Well, they said that they had collected Coco. In both Takashi routes, they said that they had already collected Coco from the pod. It's just that we need to make sure that she gets the serum in time so that she doesn't die. And also hopefully does not, spread that infection towards everybody else, I already knew what had happened at the time. 4:11 a.m. Takeshi, get up. The taxi's here. Okay. Takeshi jumped out of bed and stood up. He stretched his arms and loosened his shoulders. Takeshi and Tsugumi were still stuck in the examination room of the research facility. Alright, oh, that's the same. Suddenly, a faded fragment of a memory appeared in the back of my mind. Although it had been weathered and tinged by the flow of time, it was a scent that I was positive I knew. It was a scrap of a conversation between Sara and Yubise Akikana. I know, I love how they have to clarify now. You, Aki. Okay. But really, that Connie... I tell you, that robot dog looks so much like... I know, game. I know. I fucking know. I tell you, that robot dog looks so much like the real thing that I'll bet he's treating it like a normal pet. It's probably Konie. It's probably Konie. Whatever, Connie. Hey, didn't you have a robotic dog at your house? Is that your dog? Did you bring this dog? Yup, sure do. Actually, it's my mom's. It's your mom's dog? She just left in the facility? I think it's one of those really old types, but it just keeps ticking along happily. It never breaks. If they were talking about Pee-Pee, that would mean Pee-Pee was a robot, an electronic dog. Okay, not the same dog. Not the same dog. She would have said something about that. Well, no. No, hold on. Yeah, she would have said something. Haruka would have said, like, that's my dog. That's my dog, essentially. Yeah. Pee-Pee was a robot, an electronic dog. There wasn't any proof, but looking at Pee-Pee's motionless body, it was obvious that it wasn't the dead body of an animal.
like a wind-up toy that had stopped moving. Pipi's limbs had frozen in an unnatural position. Takeshi and Tsugumi both observed Pipi, who had become nothing more than a broken toy. Takeshi opened his mouth slightly. Who do you prefer? Do you prefer Chami? Do you prefer Pipi? I think that Pipi is really the star of the show over Chami, personally. But who's to say, really? Who's to say? To each their own. Aoi was the one who had to go back for her. Oh, in the original... Yeah, okay, yeah. No, you're right. Because what ended up happening is that originally, 9 years ago or whatever, is that she had gone back, essentially. No, you're right. Man, that was so long ago. It seemed like he was about to say something. Suddenly, boom! With a roaring sound, the whole room shook violently. Takeshi's body flipped like a small twig and flew into a wall. Tsugumi tumbled and danced through the air to fall on the floor with a thud. Fremdminten von Implosion. Hey, what was that announcement just say? Holding Pipi under his arm, Takeshi looked up at the ceiling. Tsugumi quickly got up. This should all be the same, shouldn't it? I continued to observe. I accepted the world as it was, understood it, and input it. I had no feelings. Feelings seemed to me to be something people gave out in response to the world, as a way of igniting change to their surroundings. But there, at that time, I had no physical body. I had no hands, no feet, no voice, no lungs, no organs for generating heat. In other words, I had no way of interacting with the world, because if you did, you'd probably tell them, "Stop, no, Takeshi, you're gonna die," but they'll be fine. Therefore, even if I were to have emotions, there was nothing I could do with them. The only thing I could do was watch. Furthermore, the act of watching was different to what would normally be associated with sight. That type of vision went far beyond feelings or thoughts. It was completely isolated, completely removed. The passage of time had condensed down to one moment, and that had exploded in front of me. I had seen everything in one instant. You figured it out then. You figured out the fourth dimension. One instant. Standing still in a world where time had stopped, I saw everything. Yes, something's going right. When we see that facility, the facility that I just saw, doesn't it look slightly different from the facility that... I guess maybe a top-down view of it? It looks like it has more like wires and more shit going on. It looks a little bit different from how I thought the facility looked like. But okay. Yes, at least something's going right. The taxi's even waiting for us. Well, of course. It's a taxi. Alright, all the same. Tsugumi slid over to the driver's side of the cockpit, checked to see if the gauges were in order, and flipped some switches. The hatch overhead closed automatically. Tsugumi took the controls. The mini-sub made bubbling sounds and sank quickly into the water. As soon as they passed under the bottom of IBF, the ocean current pushed on the heavy hull of their vessel. Takeshi looked out into the ocean from a small window attached to the wall. Limu was breaking apart. No, it is breaking apart. It is breaking apart. Did Kaburaki just, like, carve the names again, then? For laughs? Because he thought it would be funny? The frame started to warp and fold on itself like some crumpled old newspaper. Partitions cracked into small pieces and fluttered in the water as if they were petals falling from a flower. Letting out its final breath, Limu spewed out fine air bubbles into the sea, which flowed gently in the current. From the twisted wreckage, black smoke rose in the water. The pieces of iron drifting in the ocean glittered from the sunlight coming above. At the edge of his rapidly clearing field of vision, the sinking shadow of the brutal wreckage could be seen. Paradise sank deep into deep blue darkness, raising the spine-chilling death cry. What do we do from here? We skip? Because I think it's the same? Alright. Alright. Lucky for you all, we skipped all the funny numbers. We skipped both of them, actually. We skipped both of the funny numbers. 75 meters underwater. And Tsugumi is crying. Takeshi paddled through the water, holding onto the railing. He closed the outside hatch. He couldn't see her anymore. 76 meters.
Close enough. Whatever. I'll take it where I can get it. You let go of the last source of support and kick the sub. Takeshi's body spun out as if it were dancing into the blue worlds. 77 meters. He sank toward the bottom of the ocean. White bubbles extended out beyond his field of vision, wobbling slowly upwards to the heavens. Depth 119 meters. Everything that he could see dissipated into the water. Outlines faded. Nothing came into focus, only light and shadow reflected in his eyes. There was one thing, however, that he could see clearly through the haze. A small white dot swaying in the distance. Dazzling light from the sky poured down on him from a single point. Its image burned into both of his eyes. And good riddance. I'll always choose Chami. Fair enough. I don't know. Something about seeing Chami die and then come back to life, even though it's supposed to be a different strand. Did she not? Are we saying that she didn't actually kill Chami? But Takeshi confirmed, it's like, I saw Chami and he was super dead. He was super duper dead. Somehow Chami just lived through that. That's that's a very, I guess it's just kind of like an immortal hamster. That's kind of cool, right? That's kind of neat. Its image burned into both of his eyes. Blub, he let out the last gasp of air. Cold seawater poured into his lungs. A blanket of blue darkness covered him in his final resting place. His limbs, sprawled out on the rocky ocean floor, had stopped moving like a marionette with its strings cut. But you're still alive, my guy, right? You're still alive. You're still alive. You're still out there. 5:36 a.m. Dad. Back in the world of 2034, when I returned to consciousness, I was crying. Feelings overcame me in torrents, rushing through me hotly. Dad is dead. The weight of my sadness pressed down on me, and a sense of futility tore a hole in my heart. But there was no time to be overcome with sadness. Wiping the wetness from my cheeks, I looked at my surroundings. A new day was breaking, just as it had been in 2017. Through my tears, the blue sky and ocean came into my vision. It seemed that I was above the floating island. I could analyze the situation calmly, but the tears wouldn't stop. I wiped them away with the palm of my hand and licked the large drops as they rolled past my mouth. Squeezing my eyes shut tightly, I took in a deep breath to calm down. I trembled slightly as I let out a sigh and looked around at my surroundings again. I was definitely above the floating island. The wind was blowing lightly, and the green trees were swaying gently. The morning sun was letting out golden rays onto the surface of the ocean. It had been a while since I had been outdoors. The wide blue sky, the smell of the warm, humid breeze. But as beautiful as it seemed, it didn't help me one bit. Rather, the richness of it all made me feel even more alienated. I'm all alone, and so terribly sad. Yeah, where is Sara and my mom? Where are they? I wiped away the tears which continued to flow and tried hard to suppress my urge to cry out. I had to think. There was no time to be crying. I shook my head repeatedly and tried with all of my strength to collect my atrophied thoughts. Think. First, I needed to grasp the situation I was in. I followed the threads of my memory. I remembered having gotten safely out of Limu, but had no memories after that. I have no idea what happened after that. I couldn't imagine that I had been standing outside all night. Huh? I suddenly realized that there was nobody else there. As I began to walk on grass, I looked wildly in all directions. Soon, I became aware of one solitary figure. It was Kaburaki. He had his back to a tree trunk and was staring out at the vast ocean. I ran over to him and screamed at him. Why would you do something like this? Answer me! I know everything now! Kaburaki was silent. He wouldn't even look at me. It was obvious that he was the closest person to being responsible for everything happening here. he really was the final boss. Kuronari Takeshi, my father's name. Not to be confused with the other Takeshi. He had used that name to deceive us the whole time. I drew even closer. Say something. Don't just stand there. Say something. I grabbed onto his shirt. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anything. Kabaraki's eyes were wet. He seemed to be thinking deeply about something as he gazed at me. But I will tell you this. This isn't over, okay? It all starts from here. This is when the game truly begins. Congrats on beating the prologue. Yeah, all of this starts from right now. I relaxed my grip. Kabaraki didn't say anything more and walked away, gazing in the direction of the distant horizon. I stood there vacantly, staring at his back while it became smaller and smaller. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. No, I have questions for you, my guy. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around and... I hate everything. Sora was standing right in front of me. We've been waiting for you. What are you doing here? The thought didn't reach my lips. There clearly was no RSD on the floating island. She had just tapped me on the shoulder. Couldn't process the information, stood there gaping in confusion. I guess in the time since we've had the ability to make androids now. That's just something that we did. I guess maybe Hatakana did that in her free time, just because. I couldn't process the information and stood there gaping in confusion. I reached out absentmindedly to touch Sora's arm. Absentmindedly. Why are you so surprised this time? The other route. In the other route, you were like, yeah, everything's gonna be A-okay. You didn't give a shit. What's your problem, man? Her skin was smooth, its texture slightly elastic and warm to the touch. Please, come this way. Alright, just another 120 hours to go. Woohoo! This stream is never ending. Sora grinned. There was Sora, smiling as always. I felt saved by her smile. It really was just that she didn't know anything. She just didn't know anything. That was the answer to everything. If you just accept that she doesn't know everything, then I guess she's not a liar after all. I'm still kind of disappointed in her character, if I'm being quite honest. Just me personally. But I had expectations because we did the route so late. I had expectations going into it of like, oh, it could be this and that and the other. It'll be so cool. Yeah, whatever. I was led by Sora into the forest. A small, stone-covered path was overgrown in a deep thicket. The tip of the trees stretched up high, almost entangling one another. Hardly any light squeezed through. There was no breeze there either. The air was wet and everything felt heavy and stagnant. The small stone path snaked around randomly, and I soon lost all sense of direction as I continued walking. I moved forward along that passage with no exit. For some reason, I didn't say a word to Sora, whose back was in front of me. As I walked up beside her and interlaced my fingers with hers. Look at the way that he's reaching. Why? What is the perspective on this one? It's a perfect 90-degree angle, actually. Now I think about it. How are you walking, my guy? How are you doing that? Is Sora just, I don't know, like walking, floating at a tilt? Maybe, perhaps? They really didn't want to include him in this, right? It's okay, we know what he looks like now. It's okay to include him. It's okay to say, hey, I'm here too. I didn't know why I did that. Was I just curious, or had I wanted a sense of security? Sora looked over at me and smiled. Maybe the reason I grabbed onto her was just because I wanted to see her smile at me. Not long afterward, we finally emerged from the forest. My field of vision widened, and beyond spread out an area of lush green grass and rich blue ocean. My line of sight was drawn to the back of someone very familiar to me. You was standing right there in the center of the open space. She was standing with her back to me. Okay, you're gonna tell me everything. Round 2, you're going to tell me everything right now. And there was somebody else, a woman who looked just like her. They were facing each other and standing still. I braced against the rising tide of emotion within me and went to stand over by them. I flashed a look back.
Sora was standing at the entrance to the forest and didn't appear to be coming closer. In the center of that area were you, the lady, and me.
So I guess this comes back around, and I haven't really brought this up since the Tsugumi route. Where is everybody else? Where is humanity? Are they doing all right after, you know, Coco leaked the virus again? Are they okay? Are they okay? Are they not okay? Very much not okay? Are we the last ones left? What's going on over there? In the center of that area were you, the lady, and me. The other lady, of course, I knew her name. Tanaka Yuise Harakana. I guess you could say when not that it really matters. Not that it really matters. It's more so a coincidence thing more than anything. But Morino meeting Harakana in the facility and being like, "You remind me of my daughter." I wonder if he was speaking about Haruka, because it's literally technically speaking, if you think about it, it's in the name. It's in the name a little bit. I wonder if he was thinking about Haruka, who at that point would have been separated from him. She had been infected with the Courie virus, and although she seemed young, she didn't quite look 17. Yeah, she looks a little bit older. It was probably since her cells had divided for 5 years, which had caused her to age slightly. In other words, her body was that of a 23-year-old, but she was actually 35. I looked over at you, Yubise, you, parentheses, Yubise Akikana, standing next to me. She had her hand curled into a fist and was glaring at her mother. She was so furious that she was shaking. I realized that the person who had been manipulating everything behind the scenes had been the person standing in front of me, Yubise Harakana, Yu's mother. Oh yeah, she's also responsible too, but also, we saw a guy, didn't we? We saw a guy on the monitor? Who the hell was that guy? Well, it can't be Yoichi. Is it Yagami? Is it Yagami Takeshi? In the U route, we saw we saw you, and then we saw a guy. That the person who had been manipulating everything behind the scenes had been the person standing in front of me, Yubise Harakana, Yu's mother. She'd been up there safe and sound on the island, relaxing, looking down at our plight, and probably laughing the whole time. I glared over at her along with you. She appeared indifferent to our stares and said nonchalantly, "Do you have any questions?" I laughed without thinking. What the hell kind of thing was that to say? Why? Why would you do something like this? In order to call forth Blickwinkle. What? No. No. Is it really down to its DNA? Is it really the same thing? We've just been playing through my favorite game in the Zero Skip series again. We've just been playing through that again. Is that it? In order to call forth Blickwinkle. What the hell is Blickwinkle? You already know that, don't you? Blickwinkle is you. Me? I'm Blickwinkle? Can you give me a better name, please? Yes. I'm not talking to Hokuto. I'm talking to the perspective on the other side of Hokuto. Perspective? Yes. The third eye, Blickwinkle. The you on the other side of Hokuto. That's right. The part of you that's looking at me right now. It is you who I'm talking about. From the beginning, you've been the kid. When you overlap with Hokuto, he lost his memory and became you. So it makes sense that he had amnesia. You had never lived in this world before. You have no history here, no memories of this way. It's just, you could put old Akane right here. You could put old Akane right here. You could put her right here. You have no history here, no memories of this place.
On May 1st, 2034, at 3:17 p.m., you uttered your first words in this world, kid. You aren't from this world. You are looking down at this world from one dimension higher than this. That's why you can see the future and the past. Well, that's not all. You can probably also see the other time continua. The reason the kid could see the future is that you know all there is to know about this world. It only makes sense that you didn't respond to the name Hokuto. I mean, your real name isn't Hokuto, right? And it's Courie. Yes. How do you know that? You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to lie to yourself. Okay, but what was the name that Tsugumi had gave him? Because I want to know. I want to know just in case. Blickwinkle is a beautiful name. No, it's a terrible name. It's a terrible name. I can't believe it. To call forth Blickwinkle. Why are you doing that? Because there's a virus out there. There's a virus out there. Coco brought the virus out with her. You don't have to lie to yourself. Won't you show me your true self? Answer me truthfully. You aren't really a kid named Hokuto, are you? Who am I? Who are you? I am Hokuto. Who are you? Who am I? You are Hokuto. I am not Hokuto. I am not Hokuto. I am me. I am me. Yes, I remember. I am me. I have watched your world for so long watching. I am but a perspective, an eye that transcends dimensional boundaries. I am the third eye. I am Blickwinkle. It's just the Blickwinkle. No! Give me a different name. No! It would have been really cool if this is the point in the game where the game allows you to input your name. What is your name right now? You can input your name right here. That would have been pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I remember now. I'm not from your world, am I? I'm not Hokuto, am I? It sure has been a long time. A long time? Nah, don't worry about it. I'm a little worried about it. Thank you for showing yourself. Why? Please, tell me why. Why do you have to do this? I already told you. In order to, well, I suppose you could call it a summoning. In order to research me, did you really have to do something so reckless and in order to reach me, rather. In order to reach me, did you really have to do something so reckless and dangerous? Yes. Just as I explained earlier. You have been looking down on our worlds from your dimension, right? Let's say that there was a conscious being from the second dimension. What do you think the second dimensional being would have to do in order to make contact with a third dimension? For instance, on an XY plane, there are two-dimensional beings, points A, B, and C. And in XYZ space, you have a three-dimensional point, point B. Points A, B, and C can only move in an XY axis, so how can they draw point D to them? You have point C move on the same line as points A and B. You have point C, perspective C, moving at the same line, on the same line as points A and B. When that happens, points A, B, and C form a line and create a common plane with point D. Meaning point D becomes part of the same plane, becomes part of the same plane as points A, B, and C. When that happens, point D is the illusion that it's in the same world as A, B, and C for the first time. That's what we did. In creating a world where you couldn't tell if it was 2034 or 2017. Point D, in other words, we were able to create the illusion that the fourth dimension, that the fourth dimensional being, the perspective Blickwinkle, was in our reality. I'm gonna nod along with you and agree with that, but I have some. I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work like that. and you showed yourself to us, descending into the space in front of us. We were waiting for you, all of you. We've been waiting for you for so long. Why? What were you waiting for? Why were you waiting for me? What was the reason you could have to call for me? We were just following your directions.
Because you because I asked you to do this, and because because I asked you to do this. Take a look at this. From point A and point C, we're now going to go back into point B, and this is the year that the radical 6 virus gets brought out, and then we have to go over here. Then we have to go back to point C. You need to spend the next 20 years of your life making the android of the thing that does the thing that must be done, and then go back in time, go over here to the facility, and then stop the facility from happening, and then go back over here, and then go back over here. Okay. We were just following your directions. Huh.
You called yourself. What do you mean? You needed us, and we needed you.
I think I get it. I mean, I already see it. I already see it, but it is a little like, is it really the same thing 1-to-1, or is it is it something different? Anyway, it's time for the next break of the stream. Let me go over to burp screen. Yippee! Wahoo! If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I will be right back in 3 minutes, and then we will continue with the finale, I guess. See you then. Alrighty, sorry, I'm a little late. I'm a little late. Let me go over back to game screen. Alright, and continuing. Okay. You needed us and we needed you. Why? In order to save Coco and Kuranari, we need to borrow your powers. I think Kuranari is still down there though, if I'm being quite honest. So Coco doesn't make it, that's why. To save Coco and Takeshi? We are powerless to fight the flow of time. There's nothing we can do about the past. But you can. The reason being that someone like you, from the fourth dimension, can travel freely through time. But Coco can do that too. Can't she just, I don't know, save herself? Or can she not do that? I saw it then. I saw everything. My consciousness had detached from Hokuto and had gone back to the world of 2017. Hokuto's feelings and thoughts hadn't reached me, but our perspective had overlapped, an observer with no feelings. All I could do was witness events as they passed. The submarine that Tsugumi was on continued floating up and already made it up to the surface. It was a small white vessel rocking in the waves. Shut inside the small submarine, Tsugumi's shoulders drooped as she sat in the cockpit in shock. Having lost everything, she sat there soullessly, looking as empty as a glass ornament. Just then, the light came back on in Pipi's eyes, who moments before had been motionless at Tsugumi's feet. He got up quickly. She seemed to be unable to comprehend what was happening. Pipi shook off his body, flashed a look up to Tsugumi's face, and walked over to stand in front of the glass hatch. Scratch, scratch. Pipi began pawing at the hatch. What's wrong? Tsugumi mumbled weakly. Pipi stood facing the hatch and barked. You want to go outside? Tsugumi's gaze wandered about as if she were thinking about something. Pipi continued barking the whole time. The submarine rocked gently in the waves. Tsugumi put both of her hands on the wall and looked outside the window. Okay. Saying that, Tsugumi opens not the glass hatch, but the heavy one on top of the submarine. A pure white light flashed into the interior of the ship like the sharp edge of a blade. Tsugumi squinted against the brightness. She held up one hand to fend off the light and used the other to push on the hatch with all her might. She picked up Pipi and brought him outside the boat. Pipi kicked hard against the hull to fly into the air and splashed into the ocean with a beautiful arc. One mechanical dog swimming in the ocean. Down, down, down he went. He didn't stop. The dog could swim the whole time. He didn't stop at 17 meters, 34 meters, or 51 meters, 68 meters, 85 meters, 102 meters, 119 meters. I'm telling you, dog. This is the funniest. This is the funniest character in the whole entire game. The hard rock surface deep in the blue darkness. Man's body lay at the ocean bed. Pipi bit onto his clothing and pulled. Was he trying to bring him somewhere? Is this Winkle as well? It doesn't seem like it. I'm still narrating from this perspective. Of course, the man didn't move at all. Pipi bit onto some exposed flesh. The man didn't respond. His life had expired. He should still be fine. He's just dying over and over again. All that remained there was a cold corpse, nothing more. Something had fallen to his side. A disc. A terabyte disc. Pipi picked it up into his mouth and left the body behind. He started swimming in the ocean. Going sideways, he cut across the water. At the bottom of the dark sea, there was only the cold surface of the rock and dark black seaweed. Occasionally, delicate streams of light would pass by. Perhaps Pipi had found something. Without hesitation, Pipi swam straight toward the white building. Splash. The face of a single dog broke through the surface of the pool. He stuck out his front legs on the edge and climbed onto the floor. He shook himself off. Small droplets of water flew off in all directions, forming a mist. The terabyte disc was still in his mouth. Pee-Pee ran. He had lost his footing on the wet floor, slipped, and fell. Just so... And now we're gonna have the dog. The dog also gets a backstory as well. Standing up again, he readied himself and dashed off at a full gallop. His pliant body shot like a coiled spring. Hold on one moment. At the bottom of the dark sea, there was only the cold surface of rock and dark black seaweed. Lost his footing. These are the same backgrounds that I'm assuming that I'm meant to be in the same place, that somehow this place survived. I don't know if it's that or if it's... Yeah, because he's saying sideways and went deeper into the underground. I'm going to assume. His pliant body shot like a coiled spring. Pee-Pee ran down the passages, breaking to the right and turning to the left. He was aiming for something. Oh, is this the dog or is this Coco? Only her voice could be heard. No, it's Coco. Okay. Woof! Pee-Pee barked loudly. The disc fell out of his mouth to spin across the floor with a rattle. Pee-Pee quickly braked with all four legs, turned around to get the disc, and dashed on across the floor again.
Pee-Pee! Take... Takepyeon.
When he turned the corner, her figure jumped out at him. She was lying down in the middle of the passageway. Pee-Pee ran over to her side. He set down the disc on the floor and bit her close, starting to pull on her. He tried desperately to pull her along, but it was just too much. But as he just could not budge the man before, it was too much for his small frame to move her. Ruff, ruff, ruff.
Pee-Pee.
She opened her eyes weakly.
Where did you go? I was worried. So worried about you.
Pee-Pee licked her face.
Where is everyone?
Oh.
I don't understand when you whine.
Pee-Pee pulled on her clothes and scratched her shoulders, grunting with his effort. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Perhaps he realized that there was nothing he could do, but Pee-Pee barked frantically. I thought they had said in the Tsugumi route, maybe I was wrong about this, I thought they had said that Coco had gotten out of there. So they lied? They hadn't actually brought her? I guess they had seen, maybe? The people who were picking them up had seen, oh, she's infected with the virus, we can't have her doing shit, and they just left her down here and lied, essentially. But if so, if that were the case, wouldn't Takashi have seen that she's still in the pod? If that were correct?
Hey, Pee-Pee. Let's go home. Daddy and Mommy are waiting for us. So, let's go home. Okay? Pee-Pee.
She closed her eyes quietly. Ruff, ruff, ruff. No matter how much he barked at her, she wouldn't open her eyes. Pee-Pee started walking around the area. He finally stopped, picked up the disc that had been left on the floor again, and started running again. Okay. Going back to where he came, he made it back to the pool. Without hesitating, he threw himself to the water. He started swimming in the ocean. This is dog, man. Rising up and up. He didn't stop. 102 meters, 85 meters, 68 meters, 51 meters, 34 meters, 17 meters, 0 meters. Pee-Pee's face broke the surface. The blue expanse of the sky loomed above him. The sky had changed the water to a silvery color. Yubise Hatakana was there to pick Pee-Pee up. Okay, so it's under your instruction. She took the terabyte disc from his mouth and looked at the digital recording of IBF that Pee-Pee had taken with his eyes. So that underground facility, despite the whole place blowing up, still survived pretty well, all things considered. She was still alive a little bit. The truth. She had taken a look at the terabytes in his mouth. Okay. And looked at the digital recording of IBF that PP had taken with his eyes. That was the first time she had realized the truth. That left behind at the bottom of the ocean in the research facility was a single girl. That girl was Coco. It was Yagami Coco, Yibise Harakana said. Kaburaki and I, who had been infected by the T-Blau virus, were rescued by the salvage vessel. But Coco wasn't aboard the submarine with us. I thought that she was. I thought that they had said that she was. I was unconscious then, so I hadn't noticed. But I realized it afterwards. Coco had been left behind in IBF. Surely Takeshi and Tsugumi would have noticed that she was in the pod though, right? Was she not in the pod? Did she go wandering off somewhere else? I can't believe it. This is Insel Null. Control, please respond. This is the examination room in IBF 3. Over. Thank goodness. That's where you were. A little while ago, we got a message from the dispatch team that they couldn't find you. You had us worried there. I'm sorry, I was out for a bit. We were able to rescue the other 3 people in the examination room, and they're being cared for in the salvage vessel. Is everything okay? We can't say for sure. Their conditions are serious. We're fighting against time. The submersible is going to the surface soon, so we'll transfer them to the floating medical center. Okay, you take care of them. The control center said they had rescued the other 3 people in the examination room. So why?
Those 3 people were me, Kaburaki, and one more, my father, Tanaka Yoichi.
Okay, so he was still alive? So never mind. That's the guy. Must be the other guy that we saw in the thing. You wish he was still alive, essentially. I thought in the Tsugumi route that they had said we'd also recovered the body. Wasn't there a line about that? There was like something is like the body was gone, so they must have taken the body as well. That's good. But she didn't look over to the other pod though. Why? Why did the rescue team leave Coco there? I heard it from them afterwards, but they said they couldn't find her. Oh, I remember. By the time the rescue squad got there, Coco wasn't in the examination room. I don't know why, but for some reason, Coco had gotten out of her capsule pod. Yeah, that's why. Okay, I see. So the only people that were left were you, Kaburaki, and Yoichi, who was already dead. Yeah. You and Kaburaki's condition were extremely serious, so they were put on the highest priority of saving lives, the lives of those 2, and the rescue squad left, meaning they overlooked Coco. No, they abandoned her. But then Coco didn't say anything afterwards, and I guess we didn't go looking around the facility again. We just stayed there. You pinched her eyes shut, her face distorted in sadness. Damn it, Coco, why'd you do that? What do you want me to do? By the time those words had left my mouth, I had already returned to 2017. To the vast blue worlds. On the bottom of the ocean lay the cruelly broken body of a man. It didn't move. What do you want me to do? I'm not from this world. The only thing I can do is look. Just look on. You wanted to show me this dead body? It makes me sad. Terribly sad. He had thrown his life away to protect the woman he loved. It was heartbreaking. His body had lost all warmth. I kept staring. Just then... Dad! 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 My awareness split, broke, fractured, as a powerful force of will woke up inside of me. I was infused with an overwhelming passion. Hokuto's indomitable belief, willpower, emotions, and psyche were like a raging inferno that engulfed me. That ferocious and wild power raged within me and superseded my existence. It exploded in a shower of white sparks of light and roared like thunder. Overwhelmed by a raw vigor, I withdrew. It was no place for me to be. Hokuto exploded with bottled up emotions and threw his instinctive power free into darkness. Dad! Dad! Don't you die on me! Please, don't die! I still haven't met you yet! Please don't leave me! Dad! Sora and I are waiting for you! Mom is waiting for you! Please don't leave us, Dad! Help us! You promised. You said I'm not gonna die no matter what, right? You swore you didn't let even one person die. Coco is still in the research facility. If you don't do something, she's gonna die. Dad! Dad! Takeshi opened his eyes. At the bottom of the seabed, under unbearable pressure. So that's what gets him to wake up. Not necessarily the fact that he's dying, but that Coco is still alive in there. He's like, oh shit, I gotta wake up. I gotta wake up. He regained consciousness. How many minutes had it been since he last breathed? But he was undeniably alive. He had revived. I'm not gonna die. I promised her. I could hear the screams in his mind, in my ears. Takashi flipped himself over, kicked off the reef, and began to swim. He cut the water with his arms and kicked with his legs, continuing to swim wildly through the water. The water pressure did not faze him, and his body felt no resistance. He moved forward in the darkness as if he were skating on ice. Bubbles trailed in an arc behind him. He maintained an unthinkable speed, tearing apart the wall of water in front of him. His only source of guidance was a faint light visible ahead. Splash. His momentum carried him flying out of the water. Putting his face above the pool, he started coughing, trying to expel all of the seawater in his lungs. When they say the facility is collapsing and kind of like exploding and stuff, like I know we keep getting that scene at the very end. It's like remaining life reading forces 1. So that room is still okay. It's just at the bottom of the ocean and, you know, like all like separated from everything else probably. That room is still okay, essentially, is what we're saying. Some rooms are okay and some of them aren't. Putting his face above the pool, he started coughing, trying to expel all the seawater in his lungs. He clung to the edge of the pool, sucking in deep breaths of air. He coughed hard as he was breathing in and vomited a large amount of water. He repeated that many times. When the painful fits had finally died down, Takashi laid exhausted like he was dead. Truth be told, he probably had been dead. Takashi crawled across the floor. He flipped over on his back with a thud. He couldn't move. The sounds of his heavy breathing echoed off the walls. Dad! Dad, hang in there! Hokuto called out. Takeshi laughed. I don't know who the heck you are, but don't call me Dad. Sure, whatever. Dad! I'm telling you, I don't have any kids as far as I know. But I'm your son. Okay then, who's your mom? Tsugumi. Tsugumi is. Yeah, it's no surprise you're laughing. You probably don't believe me, do you? Because I'm talking to you from 17 years in the future. 17 years. That'd make it 2034. By the way, where are you? I can't see you anywhere. He's just rolling with it. He's just like, yeah, fine, whatever. I'm close by you. Takashi peeled himself off of the floor where he'd been lying and rose slowly. He looked all around. Even if you look for me, I don't think you can see me. I'm only looking at you, Dad. What are you talking about? My body isn't in your time. And it isn't like I'm using a speaker to send my words to you. I'm connected to your mind, talking to you. Takashi put his fingers in his ear and wiggled it. I must be hallucinating this. I wonder if I'm... No! You don't have time for this. We don't have time to waste. But yeah, you mentioned earlier about Coco in the research facility, right? That's right. Coco didn't get out with the submersibles. The man from the rescue squad told you that about the survivors. He's talking about you, Kabaraki, and the researcher. You've got to be joking. You've got to go back and check the research facility one more time. Coco's still in there. Takashi hurried down the corridor.
the research facility was almost entirely silent. The only sound was the echo of Takashi's shoes against the floor. The corridor wound left and right. He searched around but didn't find any sight of anyone. Hey, I don't see anyone. That's impossible! I'm telling you, she's gotta be there somewhere. When you say that Kid was the one who said, I'm just following your direction, I guess not Kid, I guess not Hokuto, but Blickwinkle, who exists somewhere. This was my instruction to do this. I'm guessing, is there a lore reason for it actually, or is it mostly supposed to be like, oh, the will of the people, the will of the people playing this game? They're obviously playing through it again and again and again, because, right, they're playing through it again and again and again because they're like, life reading is 1, and we know that Coco is still around and about. This is so weird. I should go back and play the game again and again and again. Your reward for playing the game again and again and again is essentially this route, where it's like, hey, you can go back and do the thing that you wanted to do. Isn't that so great? Essentially. Think of the tuna sandwiches. Do it for them. What are you talking about? It's okay, just go with it. Takashi tilted his head a bit quizzically. Well, I suppose I should thank you. If you hadn't woke me up saying something stupid like Dad, I probably would have drowned. Are you alright? What do you think? Just think about everything that's happened to me in the last few hours, will you? Started with getting teeth blow, and I got decompressed, pressurized, pumped up with Tsugumi's antibodies. Finally ended with me getting sucked into the bottom of the ocean, practically drowning. Well, I guess I did kind of throw myself out there. In spite of all that, you seem to be doing all right to me. Well, I suppose. Tsugumi's antibodies must have kicked in. Or maybe the effects of the Courie virus had already started. No, there was no way his DNA could have been rewritten so quickly. No way? Just no way at all? But that might have been another explanation. There might have been another explanation for why Takashi recovered so quickly from jumping into the water. So before the T-Blau virus, were they researching the Courie virus? And because they were researching the Courie virus, Yagami Takeshi is actually Kuranari Takeshi, maybe? But that doesn't make any sense, because he had to have gone home. Where is he going home to? What is he doing? What about your family? Who have you been returning to this entire time? Your family would be like, son, you're not growing up at all. You're not aging at all. That's so strange. Or something like that. But there might have been another explanation for why Takeshi recovered so quickly from jumping into the water. I had no way of knowing. It didn't matter, though. He looked a lot better after walking around for a while. He looked strong, even. Takeshi walked down the passageway on steady legs. He came to an intersection. Checking quickly to the left and right, he set down the path to the left. It was right after that. Wait a sec. Did something move just now? Without waiting for Hokuto's reply, Takeshi started running. Oh, we found her! We found her! Yay! Okay, this truly is the Out of Infinity. This truly is it. Okay, we actually did it. Coco! Coco had fallen down in the corridor. Takeshi rushed over to Coco and lifted up her motionless body. Take-pyeon. Coco spoke faintly. What are you doing here?
Well, P.P. wasn't, I couldn't find him, and...
You couldn't find...
So I went looking for him.
Where did the dog go? Wasn't the dog in the room the entire time? It appeared that Coco had gotten out of the pod by herself before the rescue squad had arrived and had gone looking for Pee-Pee. You are the most... Totally. Takeshi shook his head, dumbfounded. Coco looked innocently at the exasperated Takeshi and muttered.
Hey, is everyone else still sleeping?
That was all Coco could say before she passed out. The next instant...
Get me out of here! A loud explosion shook the walls of IBF. The sound came from up above. The falling wreckage from Limu had probably collided with the roof of the research facility. Paradise was still collapsing, it seemed. Takeshi had scooped up Koko's body and dashed across the floor. Kicking up his feet, Takeshi screamed to the void. Hey, what am I supposed to do? Can't you escape by swimming through the pool? Hokuto answered. Idiots. It's 119 meters underwater down here. Koko and I won't be able to hold our breath that long. Besides, in order to surface, we have to decompress slowly as we go up. That's 12.5 meters down here. And the ocean surface is 1 atmosphere. There's no way we can survive unless we get ourselves decompressed. How about the elevator? It's been cut off. The elevator tubes were destroyed a long time ago. There's no way to go up. Well, let's just go to the examination room. Okay. Takashi ran to the examination room. Takashi would have already grabbed Pipi and taken him into the taxi submarine before Koko woke up, right? Oh, I see. That sort of timeline instead. Because the other three... No. When the researchers came into this room, they're saying Koko wasn't here, so Koko was gone already. But we know that when we come back, Takashi and Tsugumi come back, we know that everybody else is gone, right? And we know that Pipi is still in the room. He's under the table. So unless Koko didn't look hard enough, the only way it works is if Koko didn't look hard enough. What do you mean? Like, otherwise, she would have immediately been able to have spot Pipi and been like, oh, you're right over there. Okay, I have nothing to worry about. And she would have stayed probably with the dog instead of being like, I'm looking for Pipi. I think that's the only way that works. He hit the control panel and closed the door. Strangely, there was no sign of flooding inside IBF. There were no sounds of running water, and the tremors had stopped for the time being. But there's still no time to relax. Koko's body was rapidly reaching its limit. Takeshi laid Koko down on the bed. He ran toward the side of the desk at the corner of the room. He grabbed one of the storage bins and grabbed something. It was the antibodies for Teeth Blau taken from Tsugumi. Koko hadn't been inoculated with it yet. Without a word, Takeshi gave Koko the antibodies. Koko had long passed the stage of suffering and lay there looking limp. Come on, do the trick. Takeshi threw the empty syringe away and held onto Koko's hand as she lay there. A while passed, but Koko's condition didn't seem to be improving. As a matter of fact, it seemed to be getting worse. Oh, come on! How come it isn't working? Takeshi banged the wall. Koko was infected a few days earlier than you, Dad. So her disease has been progressing for much longer than everybody else's. Damn it. Can't just sit there and wait. Besides, we gotta find a way to escape. I just need to think of something. Takeshi paced around the room with his head down. Occasionally, heavy noises echoed from the ceiling. Takeshi listened to the noises, and then, Takeshi, looking as if he had realized something, whispered to himself. I heard an announcement earlier, before Tsugumi and I escaped. The announcement said something in German like, you're gonna be crushed in a few minutes. You're gonna die in a few minutes. But this place is still standing. Why is that? I don't know why either. But maybe. Maybe what? That announcement might have been about Limu imploding. But think about it. This laboratory has been built so that the atmosphere on the inside and outside are equal. Since they're still balanced, they probably won't implode as easily. That must have been it. If you left a cap on an empty plastic bottle, even if you came back years later, the air would still be trapped inside. Oh, I gotcha. I see. Which meant the laboratory should have been safe, unless extreme force was added somewhere, such as a giant piece of partition from Limu falling onto it, which was entirely possible. Takeshi nodded upon hearing Hokuto's explanation. Although he didn't seem to be fully convinced, by accepting the explanation, he probably was trying to clear one of the many problems facing him at the moment. As time progressed, Koko's condition got worse and worse. Damn it! Why is all this happening? Why? Takeshi kicked the wall. Well, Dad, you should have given her the antibody earlier. Huh? It's a little late for that now, isn't it? Besides, Coco was in the pod under pressure at that time. Couldn't just open up the lid. But you couldn't give her the shot without opening the lid. Because you said...
It seems this pod can also do laser disinfecting as well as simple surgery in addition to the oxygen treatment. And depending on how you use it, even cryogenic suspension.
Oh, we didn't do the cryogenic suspension, actually. Interesting. Since it had many other functions, it probably should have been able to give an injection. You're just assuming that. You're just assuming that, though. You didn't say a word about being able to give shots without opening the lid, did she? And if she didn't mention it, it must not be possible. Not that it must not be possible, but more so... just more so, we just didn't know. Besides, neither you nor I have any idea what this device can do. What's cryogenic suspension anyway? It's like hibernation. Hokuto answered as if anyone would know. Hibernation? You mean like bears do in the winter? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that cryogenic suspension means you can artificially induce hibernation. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. One moment, I'm gonna take a sip of tea. Alrighty. It keeps human body temperature low, around 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. Look, I'm walking away from it. I'm not doing anything, and reduces your heartbeat and breathing to the absolute minimum. In some ways, I really do kind of think he kind of morphogenetic field the meme. He genuinely did. That way, it increases your metabolic efficiency and conserves as much energy as possible. I see. Hey, I wonder why they have it here. In the middle of saying that, Takashi stopped suddenly. At the same time, Hokuto's thoughts stopped too. And then they screamed out at the same time. I got it! We'll put her in cryogenic suspension! I got it! We'll put her in cryogenic suspension! If her body temperature is kept low, it'll slow the rate of the virus infection too, right? Yeah! Alright. Now all we need now is a little more time. If we have time, I'm sure it'll work. If we could slow down the virus for even a minute or even a second, it'll be better than nothing. Alright then. Takashi carried the frail Coco and set her into the pod. Then he started flipping through the manual at full speed, skimming it. It didn't seem too difficult to set up. I really did not go back to the beginning of the stream and it's like, I really don't think that we have that much left. This is a very extensive, like, saving Coco scene. This is a very, very extensive saving Coco scene the way that I did not think it would be. Takeshi, unlike his usual self, manipulated the computer terminal swiftly and smoothly. How do you do that? Then, all that was left was to turn on the switch. Coco was asleep in the pod. Takashi reached out his hand to the switch that would close the lid. A split second before he flipped the switch, Coco quietly opened her eyes.
Who is that?
What?
Who's standing behind you, Takepyo?
Behind me. Takashi looked back. Hokuto was there. Can you see him, Coco?
Yeah, I do.
Coco, it's me, Hokuto.
Hokuto, I don't know who that is. Oh yeah, you're the guy who's communicating with. Wow. Hokuto is your name? Can I call you Hokuton?
Oh, okay. So it starts from there. It starts from this. It's a time loop essentially. It starts from here and then it springs off. It springs off from her going forward into reality and showing up for a little bit. The Coco of that time didn't seem to know Hokuto yet. So who was seeing the Phantom Girl? Who's the Phantom Girl that I've been seeing? It's the Hokuto, not the Hokuto. It's the Coco of the future essentially. Gotcha. Hokuto, is that your name?
Uh-huh.
Really? Coco? I can't see him, but this guy Hokuto helped us, you know?
Hokutan, thank you. And the other person you... Thank you.
Other person? There's someone else?
Yeah, there is. I can see him behind Hokutan.
Silence filled the room. The room temperature suddenly felt lower for some reason. Coco was looking at me. Just me. Blickwinkle. There we go. It's in my eyes. Are you talking about me? Feeling flustered, I gathered my courage and spoke.
Yes, you. We finally meet.
Huh?
I don't know Hokutan, but
You were using the name in the future, eventually.
I sure know you. Because all this time, you've been watching over me, haven't you? Fourth dimension.
Fourth dimension, son.
Fourth dimension, son. Blinkwinkle. Let's play chicks again sometime. We go pio pio. Pio pio.
Coco, I was the one. Coco's cheeks eased up a little.
I don't think you knew it, Takepyeon, but I was playing with him too, not just you. Huh? Isn't that right?
Coco was asking me. Uh-huh. I might have been watching over Coco for all this time. I've been watching over you. I wanted to get closer to you too, but it was probably not possible.
Then, you were the one who told me that you liked me.
Yes, I suppose I was. When did I do that? When did I do that? When did Blinkwinkle do that? Is Blinkwinkle and like... Okay, sure. Yes, I suppose I was. I suppose I was. Coco and I looked at each other. We were staring at each other, eyes filled with passion. I felt as though my existence would evaporate at any second.
What's going to happen to me?
All of a sudden, a dark shadow had covered Coco's eyes.
Am I gonna die?
Don't be silly. There's no way you're gonna die. No matter what, I'll save your life, Coco. I won't let you die. Excitedly, I appealed to her. Although she looked to be in some pain, Coco was smiling at me happily. My heart seemed like it would surely melt. Coco, basically, we're gonna save you no matter what. So just relax. I want you to rest now. As he was saying that, Takeshi went to close the pod.
Wait! What's gonna happen?
You're gonna sleep for a while, just like a cuddly bear. Are we saying that she's still at the bottom of the ocean like 14 years later or whatever? Or 17 years later? Sorry, 17 years later? Is that what we're saying? That sounds like something... It sounds like something that he would have said while in Hokuto. I guess? I feel like Hokuto was more confused more than anything. Maybe he did say it. Again, my thought was that like, oh, because Kaburaki and Coco spend a lot of time together, maybe it was that Kaburaki would be the one who was here somehow, some way, but apparently not. It's Blickwinkle, the other fourth protagonist. The other fourth protagonist, not to be confused with all those other protagonists.
No. Please, don't leave me. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave me alone.
We're not gonna leave you alone, are we? We're gonna stay right here. New drivers available. What the hell? Why are you telling me this now? Why are you telling me this now?
You're lying. I
I don't believe you.
Quit being so stubborn. Usually like this, you're gonna...
No. Oh, no. I don't want to. I don't want to be all by myself. I'll be too lonely.
So Takeshi stayed down here?
I was scared. I'm so scared.
I mean, Blickwinkle would have confessed to Coco while you were on the kid route if it ever did happen, or at least did something like that happen. Coco would have took it as a confession. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's the person behind Hokuto, so it's not Hokuto himself. I don't know what you mean. It is Blickwinkle regardless. It could be something that happened on his route. It's just I don't remember that. I just don't remember. I know we had the most recent thing with Takeshi and his route and Coco being like, oh, you love me, we're gonna go on a date and whatever else, and it's like, well, whatever. But I didn't say anything. That was Takeshi. Blickwinkle didn't say anything.
Takepyeon, will you lie down and sleep next to me?
There's no way. This pod is... Takeshi stopped in the middle of what he was saying. He looked up at the ceiling, then to the monitor on the wall, and finally to the pod next to Coco. Alright, how about this then? I'll sleep in the pod next to you. How's that? You won't be lonely anymore, right? Coco looked back and forth between Takeshi and me. She had a worried look on her face, and stared at us with eyes that seemed about to burst into tears.
Really? You aren't lying?
And that's exactly what he does. He leaves Tsugumi. Tsugumi has a hard knock life after this. I'm just saying. Just saying, my guy. But he doesn't go back for her, essentially. Of course not.
You promise? You won't leave me and go?
I wouldn't do that. Of course I won't go.
Alright then. I trust you, Takepyeon.
That's a good girl. Takeshi petted Coco's head. I'm gonna close it now, okay, Coco?
Mm-hmm.
Takeshi turned on the switch. The lid of the pod slowly went down.
Hey, before I go to sleep, will you listen to my request?
Request?
I wasn't talking to you, Takepyeon.
Coco's eyes were pointed towards me. Me?
Yes. Well, I want to see you.
What?
I want to see you again.
Oh, I want to see you and talk with you more. Okay, this is the promise. This is the promise. I remember this at the very least.
I want to see you and talk with you more.
Uh-huh.
I think that I might just... It's just that I can't say it. But will you promise me that you and I will see each other again someday?
Yes.
I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting no matter what. You'll come get me? Promise?
Yes, I promise. The space between the lid and the pod itself was almost gone. I could barely see Coco through the narrow slit. Coco faced toward me and whispered one last thing in her tiny voice.
Well, good night, Oni-chan.
Why? 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 Why are you telling me this? Oni-chan? Which is Blickwinkle. So we have the same father. Blickwinkle and Coco have the same father. That same father is Yagami Takeshi. Yagami, what did you do? What did you do that we've ended up like this? Oni-chan. Before I could say anything in reply, the lid had closed. The sound of the compressing air filled the room. One moment, gonna take a sip of water. Alrighty. During the break as well, when I have some family visiting, I'm gonna at least be able to call the internet provider and see if somebody can't take a look at things. Because I know it's not awful, but I do see you have like some drop frames, and there were some drop frames yesterday as well. Apologies about that. It's not too bad or anything. It's not like terrible or anything. But I do see that, so apologies. I hate I hate that the internet is not interneting, and it's honestly, in some ways, it's kind of thematic. We started in Ever 7 with internet problems, and we end Ever 17 with internet problems. Isn't that so beautiful? Isn't that so fucking beautiful? The sound of compressing air filled the room. The low whir of the motor. With a light metallic ring, the pod shut completely. Takashi pushed another switch attached to the pod's chassis. Chassis, I guess. Yes, I probably. The cryogenic suspension function was activated. There were small sounds as though gas was leaking out. The pod slowly cooled down, humming with a slight vibration. Well then. Hey, son and Winkle, you still there? What is it, Dad? Oh, it's you, Hokuto. You guys are confusing me. You and that Winkle guy are two different people, right? Are you from the 4th dimension too, Hokuto? No, I'm just borrowing his perspective for now. Really? I mean, I don't get it at all, but I suppose it doesn't matter. Saying that, Takashi sank his body into the empty pod. The pod was next to Koko's. What? Dad, what are you gonna do? What do you think? There's nothing else I can do, right? I made her a promise, you know. So you're gonna... Yep, that's right. It doesn't look like there's a way to escape anyway. We'll just have to wait for a second rescue team to arrive. But it'll be just a waste of energy to wait around here doing nothing, so might as well get some sleep. Dad, wait a minute. Nope, I'm tired. I'm really tired. Takashi stressed his arm where he lay and flicked the switch for both closing the lid and starting the cryogenic suspension at the same time. The lid started to close. Quietly, steadily. Alright, Hokuto. I'm counting on you. Dad! Oh hey, one more thing. Quit calling me Dad, will you? Well, I can't help it. I'm your son. Oh no, that's not what I mean. If you call me Dad, why don't you say it a little bit more elegantly? Call me Father, okay? Father. You got it? Hokuto took a deep breath, trying to say something. But before he could say it, the lid of the pod had shut. A familiar hissing sound echoed in the room. The cryogenic suspension had activated. The pod cooled down with small vibrations. Just then, Hokuto and I checked the monitor. The cryogenic suspension in the two pods was functioning properly. There were no signs of abnormalities in the bioscans of Koko and Takeshi. The world in 2017. A laboratory at the bottom of the ocean. All that remained was a perspective. Hokuto and I started to think. Oh yeah, we gotta let everyone know that Koko and Takeshi are here in IBF. I wasn't sure whether it was I or Hokuto who thought that. Maybe it was why we had switched places so often that the boundary between Hokuto and myself started to become very vague. Okay, I'm starting to understand it a little bit better now. Okay, I see. Our consciousnesses had gotten muddy, tangled, and intertwined. So every time that you switch over to Takeshi, that's Blick Winkle. Every time you switch over to... yeah? Every time you switch over to Hokuto, that's Hokuto. Gotcha. Our consciousnesses had gotten muddied, tangled, and intertwined. We were close to a state of fusion. Or maybe... we might have been that way ever since the beginning. My thoughts were the same as Hokuto's, and Hokuto's thoughts were the same as mine. Being me and being Hokuto weren't all that different. We had been one since long ago and would continue to be one. That thought just went through my mind. It wasn't the time to be engrossed in such thoughts. Our consciousness flew up in the floating island. A miniature submarine was floating on the ocean surface. Swaying in the waves and being teased along by time, it left a carefree trail in the deep blue ocean. I searched inside of it, but Tsugumi had already disappeared. Tsugumi must be somewhere on the floating island. I expanded my sight and looked down the entire artificial island. I saw someone, but it wasn't Tsugumi. It was Yubise Hatakana. Hokuto and I flew down near her side. Walking alongside Yubise Hatakana was Pipi. He was soaking wet, which meant it must have been right after you had picked Pipi up from the ocean surface. She was walking down the trail, attended by a few men who seemed to be staff members of Limu. She was walking toward a helicopter. She was probably on her way to a large hospital or something. She looked surprisingly healthy. She was walking steadily without support. Although she seemed in a dark mood, at least her health seemed fine. The antibodies must have worked, just like with Takeshi. Anyway, I need to tell her what happened to Takeshi and Koko. You! It was Hokuto who shouted.
What? Who is it?
Caught off guard, she glanced all around. The staff members darted skeptical looks at her when she started talking all of a sudden. It's me!
Who is me?
There was no way she could have known Hokuto. Hokuto hadn't been born in that world. And she wouldn't have believed us if we had told her, we're talking to you 17 years in the future. Hokuto told her, look, there's something I want to tell you. So listen to me carefully. Actually, Hokuto told her that Koko and Takashi had been left in the laboratory and that they were under cryogenic suspension in the pods.
No way. It can't be. So you have to help them right away, okay? Are you serious? Totally. Koko and Takashi weren't on the sub and that rescued you. And the only ones that were rescued were Tsugumi and Kaburaki.
Ruff, ruff. Pipi looked at Hokuto and me, and then gave a loud bark.
Oh yeah, Pipi. Pipi had a disc in his mouth, didn't he? Uh-huh. You mean the terabyte disc, right? That's right. Soda's data and memories are in it. What else? Wait a second. Where on earth are you right now?
Why do we have to bring him back specifically and not just be like, hey, have Limu be like, hey, just so you know, there are 2 people that are still down there and they're actually still alive. You didn't actually get everybody. Is it just because they're gonna be like, nah, they're probably dead at this point. They're probably dead or something.
Where on earth are you? That doesn't really matter. You have to believe me. How am I supposed to believe you? What is this? Am I hearing things? No, you're not. Seriously, Takashi and Koko are...
Pipi started barking again.
I know. Pipi must have seen it. Pipi saw Koko collapsed in the hallway. There's gotta be some image data that's saved in Pipi's memory. Can you play it back?
She dropped her head down as if deep in thought, closed her eyes, and massaged her temples with her fingertips. After seeming distressed in a manner for a while, she must have reached a conclusion. You looked up in a different direction and spoke.
All right. I have no idea who you are, but I'll see what I can do. Thank you, you. I'm counting on you. It's time that I get back to where I came from. Where you came from? You wouldn't believe me, but it's 17 years in the future.
Hokuto and I went back to the world of 2034. Surprisingly, the future had been completely altered. Takeshi was there. the future had been completely altered? He's just there? So we had to do that. Doesn't that create a time paradox? So we do one loop, and then they're there. And we've reached... Okay, so this is a different theory of... A slightly different theory of time travel, I guess, than what's presented in Zero Escape, where it's like, no, you have to do the thing that must be done, and you must go back and do that, and then do this. You must do A, and then B, and then C, and then D, and then you do that all over again. And at some point, maybe the loop will be broken in one timeline, but we're not entirely sure about that. No. Okay. So each and every time it will be like this. And it kind of diverges from there. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's kind of hard to imagine, but it essentially... I get it. Takeshi was there. Koko was there. Yubise Harakana was there. So was Yubise Akikana. Tsugumi was there. Sara was there. Sora was there. Kaburaki was there. And so was Hokuto. They were chatting happily in a circle. I didn't know what had happened, but I was just relieved. The future had been altered. But how did it happen? I suppose Yubise Harakana had kept her promise with Hokuto, so Koko and Takeshi were rescued immediately afterwards. In that version of history. But doesn't that mean that we come from a future where everything has gone to hell? And with that in mind, because things have gone to hell, I guess that's again very much like the second Zero Escape game, where it's like there's one timeline. You guys can go back into the future and do whatever. You can save whoever you want. That doesn't change things for us here. We're still fucked. Basically, was what Ten Miyoji was saying. In that version of history, Takeshi hadn't died 17 years previously, but he was still alive and well. So in that world, Tsugumi didn't have to send Hokuto and Sara to the institution. In that version of the future, Hokuto and Sara didn't have to be separated. I guess Lima also seemingly went off of their search. They stopped searching, I guess. I am going to go ahead and go over to Burb Screen because it's time for the next break. And I'm going to try and move the router a little bit so that frames don't keep dropping a little bit. I'm sorry, I probably know it's a little bit annoying. So, there is no music at this point. Let me turn something on and then I'll be right back in like 3 or 4 minutes or so. So, see you then. I know ads are done, but it's gonna be a few more minutes because I think Doggo needs to. I think Doggo needs to go outside. I think she needs to pee. So give me one more second. Give me a few more minutes. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Again, Doggo had to go out for a little bit. So apologies for being a little bit late. Let me go over. We're back over to game screen. And then move this back over here. And then continuing. In that version of the future, Hokuto and Sara didn't have to be separated. Besides, I understood that the incident in 2034 was planned so that I, Blickwinkle, would come into existence. It was planned to have me descend into the world so that the past would have been altered and Koko and Takashi would have been saved. But that's only in one timeline, though. There's still another timeline in which you exist to save, basically in another timeline. Timeline A for timeline B. But in that history, Koko and Takeshi had already been rescued safely 17 years prior. Therefore, there was no longer any way to grab my attention to make me appear in the world. Therefore, Yubisei Hatakana's plan didn't come up. Yubisei Hatakana didn't come up with an outrageous plan to trap everyone, to trap everyone at Limu. Okay, but the virus didn't get the whatever virus, the T-Blau virus that didn't get out. Regardless of anything in both timelines, that didn't like accidentally leave the facility or something like that. Which meant that the incident starting on May 1st, 2034 hadn't taken place in that history. None of them had been trapped in Limu. Which meant that Yubisei Hatakana had no reason to lie to Yubisei Akikana. so we lived happily ever after. The end, essentially. Yubisei Hatakana must have told Yubisei Akikana the truth in that history. As such, they had all been able to spend their lives peacefully from 2017 until now. They had all lived safely with time just passing by peacefully and slowly. And that was what I was seeing right then. Hey, but wait a second. I need to think a little bit more about it. In 2017, Takeshi and Koko were saved by Yubisei Hatakana's actions. So, if the time had passed by peacefully, it would have eventually been 2034. There wouldn't have been any accident. Blickwinkle wouldn't appear. What would happen then? Hokuto in that world wouldn't talk to Takeshi in the past, 2017. In the past I knew. Hokuto had funneled his raw, untamed force and shouted to Takeshi's body lying on the bottom of the ocean. Dad, don't you die on me. But in the past retraced from that future, Takeshi had never heard his son scream. That meant Takeshi would have long since decomposed at the bottom of the ocean. It's a time paradox. There we go. Since Takeshi hadn't come back to life, Koko would have been left in the hallway, and both of them would die. Because of the incident in 2017 had already taken place as a historical fact, which meant that even in the past connected directly to that world, the incident in 2017 wouldn't have been avoided. Therefore, that world could never be possible. It could never exist. It was a paradox. If that world could exist, a question would naturally arise. Who had saved the Takeshi who is alive here today? Was it Hokuto from a different future? Had it been that Hokuto from a world where there had been an accident in 2034 that had saved Takeshi? No, it couldn't possibly be. Because in order for that incident to take place in 2034, the condition that Takeshi could not be saved in 2017 had to be true. Which meant, in order for Takeshi to come back to life at the bottom of the ocean, the events had to take place in 2034. And in order for Koko to go under cryogenic suspension, the events had to take place in 2034. Therefore, that peaceful world could never exist. Just as I had reached that conclusion, Takeshi, who is cheerfully talking to everyone, suddenly started to decompose with a horrible sound. Oh, okay, sure. His skin became soggy and peeled off by itself. His exposed muscle fibers became dark and putrid, their surface flaking away. His cells started to dissolve and run like mud dripping to the ground. His abdomen burst, spilling up internal organs. His hair fell out in chunks, exposing the white skull underneath. All that was left were white bones with pieces of red flesh stuck to them. Eventually, even his skeleton collapsed with a dry sound. At the same time, Koko disappeared noiselessly. Confused, Hokuto and I flew back to 2017. Yubisei Hatakana was still standing in the same place. You! What? You just disappeared and now you're back again. Don't tell me. So I went back in time again. It's like, wait, but you have to do something in a very specific way, okay? You can't just like, you're gonna break the space-time continuum, all right? Something specific has to happen. Don't tell me it was only a joke or something. I won't. It was real. I'm telling the truth. Takeshi and Koko are sleeping in the capsule pods right now. But you can't rescue them. What? Why is that? It's because... enough! I can't stand it any longer!
I pushed away Hokuto's consciousness and jumped to the front. You have to wait 17 years. I told her that before anything else. 17 years from now, I will reappear before you, I promise. Yu puckered her lips and cocked her head to the side. Just listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you. I roughly explained to her. 17 years from now, I will reappear before all of you. I just told you that, right? But in order for me to reappear, you will need to trick me. So what I'm asking you to do is trick me 17 years from now. So what I'm asking you to do is have us trapped in the facility all over again 17 years from now. So are you also responsible for rebuilding the entire facility again? Trick me into falsely believing that is the year 2017 again. And when that happens, I'll still be the third eye, Blickwinkle, and that will cause me to reveal myself. And unless I reveal myself, neither Takashi nor Koko will be saved. Okay, so I had a thought, again, that one crazy theory that I had, and I was like, Takashi grows up to become the CEO of Le Blick Pharmaceuticals that he's gonna inherit because, you know, look at that. The thing is this happening. And that he's responsible for all of this. So it's not him, but it is Hatakana. Hatakana is responsible for this. She's the future CEO, or at least she has a ton of money in order to do all of this. She has a ton of money and able to rebuild everything. And unless I reveal myself, neither Takashi nor Koko will be saved. Because in order to restore life to Takashi, who sank to the bottom of the ocean, I'll need to reappear myself and go back to the year 2017. If I do not appear myself, Takashi is gonna rot in the bottom of the ocean. And if Takashi fails to reach the laboratory, Koko will be left all in the research hall. Both of them will die. Do you get it? No matter what happens, you need to stay away from IBF until 17 years from now. If you save Takashi and Koko now, the events in 2034 will fail to take place. If that happens, I will not appear. If I do not appear, then I'll be unable to save Takashi and Koko in 2017. Which will form a time paradox, and Takashi and Koko will disappear. Okay, I think I'm keeping track of this, maybe. I'll repeat it again, okay? In order to have me appear in the year 2034, you must not rescue Takashi and Koko now. I know it's painful, but it's the only way. And as for a way to trick me, well, how can I explain it? You'll need a bit of preparation. However, it shouldn't be too difficult. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? You certainly have enough time. 17 years, actually. So it shouldn't be impossible. I will tell you what to do. Are you ready? On the day to act on the plan will be on Monday, May 1st, 2034. First, Sara will be visiting Limu for a school event on that day. Which means you have to rebuild Limu again. Even though it collapsed. You're gonna have to rebuild it again. Sara is Tsugumi's daughter, who will be born next January. She is actually a twin, and her twin brother's name is Hokuto. But due to unavoidable circumstances, Tsugumi, Sara, and Hokuto will be separated. So you'll probably have to tell Tsugumi you'll be reunited with your son and daughter at Limu. Oh, okay. If you tell her that, Tsugumi will come to Limu for sure. Next, you can also invite Hokuto in the same way. If you tell him you will meet your mother and sister, he'll also come alone. You must also have the daughter, Yubise Akikana, work at You must also have your daughter, Yubise Akikana, work as a Limu attendant, just as you did. If you coach her, you can lead her in that direction, right? And you must not tell anything to Sora. Keep her in the dark. Keep her absolutely fucking useless. Okay. It is best to erase her memories of the incident in 2017. If we're doing that, isn't that essentially the same thing as the base Akanegasaki Sora that's up here on the island? So we gave her all her memories for no reason. For no reason. We didn't need to do the terabyte thing. If she's essentially gonna be the same thing. It's best that you erase her memories of the incident in 2017. There's nothing to worry about because the backup memories are saved in the terabyte disk. And finally, you will need the cooperation of young Kaburaki. 17 years from now, Kaburaki must look and act absolutely like Kuronari Takeshi, but give him red hair just for laughs. So we must be trained to look and act just like Takeshi. Don't worry, you'll catch on in 17 years. These 6 people are required for the plan. All you have to do is simply throw all of them together in Limu on May 1st, 2034, and have an accident similar to the one in 2017. But by the way, oh man, so that's why she becomes so kooky, essentially. It's just like, I'm so into all this stuff, all this like time travel shenanigans and whatever, and Akikana's just like, hey, I don't believe in any of that. It's just like so annoying. If you can arrange this, things will work out by themselves. Yeah, things will work out by themselves. Quote unquote, by themselves. The time in question will be 1 week from the 1st to the 7th. For these 7 days, you must not interfere with them. No matter what kind of crisis happens, understood? They will survive by themselves. No matter what kind of crisis happens, no matter what. And should I show no sign of reappearing by 9 p.m. on the 6th, then I ask of you to rescue them all. So the Sara route? I mean, the Sara and the U route, honestly, at that point. Actually, all of the routes, yeah? No. Again, Takeshi's route are the past routes, so all of those routes, yeah. The Sara route and the U route, there's no seemingly like he's gonna show up, so she's just like, you know what, I'm gonna save them. Then I ask of you to rescue them all. We need to appear like they're in danger in order for their abilities to manifest. Is that clear? Will you do what I just told you? You must not forget. On May 1st, 2034, you are going to trick me. Understood? Oh wait, actually, not me to be exact. It's actually Hokuto. I want you to trick Hokuto. You must trick him so that he will believe it is the year 2017. Well, she screwed up that part. She kind of screwed up a little bit in the plan. But whatever, it still somehow worked out a little bit. 17 years from now, without remembering why, I might ask you something like, why have you called me here? Then I want you to answer this specific way. I followed your directions. I only followed your directions, man. That's all I did. That is all. It was kind of lengthy, but do you understand? You got it, right? You can do this, you. I believe in you. I would be freaking out if I were Hatakana right now. I'd be freaking out like, at least give me like a, can I have a chance to write it down on paper? I need you to understand this. Yubisei Hatakana was surprisingly accepting. She was just like, yeah, sure, whatever. As if nodding by my enthusiasm, she kept nodding her, as if overwhelmed by my enthusiasm, she kept nodding her head. But I was still worried about whether she would truly understood everything. Explaining to her again in more detail, I repeated the same words, almost as if they were trying to hypnotize her. It took several more hours for her to precisely capture the whole picture. Several more hours? Are we on the plane? Are we on the helicopter at this point? Hokuto and I made sure that she understood one last time, then we left her. The world of 2034 had returned to normal. Hokuto and I were confronting Yubisei Hatakana. Okay, but the idea that Takeshi would still die in a world where that's the case isn't quite correct. Like, he's dead at the bottom of the ocean, but eventually he would awaken to something, whatever that thing is that saved him beforehand. Are we saying that Blink Winkle is the thing that kept him going? Surely not. Surely it's the fact that Tsugumi, whatever, his powers kicked in earlier, or like something about him and his past. But something about that instead is the thing that kept him alive. So Takeshi wouldn't really die. It's just Coco, right? She kept her mouth closed, as if she had spoken about everything. Yubisei Akikana, stood next to her, almost wordless. In the cold silence, I tried to reorganize my mind, what had happened so far, and started wondering, why am I here? I found the answer easily. I've appeared because I was tricked by myself from the past. In other words, the mastermind behind the incident in 2034 was no one else other than myself.
Wow. I see it. I see it now. Okay. Aw. So it's not Weenie Hut Jr.? I mean, I guess not. Aw. But it's really funny to think that Kabadaki is the Kabadaki is like the main mastermind. It's really funny to think about it that way. Just some guy pretending to be Takashi for whatever reason. Whatever. In 2017, I had told you to trick me. Therefore, I appeared in the world in 2034, having been tricked myself. Thanks to the strength of Hokuto's appeal, Takeshi had come back to life and saved Coco, had helped her in the pod, and activated the cryogenic suspension. And was everyone else just standing there watching her talk to herself? I'm guessing so. They're all just kind of... Well, no, what is she saying? She's not saying anything, essentially, right? Because she's been instructed not to say anything else other than this. But we got our memories back, which is the most important thing. What is Akikana doing right now? Doesn't matter. Whatever. So that was what had happened. That moment when Hokuto had shouted "Dad" at the bottom of the at the dark bottom of the ocean. Everything had happened for the sake of that moment. It had taken 17 years and going back in time to bring the dead back to life. That was everything. So now we have to go back down there. We have to find a way. We can call people, right? We can be like, hey, there's actually people sleeping at the bottom of the ocean and we have video proof of it. So I guess we can call people to be like, hey, now go do this. That was everything. Coco and Takeshi were still sleeping 119 meters under the ocean. So I needed to get there in order to save them. Before I realized it, I was already sprinting across the island. I ran the grass and jumped into the deep brush. Dodging the branches, slicing through the wind, I ran like a released arrow. As I pumped my legs, I thought, how can I get to the bottom of the ocean? Is the submarine fully charged? I cut through the woods as I was thinking. I sprinted over the curving arch of a bridge and reached the docks, the harbor for the floating island. I looked around and didn't see anything that resembled a mini-sub. So I tried to catch my breath. I walked around the docks. I noticed that there were the broken pieces of rock in the middle of the open area. All of the pieces scattered around were huge. They were as big as my whole body. The surface of the rocks had refined smoothness. Looking closely, I found that some letters were carved into it. Where above sky. Oh, look at that. Okay. So remember how I said I played the other version of this game, the one that's on Steam? I played the beginning of it, and I was like, why the fuck is it carved out here? Why is it here? Okay. Actually, does that make sense? Because wasn't Takeshi the one who was seeing that? Well, regardless of anything, it still worked. There were meaningless letters jumbled on the piece of rock near me. No, I'm saying it's saying that somehow it was actually I'd have to play the full game. I'd have to play that version, the full game of that version, like that version of the game in order to fully understand that. Why was it on the surface instead of below? Because we're saying that everything exploded down below and then it surfaced up, or we retrieved something of it. Ah. Sorry. There's my alarm. There's my alarm telling me to go to bed. I'm not gonna do that. Where above sky? There were meaningless letters jumbled on the piece of rock near me. There were letters on the other pieces. I put the pieces together and tried to guess the original sentence. Where is heaven? Above the sky and at your feet. It's a stone monument, I whispered. The monument must have fallen down for some reason and broken into pieces. Unless I'm a liar. Unless it was, maybe it was always on the original thing. Maybe I'm misremembering that. It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. Was it due to the tremor from the accident? Or had it been the passengers who had been in a state of panic had rushed toward the docks and knocked it over? I had no idea what the cause was. I picked up some of the smaller pieces. It's heavy. It's probably about as heavy as Coco. And then, a thought hit me.
if I jump into the ocean holding this piece of rock in my arms? I guess you could do that as Hokuto, but how are you gonna bring them back up unless you take the pods with you? Before I had time to think it over, my feet were starting to move. You'd have to get somebody to help you, right? Tsuyumi, maybe? I ran hard toward the ocean. The moment I reached my maximum speed, I kicked off the ground with all my strength. My body flew. I jumped high over the fence. The blue water surface swayed below my eyes. I splashed into the ocean holding the heavy piece of stone. The letters on the piece said heaven. Holding heaven tightly to my chest, I plummeted into the darkness. Is this the same scene? Probably isn't. Hold on. Coco vanished from heaven. What is this? Coco last awakening. Last seen in the game, according to the game. I don't freaking believe it, but sure. Holding heaven tightly to my chest, I plummeted into darkness. As I sank deeper and deeper, it felt as if I were running fast with the wind against my face. The seawater pressed hard on my eardrums, unable to pop my ears because I held heaven in my arms. I simply endured the pain. Water pressure, incredibly high, squeezed my body. It felt as if my joints were about to snap into pieces. My chest felt as though it would be crushed, going deeper, deeper, deeper. The deeper I went, the more the water pressure rose. My lungs couldn't stand it. I decided to open my mouth. The air in my lungs came out and a large amount of water poured in them. I automatically gagged and started to choke. Even then, cold seawater filled my windpipe. As my lungs filled up with water, I felt despair welling up inside me. How far had I come? I looked up and saw the water surface far above. Oh, hello. Hello, Lots of Flame. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome in. As you can imagine, I'm here at the finale of Ever 17, The Out of Infinity. It is certainly quite the finale. It is a very extensive finale. I was not expecting this, but we are here. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I looked up and saw the water surface far above. I couldn't go back anymore. I looked below. I couldn't see anything. There was only the blue-black darkness. The black-blue. See, there you go. You get your credit in the game. I couldn't see the bottom of the ocean yet. No matter how fast I sank, 119 meters was still very long. I went deeper and deeper, but the scenery was unchanged. The darkness, the world was covered in darkness. It occurred to me that I might just be swallowed by some deep ocean trench, keep falling forever. I began to feel desperate. The only positive was the pain that had somehow disappeared. I felt that my conscious mind could still be clear, as the sense of pain had numbed. Is this the one where they're trapped underwater and cut off? Yes, it is. It sure is. At this point, we're probably gonna get to... I mean, we're getting away... there's a way for them to finally get out of here. So, not so much cut off anymore, but yes, it is. I realized that for the first time in my life. Actually, to begin with, the body I was in belonged not to me, but to Hokuto. Thinking about that, I felt guilty. I needed to return it in one piece. I couldn't see the bottom of the ocean yet. My brain was running out of oxygen, and I was starting to lose consciousness. My limbs were numb. The numbness was soon turned into spasms. Against my will, my limbs started to go wild. I almost dropped heaven, as I quickly pulled it close to me and held it tighter to my chest, going deeper, deeper and deeper. I must have looked like a priest at an exorcism gone wrong, possessed by an evil spirit, my whole body twitching wildly. Plunk. I hit the rock's surface and stopped sinking. Splash. My momentum carried me flying out of the water. It just so happened. I just so happened to be able to find it very quickly, actually. So, a simplification, very much a simplification of the game. But pretty much. It's been a while since I've seen this game. Yeah, there's been quite a few people who have come in and it's been a while since I've seen this game, you know? Which is always nice. It's always nice. I know it's quite an old game at this point.
came out in 2002. 2002. So it's been quite a bit. It's always nice to see people kind of stop on by. It's like, hey, I remember that. I remember this game. I remember it. Putting my face above the pool, I started coughing hard, trying to expel all of the seawater in my lungs. I clung to the edge of the pool, sucking in deep breaths of air. I coughed hard as I was breathing in and vomited a large amount of water, like father, like son, essentially. I see what they're doing. I repeated that many times. Generally understood the suffering Takeshi had gone through. I crawled up weakly onto the floor. There's no time to relax. I started running toward the examination room. It had been 17 years since I had last been in there. I felt the heaviness of all the past years as I smelled the stale odor in the room. The paint on the capsule pod had partially peeled off, and the surface of it was rough and weathered. Manipulating the computer terminal, I had checked on the status of the pods. Both Coco and Takeshi were safe. Under cryogenic suspension, their body temperatures had been kept at about 7 degrees Celsius, with their heart rates and breathing reduced to only a few minutes at a time. They seemed to be in good health. The cryogenic suspension device seemed to have worked properly, without a single glitch, for 17 years. Why was it so important that they keep this place? They keep this place, Well, it's only... In the year 2034, it's only perceived danger. This place isn't actually going to explode, right? 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 Actually, no, because Sora was kept in the dark, so maybe... Sora was kept in the dark, but she has a physical form right now. She has a physical form right now in the body, so how kept in the dark was she? Now that I think about it. Unless you didn't activate the physical form of Sora up until the point when the facility exploded. No, the facility actually must have exploded then. Because Sora was giving us reports of like, hey, I'm going to do my best to help get you all out of here and whatever else, and like giving status updates and reports. So that means they were actually, yeah. And he just said as well, it's like, I'm swimming 119 meters down to the surface. Okay, so you just, okay. And that's why there was no basement in the kid route. Okay, gotcha. But even still, okay. Sure. I deactivated the hibernation program for both of the pods. Finally, Coco and Takeshi were set to awaken at any time. First, I opened Coco's pod. Coco, wake up!
Who is it?
It's me, Coco. I came to save you.
You came...
Yes. I kept my promises, didn't I?
The promise? The promise?
This is the most Never 7. This is the most Never 7 the game will ever be in terms of soundtrack. Coco rubs her eyelids and blinks repeatedly.
Oh. I knew it! So you did come to save me!
Coco jumped up and hugged me. No, was it actually Hokuto who she had hugged? Was it me or was it Hokuto? Was it Hokuto that wasn't me, or was it the me that wasn't Hokuto? I didn't fully understand, but still. I hugged Coco tightly.
You know, I've been waiting for you for so long.
I know.
I've been waiting for you for so long.
I know.
I knew you would come and get me. I wanted to see you so bad. I just had to see you again. My Oni-chan,
why are you calling me that? Why are you calling me that, little buddy? Yeah. But Coco, I'm not actually your brother.
That's alright. A girl who doesn't have a brother could call...
A girl who doesn't have a brother could call someone who is like a brother Oni-chan. Consider the fucking following. You have a mom and a dad, or you at least had a mom and had a dad. But you still proceeded to do that, didn't you? So why'd you do that? A girl who doesn't have a brother can call somebody who is like a brother Oni-chan. Don't fucking do that. Where is that written?
It's not written anywhere. I just decided it.
I just decided it right the fuck now. Coco stepped away from me. Coco and I stared at each other as if we were drawn to each other.
Hey, it's strange. I thought I had so many things to talk to you about when I finally saw you, but I don't know why, but I get all tongue-tied. Oh, but one thing. Can I tell you something I couldn't tell you before?
Sure, why not?
Well, I think you'll be surprised, but you might not believe me, but Oni-chan, I might have fallen in love with you.
Whatever. What? My heart skipped a few beats. You don't have to call me Oni-chan though. You don't have to do that. All of this for the final true end route of the game. Just for this. Just for this. But I'm still, it's all just Kurumi all over again.
For 17 years. For 17 years. I've been waiting for you, Oni-chan.
Yeah, big bro. It's like, we don't have to go back to the Kurumi thing again. We don't have to do that. Please. Please.
I've known about you since 17 years ago, you see. But you've been watching over me this whole time. But I've been watching over you, too.
It all started to make sense to me. Coco and I have been sharing the same time. I must have been sharing experiences with Coco through Takeshi's point of view. I'd always been by Coco's side.
Would it be bad if I fell in love with you?
There's a lot of questions here. There's a lot of questions here that we're not gonna get answers to. I don't really think so, but...
Well then, it's decided. From now on, you and I are sweethearts, okay?
What? Before I got a chance to ask him back, Coco jumped into my arms again. Coco had regained all of her strength. Maybe the antibody had kicked in while she had been under cryogenic suspension. Whatever it was, I was relieved. My heart filled with waves of happiness. It had taken me a while, but it was finally Takeshi's turn. I gave the body back over to Hokuto since I wanted them to have a family moment. Bro, you look like ice. You look so cold, my guy. You okay? Hokuto opened Takeshi's pod. Dad! Dad! Dad, wake up! Wake the fuck up! Father! Oh, thank goodness. You called me by the thing I wanted. Sure, okay. Takeshi abruptly woke up. Where is this? He looked around, confused. Takeshi realized that Hokuto's face had been in front of him and said, Who on earth are you? It's me, Dad! Takeshi took a close look at Hokuto's face. He looked over Hokuto's whole body. He closed his eyes tightly and started banging his forehead with his palm. He opened his eyes and glared at the examination room wall. Then Takeshi gasped, as if he'd realized something, and looked at Hokuto again. So you're that Hokuto? That's right! It's me, Dad! Dad! I missed you so much! Dad! Raising his voice like a child, Hokuto rubbed his face against Takeshi's chest. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, wait a second, Hokuto. Hokuto pushed back, Takeshi pushed back Hokuto. Take it easy, will you? Alright? Takeshi tapped Hokuto on the back. Takeshi raised himself and stretched his legs outside the pod. A good thing he woke Coco up first. Is it? I mean, I guess so. Takeshi raised himself and stretched his legs outside the pod. Coco rushed at him.
Takepyeon!
Coco hastily jumped at Takeshi and hugged him. Hey, Coco! You look all better now.
Uh-huh. I don't have a single sore spot.
That's great. Looks like the plan worked out beautifully, didn't it? I'm glad. Dad! Hokuto jumped at Takeshi and hugged him just like Coco. Oh, stop it now! Takeshi forcefully peeled him away. Why? Why don't you want to hug me? Before I answer that question, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? How long have I been sleeping? A day? 2 days? Man, I didn't sleep for like a week, did I?
Huh?
Guessing from your reaction, it's been, more than a week? A month? 3 months, then, maybe? Okay. So in some ways, Zero Escape is kind of the inverse reaction of this, where it's like, you've been... it's kind of taking place from Takashi's perspective in some ways. You've been sleeping for 17 years. He doesn't know. Whereas we have all the information, we know now. But he doesn't. He's like, how long have I been out exactly? You gotta be kidding. You mean I slept past summer and into autumn? What about my college degree? I was pursuing something. Hokuto and Coco closed their eyes and shook their heads.
Today is Sunday, May 7th.
The last day of the holiday. But it's 17 years into the future. Whatever. Yeah, come on. You scared me for a second there. So it's been a few hours since then. Hokuto and Coco looked at each other, nodded, and said, Dad, I don't want you to panic, alright?
Just calm down and listen.
The way Coco could do her confession without an audience. I guess good for her. I'm not... I don't really care one way or the other about the confession, though, because... why'd they have to add in the Oni-chan at the very end? It really was just so you can make the connection with Sara, right?
Just calm down and listen.
Well, actually...
Takepyeon,
you've been... So I like how his head keeps flipping back and forth.
sleeping for
17 years! After a while, Yubisei Hatakana took a small submersible to pick us up at the IBF pool. Okay, so glad that she did that. So glad that she saw me fling myself into the ocean. Because otherwise she would have, we wouldn't have known how to get out of here. Inside the mini-sub, she scolded Hokuto. You've got to be out of your mind to dive into the ocean like that. I mean, 119 meters. Don't you know, Hokuto? In this world, there's this wonderful and safe vessel going underwater called a submarine. Why didn't you just let me know? You're so stupid. Pure foolishness. You must be the dumbest guy in history. Must come from your father's side of the family. Yeah. She kept picking on Hokuto until they reached the surface. Hokuto must have been thinking, it wasn't really me who had decided to jump into the ocean. The whole time, Takashi still hadn't accepted the fact that he had been sleeping for 17 years. No matter just how many times he had tried to explain, he just wouldn't listen. Therefore, Takashi couldn't believe that Hokuto was truly his son. Oh, we're here too. What about Sara? What about Sara? What about the big family reunion or whatever? What about that, huh? Why did Blick even have to do this? He could have just waited for the stuff. He could have done that, but he wanted to be all cool and epic and use his power of not dying, I guess. Under the bright sunlight, Takashi, Coco, Hokuto, and Pipi were hanging around. Good morning. Those were such nice words. Oh, I guess he doesn't believe it because he's like, oh, this looks like Kid, so it must be Kid. When he was looking in the mirror, he looked like a completely different person. Am I crazy? He looks so different. This looks like Kid. Why are they saying, I don't recognize this guy? Why was he in the facility and it's like, I don't recognize this guy. He looks so different. Those are such nice words. They make me feel like getting up and doing my best.
Yeah, I agree. Okay then, I'll say it too. Good morning, Takepyeon.
Good morning, Coco. Well, me too. Good morning, Dad. Good morning, son. Son? I don't have a son. You got a daughter too. Hey, just to start adding kids like that. So are you telling me that I'm a father of 2 children at my age? That's right. It's true whether you like it or not. Right, Coco?
Right, Hokuton.
Listening to their cheerful laughter, I thought to myself, I should be going back to where I came from. As I began to fade, I could hear their happy voices from behind me.
Hey, Takepyeon!
Huh?
I've got a new Oni-chan.
Oni-chan?
Uh-huh. He's actually my Oni-chan and my boyfriend at the same time.
Really? Well, good for you. Whatever, I don't care. I don't get paid enough for this shit.
Hey, Dad! I told you not to call me Dad! One moment, I have to take a sip of water. My voice is dying. Alrighty. I told you not to call me Dad. How about Father, then? Don't call me that either. Why not? You told me to call you Father before. Well, it just kind of slipped out of my mouth.
Woof, woof. Hey, Takepyeon!
What's that? What are you doing? Not making any sense. Hey, Dad! What is it now? You too, huh? What's up, Pee-Pee? You just wanted to howl.
Takepyeon!
Hey, stop changing my nickname. Please, just let me see my wife.
Coco-chan's short comedy. If Coco-chan were a monster... I'm a monster. Dum. I'm going to destroy everything.
Where's the punchline? My grandfather's son. My grandmother's son. That's just confusing. Hooked on this comedy skit. If I became a 12th grader, since I made it all the way to 12th grade, I should try my best not to forget my stuff to school. Since I always forget my protractor, I'll do my best to remember it. That's a resolution, not comedy. Well, do your best. And don't forget it, you hear? What's with you this time, Pee-Pee? A howl again. Let me guess, just wanted to howl again, huh? This is the rest of the game. This is the next 20 hours of the game. It's just this. It's just this over and over and over again. This isn't even our daughter. Let me see Sara instead. I don't want to see you. I want to see my daughter.
Takepyeon!
What is it now?
I want to play Caterpillar.
Well, go ahead. No one's stopping you, right? Dad! Mom! What, am I both now? Look, you don't think of anything to say. Don't say it at all. You're just gonna howl again. Oh, it's shorter now. Hey, that's kind of new.
Takepyeon!
What is it now? She's just doing the same again. There you go again. I decided to leave as I was hearing their happy voices.
Oh, wait a minute. Oni-chan,
What?
can I see you again?
I'm not entirely sure how. Maybe Hatakana will make another android body that I can just put myself into. Sure.
I know I see you again, no matter what. I believe in you. Because, after all, you and me are both from the sun, right? We can use psychic power. Okay? So believe in me too. Your world and my world are connected. Our two worlds are gonna be united. And at the intersection, there's a perspective. I'll always be with you, Oni-chan. Okay, so I'll see you then. Oni-chan?
Huh? It? Well, I still have questions. What about Tsugumi? What about her? What about Sara? The way that they're just pushed over to the side. Wow, listen to the wonderful music. This is the wonderful sound, and here's the cast. Woohoo! Look at this crunchy photo. Why is there singing? Coco! Hisai Mochizuki! Woohoo! Yumi say Hatakana and Yumi say Akikana. Okay. What the hell? I believe this theme song is sung by... Actually, I'm not entirely sure. I thought it was sung by Sora's voice actress, from what I had seen. Who the fuck is that? Sara? Who cares about her? This is so... this is so early 2000s. It's kind of... Actually, it's kind of late 90s if you really think about it.
Look at these guys. Yay! Hokuto and Ryogo Kaburaki. Here are your sub-characters. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Staff. What is the staff? 1992. What the fuck? Leiblich Pharmaceutical undertakes development of Lemeth. Yoichi Tanaka, Yo's father, is employed as a technician. December 1st. Tom Fabelin is born. What the fuck is that? Tsugumi Komachi is born. Yukie, Yo's mother, Yu's mother is Yoichi and Yukie are married. Yuhara is born. Submarine 2000. Why are you doing this now? Yoichi goes missing. Leiblich Pharmaceuticals detains him. Kaburaki is born. Yagami Kogo is born. Tom saves his little sister from drowning in a lake. Tom meets Dr. Caven. Oh, Tom is the boy. Right, I forgot about that. Okay. Dr. Caven proposed his cure hypothesis. Cloning law revision is issued to me. Ceases your brother. Oh my gosh, there's no way I'm gonna keep up with any of this. This is sick. This is twisted. Who the fuck decided to do this? Unknown viruses discovered in Julia's blood. So she was the cause of it? She was actually real. Okay. May 7th. Undergoes surrogate conception. You age 18 and Kaburaki age 15. Limu implodes. Anyway. Well... well, about that. This is probably gonna be copyrighted, so I'm just waiting for everything to move. I'm waiting for everything to move. As far as I know as well, there's supposed to be I should be able to go back and do an after credit scene for the Takashi routes, I believe. I think. I might be a liar. I might be such a liar. I have to go and check the guide. But hold on. Look at that. These two, they're so linked together. They're not linked together at all. There's nothing between them at all. There's nothing at all. Sound Supervisor 2018. Tsugumi gives birth to Sara and Hokuto. It's a rebooted TV virus. Yuki also infected and passed away. Okay. Wait, Yuki... Okay, that's when she died. Okay. Yuhara 23. Kaburaki age 20. Okay, March. Yay, all of this stuff. Yu Aki Kime-kan, she goes to the same university. The third eye is launched. I can see the sun. Wow, I can see it truly. It's really beautiful. I can see the stars too. They sure are something. Okay. Desire finally. Remember when she was super dank and depressed? Okay. Special thanks to everybody. What happened to them? What happened to Sara? Please tell me there's an after credits scene, right? Look at this 3D animation. Woo! That's crazy. That's crazy. So of course, the biggest and most glaring question is how did Hatakana build the same facility twice after it imploded? And why were people still okay to go back there after it imploded? After it imploded and people almost died? Are we going to get an answer for that? No. No, absolutely not. May 7th, 2034, Sunday. Time, 11:17 a.m. Kurenari Takeshi. I was in the middle of a blue world. Okay, so we're right back to the beginning again. Heading back to the mainland. There's nobody on the boat other than us. Oh, it's our... This is the Never 7 scene. Gotcha. Okay, grand finale. Mi, Hokuto, Tsugumi, Yubisei Harakana, Sora, Koko, Kaburaki, Chami, Pipi. Okay... Sara, and what about Akikana? Oh, and there are two girls called Yubisei Akikana and Matsunaga Sara. There we go. There we go. 9 people and 2 animals all together. I see. So that's the thing. Was that the drawing? I think that was drawing. I slipped a short distance away from everyone and leaned over the deck railing to look out at the expanse of the ocean above me. I hope this can be read later in an extra section. I'm hoping so as well. I think we'll have a chance to do that. Honestly, that's an ending that I expected. I really have only 2 questions left, one of which I have a pretty good guess for. I'm gonna see where this one goes. I think most of it... Well, that's not true. Because I guess... That's not true. There is one thing that I want clarification on. But it is time for break. It is time for break. Let me go over to burb screen. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I will be right back in 3 minutes and we will continue the Out of Infinity. Actually, truly. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go over back to game screen. And then I just wanted an answer for Yagami Takeshi if it really was just like a red herring thing to be like, hey, Takeshi, Yagami Takeshi, because it's somehow related to Takeshi and his background, or if it's really more so just like red herring, like Takeshi's just like a common name, if that's what it was. That's the only thing that I really want clarification for, honestly, at this point. I slipped a short distance away from everyone and leaned over the deck railing to look out at the expanse of ocean before me. To be fair, that question would technically also be answered in the whole chronological order thing that we literally just saw. So we're gonna be able to look at that after this. But just to see if it's gonna answer it here as well. The May sun sparkled on the ocean. Above, high above, stretched a clear blue sky. The fresh new sky looked so glossy and vivid
that it might spill down to Earth at any moment. That was all that was reflected in my eyes. The straight line of the horizon stretched into the distance, dividing the sea from the heavens. This is like the very beginning. It's just saying it from, instead of saying he was in the middle of a blue world, it's saying I was in the middle of a blue world and stuff like that. So tranquil, I murmured to myself. A solitary seagull traced a gentle arc in the sky as the wind carried it away. The wind, carrying the ocean scent, blew by me gently. So peaceful. It was as if in a dream. Everything that I saw in the scene before me was exactly how it had been 6 days earlier. 6 days earlier. For me, it had only been 6 days. Not even a week had passed. I'd gotten separated from my friends that day, and ended up waiting by myself for an elevator, and nobody reported you missing? Did anyone report you missing? And like, by the way, we're missing our friend? And your parents, did they report you missing? By the way, we're missing our child? He was last seen going to this place. We don't know where he is? And they were like, hey. Well, I guess it all essentially falls on Hatakana, and Hatakana was instructed specifically not to say anything to break the time continuum. How'd you get Kabaraki to go along with that as well? How'd you do that? Ended up waiting by myself for an elevator. But after surviving for 6 days, I'd been sucked 17 years into the future. And... oh gosh, it's him. It's him. And it's her. Hey, Dad. I found out that I had a 16-year-old daughter and son. It was a dream. Yeah, that was right. I had to be dreaming. If I wasn't dreaming, there was no way it could be happening.
Hey, Dad, listen.
The girl called Sara pulled up close to me. The girl was wearing a high school uniform I'd never seen before. She suddenly grabbed me and pressed her cheek against my arm.
Hey, look at this. You know, I've been watching you ever since I was a little baby girl.
Sara stuck out a pendant with a mirror attached to it. He's gone. Looks better already. Blonde. In my eyes. He's back to being blonde. Yeah. And he's back to sounding like a child, even though, let's be real, I don't think he looks like a child. It looks like he looks 16. Whatever. It's okay. I'm not. It's okay. Sara stuck out the pendant with a mirror attached to it. On the mirror side, there was nothing. But... oh, really? I don't really understand, but that's okay, daughter of mine. Can't believe how tall you've gotten. Saying that, I stroked her hair. Since I had come that far, I decided there was no reason to hold back. Besides, all of it was a dream. Oh, buddy. And if I had such a cute daughter, what did it matter anyway? There was no reason to resist the whole situation. And as I was thinking that... so, again, this is like a very different version of the Courie syndrome. And the game even acknowledges as much briefly, although it doesn't really delve into it too much. But like, Courie is meant to be like a delusion. Courie is meant to be a delusion when you think, hey, when your belief in something is so strong enough, it's like, hey, by the way, you can create this reality for yourself. But, I mean, there was too many moving parts for this to be somebody's illusion. It's okay, buddy. It's okay, Takashi. You're gonna wake up eventually. There's no reason to resist the whole situation. And I was thinking that. Hey, Dad. No fair. You keep telling me don't call me Dad. How can you act fatherly with Sara?
Hey, Dad. I want to go to Ninja Town for fun someday soon.
Ninja Town, huh? Why not? Sounds good to me. Hey, stop ignoring me! Your child, by the way, is just like, yeah, whatever. How come you listen to everything Sara says? Why don't you listen to a thing I say? Well, Dad, why not? I'm not ignoring you. I just don't want to answer those kinds of questions. Those kinds of questions? Yeah. I don't answer meaningless questions. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha! Komachi Tsugumi. I don't answer meaningless questions. I could hear his words coming from a distance, the same words I used to say 17 years before. In order to protect myself from the strong May sunshine, I stayed inside the boat. Oh,
Oh, so you really can't be outside. Oh, you just really don't want to be outside. You can be outside. We saw you do so, you know, 17 years ago prior when you were running away from Lebleek and everything. We just don't want to be outside. I could see the three of them together through the window. Takeshi was on the deck over by the railing, talking to the two kids. I don't answer meaningless questions. Yes, that was what I always kept quiet. That was why I always kept quiet whenever he asked me something. There was so much I wanted to talk about. I wanted to tell him about every single thing that had happened in these long 17 years. But, I mean, it wasn't really him. It was Kabaraki. But for the time being, like that, watching him innocently playing with the children, that alone was enough for me. Everything meaningless that had happened everything that happened up until that point was meaningless. He was there, right in front of me, and the two children were there. Hold on. That was why I always kept quiet. Yeah, kept quiet as in past tense. But it was Kabaraki. It was Kabaraki. There was no reason to do that. He was there right in front of me, and the two children were there. There was nothing more that I could have hoped for. I had found happiness. I was immersed in it, drowning in it, intoxicated by it. That was how I truly felt. It seemed to me that all the days filled with struggle and sadness had been for that day, that moment. Hokuto and Sara were on both sides of him, and even when he tried to throw them off, they clung to him. I absently petted Chami, who was riding on my shoulder as I watched the scene before me. Why is Chami still alive? Why is Chami still alive? That doesn't make any sense. It was supposed to be a different strand for other animals, right? Him, Kuranari Takeshi. So live. As long as you're alive, live. Don't worry. I'm not gonna die. And after saying that, he jumps from our taxi. That stupid man. Stupid man. But he kept his promise. So there was something I had to tell him. Going outside, wrapped in my 100% UV protective clothing, How? I guess just because you feel like it. She's talking about 17 years ago, isn't she? When she was trapped with Takeshi. Everything that happened up until that point was... No, sorry. Go back. I don't answer meaningless questions. Yes, that was why I always kept quiet whenever he asked me something. There was so much I wanted to talk about. Oh, so it's two separate thoughts essentially. Yes, that's what I said at the time. That was why I always kept quiet whenever he asked me something. And then a separate thought, which is there is so much I want to talk about. But for the time being, I'm just gonna watch him play with the children. Okay, it's two separate thoughts essentially. That's why. It's not one leading into the other. I gotcha. Going outside, wrapped in my 100% UV protective clothing, I walked over to where he was. For some reason, my legs were shaking, and my heart was beating so hard that it felt like it would burst. Being careful that he wouldn't notice the deep breaths I was taking, I went and stood in front of him. Takeshi, welcome home. Suddenly, he pulled me close, into his strong arms and solid chest. My body was wrapped in a heat which threatened to melt me, and for one moment, my heart had stopped beating. Hey, I'm back, Tsugumi. Sorry for taking so long, he whispered. You know, you're as cute as ever. Huh? Stop it, No, you're too cute. What's with you all of a sudden? You're so cute, I could just eat you up. Oh, he's doing the same thing here. Stop it! What are you talking about? Uh-huh, you sure are charming. I suppose that's why they call you Chami. It's a good name. What? I forcefully pried myself away from Takeshi's chest. His eyes were leveled at my shoulder. I looked over to see what he was staring at. Chami was busy grooming himself with jerky movements, using both of his front paws. I can't believe it! You're such a jerk, Takeshi! Matsunaga Sara. Still, to the very end, she's still just like, whatever. You don't get a happy ending where you get to, like, kiss your boyfriend or anything like that. Whatever, doesn't matter. I don't care.
You're such a jerk, Takeshi.
Mama let out a yell and spun around, and then went back inside the boat, tail wagging. She moved unexpectedly, and Chami, who had been riding on her shoulder, lost his balance and fell to the deck. Hey, Tsugumi, what's wrong? Dad went chasing after Mom. Bam, wham, crash, crash, crash. A series of frightful sounds ensued. I looked over to the other side of the window and could see Mama wildly brandishing the head of the costume she'd been wearing. She had donned one of the lemur costumes in order to stay out of the sun. Okay, that's why. Again, she still had a moment of being outside and running away. She just waited until nightfall. There was still a moment that she was outside, though. She donned one of the lemur costumes in order to stay out of the sun. I could see Father's back as he was desperately trying to calm Mother down. Hokuto and I were looking at each other and started laughing. And Chami? He was calmly acting as if nothing had happened and just continued cleaning himself. I leaned back down to put Chami in my palm and stood back up. Mama had already told me about the little hamster's ordeal. When I thought about how Chami had lived through the circumstances we had, it made my heart warm. I could feel the beating in his tiny heart in my palm. Thump thump. His heartbeat was tiny but consistent. It went without saying, but I thought to myself, Chami is living each moment to the fullest.
Hey, Oni-chan. What do you think is gonna happen to us after this?
What do you mean?
With Lebleek. You don't think Lebleek will come after us, do you? We'll be alright, Sara. Don't worry, okay?
Someone was talking to us. Looking around, I saw...
Oh, hi, Nakyu. No, wait, Tanaka Yubise Harukana-san, right?
Dr. Tanaka nodded slightly. Hokuto asked Dr. Tanaka, "What do you mean we'll be alright?"
What I mean is...
Murmuring that, she took out the newspaper that had been tucked into her pocket and handed it to my brother. I'm very scared. I'm very scared about what the game is going to reveal to me right now. He opened it up. I nestled against his shoulder and looked at the front page headline. Lebleek Pharmaceuticals responsible for outbreak of Tiefblau virus. Compulsory investigation to begin in a day or two. Wait, so it got back out again? The virus got back out again. Oops, that's awkward. That's awkward. Oops. But yeah, it did get back out again. What that means is that I was kind of correct. I was kind of correct. She essentially whistleblows and says, hey, you need to do this thing, right? Yeah? And kind of a little bit, not really, honestly. But it was kind of correct, that one theory. Compulsory investigation to begin in a day or two. It was learned that Tiefblau virus, which had ravaged the world since 2017, was manufactured by the Frankfurt-based pharmaceutical giant Lebleek Pharmaceuticals. When a whistleblower from a Japanese-German joint-managed research facility came forward earlier this week. So us. Yay! Yay! Which had ravaged the world since 2017. Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. So, sorry, in my mind, I had thought that the game had specifically specified that it's been around since 2010. But I must have confused that with the date of the clone thing or whatever. I was like, it died out in 2010, right? No, it's that the point is that it was born in the research facility. It got out, and then 17 years have passed, and that's how we get the U root and everything. Gotcha. Okay. Spurred by the allegations, the Metropolitan Police Department is expected to open a criminal investigation that will focus on Lebleek's branch offices as well as related research facilities. Leblique Pharmaceuticals has been conducting research and development of TB for some time for the purpose of manufacturing a biological weapon. An outbreak of the virus is rumored to have occurred in their research facility around May 1st, 2017. Leblique not only sought to cover up the accident, but also continued research into TB without the authorization of the Ministry of Health under conditions of extreme secrecy, according to the whistleblower. The location of the company's research institute has not yet been confirmed. Numerous other doubts involving Leblique, including charges that it wrongfully detained citizens for the purpose of human experimentation, have been raised and are to be investigated. In order to fully uncover the facts behind these allegations and the reported incident, the Metropolitan Police Department is requesting cooperation from the authorities in Germany, where Leblique's head office is located. Leblique has a lot of influence, even political clout at the national level. So laying the groundwork for this was really tough, but you did it. You still did it. Okay. Dr. Tanaka took out an old marker and scratched it against her cheek. So the whistleblower mentioned in this article was... That's right, it was me. Actually, I leaked this to the police and the press quite a long time ago. But there was a lot of behind the scenes maneuvering. So I told them, whatever happens, don't move before May 7th. Don't move before May 7th. Don't do that. And they listen to you? Sure.
You mean in order to rescue Dad and that girl, Coco-chan?
That's right.
Well, that means they won't come after us, and we're free.
Yup. So there's nothing to worry about, okay? Dr. Tanaka smiled kindly. Just then.
There's nothing to worry about? How can you say that? Do you have any clue who you're talking to?
You.
Do you have any idea how hard a time that Mayo's been through? Have you ever stopped to think about that, Mom? Come here, Mom, for a second. I have something to tell you.
Tanaka Yubisei Hatakana. So we get a perspective for Hatakana as well.
I have something to tell you.
Saying that, my daughter tugged firmly on my arm and led me over to the corner of the deck. Yeah, I don't think a German company could try and hide human experimentation or biological virus research, or rather cover up. Like the second time around, I think because we have Sora this time around as well, in addition to also having well, we have her data disk, in addition to also having PP's like you know, recording thing. So we know there's like confirmation that there was a very long time ago underground research facility thing. So I think with that we could probably go ahead and say like, hey, because they've been covering up until this point. So it's like, what new information sort of shifted that? It's this. It's the fact that we have Sora who can at least confirm that there was a research facility underground, and presumably we've also gotten. Presumably, I don't know if that happened one for one, but we also had the scene in which we hacked into Sora a little bit, and so she now has a little bit more understanding. Saying that, my daughter tugged firmly on the arm and led me over to a corner of the deck. What do you want to talk about?
You already know, don't you? In 2025, you started working at Limo to conduct research into the third eye. I mean, in order to save the real Kurenari Takeshi and that girl called Coco. So why? If you were working at Limu, you could have found a way to rescue Mayo, who'd been locked up at Leblique's facilities all this time. Oh yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a better point. You could have reunited Tsugumi with her and her kids, right? I thought that she had been responsible for adopting the kids, actually, but never mind. Yeah, because we know from the Sada route that they had gone through experimentation. Yeah. So why didn't... Well, it had been done to save Kurenari and Coco. So, you know, who cares about Sada and Hokuto? Who cares about them? We didn't dare to change history, because I made a promise to Blickwinkle in 2017. So, aren't you going to tell me any... You aren't going to tell me anything, are you? It's always like this. You always decide everything. Even if you couldn't trust me enough to explain things before all of this happened, you didn't have to lie to me. You lied to me all these 18 years. Yes, I had. And there was really nothing I could say to apologize. So I don't want you to lie to me or hide anything. I want to know everything. There are still things you haven't told me yet, right? Like who my real dad and mom were. Tell me, please. I didn't hesitate. I told her about her father, Yoichi, and her mother, Yukie. I told her the truth, all of it. But I mean, you're the mother. You're the mother, actually. You're the mother, actually. I mean, because of a German... Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. May 6, 2017. Because Coco was sick, we had all headed to the IBF research lab. While Kurenari, the young Kaburaki, and Tsugumi were searching around the research facility, I stayed behind in the examination room. Coco and the researcher were lying in the capsule pods. The researcher, who was fighting to stay conscious as the virus consumed his body, told me, I never dreamed that we would meet again in a place like this. That was right. He was my father, TY, Tanaka Yuichi. As he was lying there in agony, he explained to me what had happened. The year 2000. My father was a researcher on the Lemith development project. One day, by accident, he discovered that Leblique was developing the TB virus. TB was a potent virus with an exceedingly high mortality rate, and Leblique was planning to sell it to the military buyers around the world. Father, whose sense of justice was stronger than anyone I had ever known, appealed to the company to stop development of the virus immediately. But of course, they refused. That being the case, my father had made up his mind. He hacked into the highly protected company database, collected evidence, and prepared to leak the information to the press. Oh, okay. However, Leblique found out that he would make his move and put him in a situation that he could not escape from. They threatened my father, telling him, should you escape from here, your wife and child will probably... It's literally just Alice. It's just Alice. Should you escape from here, your wife and child will probably die in an unfortunate car accident. And to my mother, Yukie, Leblique said, your husband is missing after a tragic accident. Gotcha, okay. When making his rounds on the Limu premises, he slipped and fell into the ocean. We're doing everything we can to search the surrounding water, but his remains have still not been located. My mother believed them. It was the very first summer of my life. Time passed, and it was the year 2017. My father, who had been maintaining the computer system for IBF, was caught up in the Tiefblau virus outbreak, rather. As all the researchers fled one by one, my father stayed in IBF because he was worried about me. My father knew I was working at Limu. Okay, so they opened the door not for Coco, but for her specifically. And my father, right in front of my eyes, couldn't he have opened the door? I guess he couldn't have opened the door earlier because they would have gotten infected. Right in front of my eyes, after enduring one disaster after another and gasping in pain, while clawing at his throat, he struggled until the end to say, my daughter, take care of her. His last words. Because of that accident, the Tiefblau virus broke out, causing terrible suffering all over the world. And I have a feeling, especially based on how Zero Escape goes, I have this feeling that Remember 11 might take place during this outbreak, honestly. Possibly. But Leblique Pharmaceuticals concealed everything. Well, I'm not entirely sure. And I'm not entirely sure 100% on this, but as I was told and as I am aware, Uchikoshi didn't actually work on the third game or had left the company by the time the third game was out. So he might not have had any involvement with it, in which case it's a new writing team, in which case it might not be, but I'm not entirely sure if that's true. I'd have to go and double check that. But Leblique Pharmaceuticals concealed everything. The truth about the virus and the research facility was locked away. And the press only reported it reported that it was a deadly virus of unknown origin. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, this is why I kind of confused things. Why I thought that it had originally been brought... Why this virus had originally happened during the year 2000. This is why I had confused things. Gotcha. However, the incubation period was very short. So even though the death rate was high, in many cases the carrier died before infecting others. So, while the Tiefblau virus spread rapidly for the time, by 2019, 2 years after the accident, the pace and scale of the disease destruction gradually waned. But it didn't mean that there weren't victims. The state of people that the virus killed was said to reach the several tens of thousands, and one of them was my mother, Yukie. Gotcha. Okay. It was 15 years ago that my mother caught TB, and it robbed her of her life. My sadness, anger, and hatred all came together then. I swore I would get revenge on Leblique. I infiltrated Limo. This has been your entire life then. You've been dedicating your entire life to this, Hatakana. I infiltrated Limu and simultaneously started formulating a plan to rescue Kuranari and Koko, who were trapped in the research facility. And the person who helped me do that was Kaburaki Ryoko. Okay. We had spent every moment for the last 17 years preparing for it. Yes, it was the only thing that I lived for up until that point. To make Leblique play for my mother and from taking my mother and father from me, and to save my friends Kuranari and Koko. Gotcha. In order to do that, we need to discover the third eye, Blickwinkel. Without his help, there was nothing we could do. There was no other way that we, who were living in our dimension, could go back in time. That was how the whole plan had been set into motion. All towards May 1st, 2034. After finishing my explanation, I let out a big sigh. Biting on the nail of her thumb, my daughter was looking up at the sky. See, look at my face. I knew you wouldn't believe me. She looked at me. Then again, how would you believe a story like that? But it doesn't change the fact that it's the truth. I reached out to stroke her hair. She stared at me blankly, looking just like I did 17 years before. Reckless, full of fire, pure, all to a point of being dangerous and unable to control her emotions. Her innocent eyes had seen none of the evil and corruption in the world. Looking into her eyes, I could read everything she was thinking. She wasn't mad. She wasn't unhappy. Could she not have... Well, in some histories, she doesn't go through with it. But no, in this true timeline, in this true end history, I'm like, did she have to hide the password? Did she have to hide the password from her daughter specifically? And then wait for kid to figure it out? I guess that's part of it. This is... Hiding the password like this is part of figuring out if Blickwinkel is actually there. That's why she did that. Just afraid to accept the truth. She didn't know how to handle it, and was scared and embarrassed by that fact. So I reached out and held her closely. There's no need for you to say anything. I thought that quietly to myself. Mom, I understand what you're trying to tell me. She whispered that quietly in my ear. But there's something I have to know. What? What do I mean to you? I laughed without thinking and replied, You are everything to me. Tanaka Yubisei Akikana. You are everything to me. Mom said those words to me. I wanted her to tell me you are my daughter, but for some reason, it didn't bother me. Shouldn't you be furious? And you should slap her across the face. Another voice inside my head murmured that. However, I couldn't get angry. I relaxed against my mother, who held me tightly, and I could only feel dizzy from her warmth. All of my normal reactions, such as lashing out like a wild animal, and my sudden mood swings. The warmth of her hug took all of that away. Mom. When it came down to it, I still thought of her as my mother. There was an instinctive itch that transcended my basic reason. It was beyond my ability to control. In the end, no matter what anyone said, the woman in front of me was my mother. She wasn't much of a mother, but to me, she was the only mother I had. That was all there is to it. At that moment, it occurred to me, I only differed from other people in the way that I was born. I had been told since I was a little girl there was lots of things in the world that were hard to believe. In junior high and high school, all of my friends loved to talk about all kinds of strange things. Psychic phenomenon, supernatural powers, UFOs, UMAs? I've never entirely known. UMAs, I think? Super ancient civilizations, urban myths, curses, fortune-telling, miracles, mysteries. I thought I dismissed all of those as girlish fantasies. But something had changed slightly. Because my existence itself was something that was hard to explain. If I had thought the fact to myself, the girl called you was something of a mystic entity, then ectoplasm, I mean, your existence is not that hard to explain. The whole story that you just went on is very hard to explain. But your existence itself is just cloning. That's not hard to explain. That happened in the last game. Then ectoplasm, cattle mutilation, Rip Van Winkle, and the Lemurian civilization. All those things seem like normal everyday things. Even the third eye. While those thoughts drifted through my head, my mother quietly went inside the boat. Left by myself in the corner of the deck, I basked in the lingering warmth that remained on my skin. The boat slowly rocked back and forth as it cut through the waves. The smell of the ocean quietly wafted by, carried by the sea breeze. Soon. Oh, hey, you! You've been here all along? I've been looking for you. The kid, Hokuto, came walking over to me. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you. Ask me? Hokuto nodded deeply and said, I've been thinking I want to study archaeology when I go to college. There we go. There we go. Hokuto. I've been thinking I want to study archaeology when I go to college. I told you what had been on my mind. Huh? Why that again? Well, it's because I want to study more about the third eye. You was silent. It really is. They're all just different fragments of the same one true ending of the game. It really is. Huh? What are you, stupid? There's no such thing as the third eye. I thought for sure that she would come back with something like that, so I was caught off guard by her reply. Can I skip through this? I might be able to. No, not at all. Not at all. You can't skip through this. And? What did you want to ask me? Oh, well, that did happen 2 years in the future from this point, so it is a little bit different. Well, I've already made up my mind that I'm going to study archaeology, but still, I don't really know that much about it. Like what kind of things I should do to prepare, or if there are any books that you know that are good primers on the subject. I was hoping you could give me some advice. Well, I don't know what kind of advice I can give. I only just started college, but I've only really been taking my recs, so... Recs? Required classes. In order to major in archaeology, you've got to be a junior. Oh, I'm sorry. I really can't tell you anything. Oh, but maybe there is one thing. You should probably study something else. You should probably do something else with your time, honestly. Huh? Why? Archaeology is way more boring than you're probably thinking. It's a lot different than what they show in the movies. Besides, if you want to study about the third eye, you're better off attacking it from the direction of philosophy or psychology. Someone on the team of this game, someone on the writing team studied archaeology and was severely disappointed. Severely disappointed, and just wanted to say that. From the direction of philosophy or psychology. In the first place, archaeology is the subject that studies human history. But that's okay. I've already made up my mind. I've been thinking that I could approach the study of the third eye from the angle of human history. There you go again, being as difficult as always. I think the real reason you want to study it is so that you can be in the same field as me. I mean, it's obvious you like me. Yeah, you're probably right. I told her point blank about how I felt. And it seemed like my reply caught her off guard. Part of me felt like choosing to study archaeology was already half-decided destiny, so I don't really have a choice. By destiny... Yeah. In another space-time continuum, I'm destined to walk that same path in the future. I'm destined to do this over again, so why not do it here again? Huh? I don't know how much you'll understand it no matter how much I explain it anyway. But I know what I saw. In that future, you and I were going out and... What? So I'm pretty sure that in this time, you and I are destined to be together as well. Cheesy pickup line, but sure, you could try it. Hey, wait a second, kid. You're getting ahead of yourself here. I don't know much about fate, but things like that are decided when with both people's consent. After that happens, you start going out. Yeah, okay. I'll say it right now. Now? Yeah. Yubise Akikana-san. Would you go out with me? Because I'm crazy about you. Kabaraki Ryogo. Anyway, let's move on from that. Kabaraki Ryogo. Because I loved her. It was 2017. I was still 15. I was stuck in Limu in a total state of confusion with no memory. And I had even forgotten my name, Kabaraki Ryogo. Kabaraki Ryogo. I was 15 years old. All I wanted at that time was stability. Young as I was overcome with amnesia and even doubts as to whether my existence would fade away. In the midst of my chaos, it was her innocent smile that had helped thaw my frozen heart. I fell for her right away. All I had to do was see her smile. That was all it took for my fear to disappear, blown away like leaves falling off a tree in autumn. You're talking about Coco, right? Although I was still uncertain about who I was, her uniqueness had helped me turn my eyes away from the turmoil inside of me to the world around me. Perhaps it was because of my uncertainty. Oof, wrong you. This one is a skeptic. This one is a skeptic. Come on, Hokuto, you should know this already. No, it's okay. I guess he's been spending all the time with her. He just kind of confused one and the other. I suppose that I might have been grasping for my identity through the love that I had felt for her. I was an empty shell at that time. Flowing into that void was her simple, pure smile, innocent mannerisms, and genuine sincerity. From that point on, for 6 days, she was in my thoughts constantly. I found myself looking at her all the time. I didn't have the courage to tell her, but it was just enough for me to see her. That was how fond I was of her. I loved her. Yagami Koko. Yup. And then May 6th, the fateful day, arrived. I had come down with T. Blau, and when the rescue team had found me, I had lost consciousness. By the time I had found out that Coco had been left behind in the research facility, a few days had already passed. When Yubise Harakana, told me what had happened, I was shocked. At the same time, I thought, I've got to go and save her, and ran outside without waiting for you to finish the rest of the story. You caught up with me and started telling me things about the third eye, the fourth dimension, the past and the future, but none of it made any sense to me. 17 years from now, you have to go back to Limu. You'll return as Kurenari Takeshi. Unless we can trick Blickwinkle, wake him up, and bring him to our world, we'll never save Coco and Kurenari. Wild that you believe this, so please, help me. That was what you had said to me. It took a few more months before I could fully be convinced. All I wanted to do was to save Coco. If she'd be alright, I didn't mind the danger. Even if I despised, blamed, criticized, even ridiculed, I was despised, blamed, criticized, and even ridiculed. None of that mattered to me. I just wanted to see Coco smile again. Still, there was Takeshi to consider as well. I respected him greatly. He was brave enough to sacrifice his life to save the woman that he loved. For a 15-year-old like me, Takeshi was a role model. But you didn't get the hair right. You didn't really get the hair right, though. I swore that I would save Coco and Takeshi no matter what it took. 17 years later. For 17 years, you and I had spent every minute, every second, putting our plan into motion. Yes, I had lived for that day. Just 6 days, Coco and I had spent only 6 days together. But in the 17 years, not a moment went by when I didn't think about her. Because I loved her. Maybe, you know, maybe just like a little bit further, just like, I don't know, any sort of other reason. It's okay. It's okay. Sure. You held on to the same love that you had when you were 50. Again, man, for no reason at all, 13 Sentinels is such a great game. 13 Sentinels is such a fantastic game, now that I think about it. It really did capture every single... the point of it is to capture every single trope in every single anime ever, and they really did that really, really well. They really did that really well. That was the only reason I had been able to fool everyone.
Hey, kiddo!
My heart leaped. She was calling to me. I couldn't turn around. Oh my god, 5 hours! Indeed, almost 5 hours here. And honestly, we might... Honestly, at the rate that this is going, I guess 5 hours and 30 minutes to actually end the game? Possibly? I don't even know. We were so close to the end. This is the after credit scene. We are. Also, hello, Chu. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in. Actually, now that I think about it, now is a good chance for me to look at something here. I need to look at the flowchart. One moment. Coco and... Okay. Yeah, no, there is... After this, there is a Tsugumi Sora epilogue that is specific to those routes. That you can only get after you do the Coco route. What about the other ones? The Sora epilogue... Oh yeah, no, all those epilogues are already done. What the hell? Okay, sure. Sure. Anyway. Anyway. Honestly, my final thoughts on the game might have to be a separate stream entirely. It might have to be a just chatting stream. It might have to be a just chatting stream that I just leave for the end. I didn't want to do that though. But consider that my voice is slightly dying. My voice is slightly dying. Everyone's here. It's everyone's here, and I have to do all their voices. Oh, boo. Boo. Either that, or I have to take like a 30-minute break and I don't know, go eat a snack, go like rest my eyes or something like that. It's either one or the other. I stood there frozen, even forgetting to breathe.
Hey, what are you doing here all by yourself?
Coco wrapped me on the head and peeked around my face.
Come on and join everyone. It's no fun by yourself, right? Huh? You're not worried about something, are you? Are you feeling bad that you lied to everyone? You don't have to worry about it You don't have to worry about that. Besides, if you hadn't been able to trick Blake Winkle-san, Takepyon and I wouldn't be here right now. We owe you our lives, right? You don't have to explain a thing. We're all just grateful to you. Nobody here blames you.
You really think so?
Of course I do. Okay? So come on. Everybody's waiting to hear your voice, kiddo. Waiting and waiting and waiting. And after that, we're going to celebrate.
Coco was laughing. The smile that I had waited 17 years to see was shining right in front of me. Akanegasaki. Who cares about Akanegasaki Sora, man? Who cares? The smile that I had waited to see 17 years was shining right in front of me. It made me dizzy looking at it. An electric... But you're like the losing heroine. You're not even like canon. Why do you care, Sora? Hello, Courie. I'll give my thoughts at the end of the stream, Cosmos. Yep. Also, I'm not gonna lie, though. I think I actually like this game way more than I was expecting. I do quite like it. I gotta say, this stream has kind of had me going back and forth about it. But like I know, like last stream, yesterday's stream, had me being like, actually, I kind of like this. I kind of like this. It's kind of cool. You can take all the break you need. I might have to. But I want to first definitely get through this.
An electronic rhythm pulsed through my body, the excessive voltage throwing my logic circuits out of order. It was a pain that I had experienced before. Hey, Sora? Hey, Sora! Hey, are you listening to me?
Huh? What were we talking about again?
This here, Pee-Pee. Stop moving all of a sudden. I just thought maybe you could take a look at him.
Kurenari-san lifted up Pee-Pee and stuck him out in front of me. All of a sudden, you say? Any reason you can think of?
Maybe. Maybe Tsugumi, she started thrashing around in the cabin and I tried to pin her down, but she threw me off. And when I went down, this little guy happened to be there and
I landed right on top of him. Maybe that's what could have caused it.
Yep, after that he stopped moving.
Let me take a look. I took Pee-Pee from Kurenari-san and started a diagnostic on him. That's strange. I don't see anything wrong with him. Maybe his battery ran out.
Huh, what a relief. If they thought I'd broken him, Coco, and you, and her daughter, would have been furious with me.
Well, I would have been angry too.
Upset that he hadn't included me, I continue. Upset that he hadn't included me.
I'm fond of Pee-Pee too, you know. I don't even think Fawn describes it. You might say Pee-Pee and I are connected on a deeper level. 17 years ago. If Pee-Pee hadn't picked up my terabyte disk, I wouldn't be here right now. And after Pee-Pee got to the surface, Tanaka-san...
The dog could swim, by the way. The dog is waterproof. Entirely waterproof. Entirely waterproof! And after Pee-Pee got to the surface, Tanaka Yubisei Harakana-san, that is,
took the data off the disk and copied it to the body you see now. That is the reason I was able to maintain records of what happened to all of you 17 years ago. After that, Tanaka-san took Pee-Pee, and from that time on, he's been a member of the Tanaka family.
In other words, I see. Why my mother has one of these dog things. And she was saying that to Matsunaga Sara. She was saying that to her. Okay. Gotcha. So it really so I called it. It really was part of the Yu family, the Tanaka family.
In other words, Pee-Pee is an irreplaceable part of all of our lives. I thought I'd already told you this.
Yeah, that's right. Now that you mention it. Come on, you don't have to get so serious about it. Besides, Pee-Pee isn't broken, so what's the big deal?
Kurenari-san laughed pleasantly. I can't fight it. His smile always disarmed me. It was as bright as the sun and powerfully magnetic. He could charm me effortlessly. It isn't fair. That smile should be outlawed, Kurenari-san.
By the way, Sora, can I ask you something?
What is it?
I looked away and tried desperately to regain control of my wildly racing mind so that he would not see through my true feelings. I hope you don't think it's rude of me to ask this, but... It's about your body.
My body?
Yeah. As far as I can tell, you look totally human with your skin. The way you move, your appearance, everything is so natural.
That isn't rude at all. Actually, it's a compliment, isn't it? Thank you. And what was your question?
No, I mean, I was just wondering how your body is put together, that's all.
Is it strange to you?
Yeah, a bit. At the same time, I'm happy. I mean, I can actually touch you now. I had a feeling that this was where it was going, so I'm not too caught off by this, but also... So the timelines don't... It's okay for it to be an alternate timeline game. So he still said that, essentially. Okay. As he said that, Kurenari-san put his hand on my cheek. It burned. A lump, hot and boiling. There is no canonical, whatever, it doesn't matter. A lump, hot and boiling, ran from my stomach to my brain. My generator was burning too much energy, frying my processor. My logic circuits shut down.
Kurenari-san.
Holding Pee-Pee firmly to my chest, I grabbed onto Kurenari-san's palm with my free hand.
we're actually touching each other. We can touch each other, really touch each other. I waited those 17 years just for this moment. Is this still a hologram? Is this still hologram Sora or physical Sora? It is physical. Yeah, it's physical Sora at this point. Yes. Meaning that the U root was actually correct and true and real. Terrible. Terrible, 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 but it is real. What's wrong, Sora? Have you been drinking or something? Your face is all red. Professor Kurenari. What is it, Akanigasaki-kun? There are so many strange things in this world, don't you think? You asked about my body, didn't you, Professor? You wondered how I came to have this body, didn't you? Yeah. There is only one answer. It was a miracle. Miracle? Yes, a miracle from the goddess Aphrodite. Kurenari-san looked straight into my eyes and blinked. He opened his eyes wide with a start and said, Malian. I slowly... we all know the story, we all get it. I slowly, quietly nodded. Just then... Hello! Hi, little gremlin. In came the girl with boundless energy, Koko-chan. I quickly let go of Kurenari-san's hand.
Hey, have any of you seen Pee-Pee? Wait a second, you're holding him, Sora-san.
Yes, but it looks like Pee-Pee ran out of batteries. Saying that running on batteries, completely waterproof, could do whatever he wants. Wilds. I can't believe it. Okay. Best word. The cosmic whale gave me a body. That's a good explanation as any, honestly, at this point. Saying that, I handed Pee-Pee over to Koko-chan.
Out of batteries? That can't be. I just finished charging him a minute ago.
Koko-chan held Pee-Pee both in her arms and started shaking him left and right. He wasn't rechargeable kinetically, so that shouldn't have done anything for him, but... Huh? I exclaimed that without thinking as I realized something. Koko-chan and Kurenari-san both turned to stare at me. I figured it out. The reason, I mean. The reason? His switch. I think you just need to turn on his switch. Has a switch that could just be powered on and off at any time? Koko-chan lifted Pee-Pee up above her head. There was a button on his navel. Are you ready? Here I go. I stuck out my finger and zeroed in on his belly button. And click. I firmly pushed the button. Whirr. His motor started to run, and I could hear the faint sound of something oscillating. Pee-Pee's eyes came back to life. Ruff, ruff, ruff.
Sora-san, thank you!
Don't mention it. All I had to do was push a button. And then... Kurenari-san broke out into laughter. Hey, Sora, you remembered? Yes. I smiled from the bottom of my heart and nodded. The world was full of strange and wonderful things, wasn't it? The discussion about Famalian and saying click. Neither of those should have been on my terabyte disk. Actually, true, none of those should have been on your disk. Because you weren't there for the story of Famalian. You weren't there for that. Anyway, Pee-Pee lipped from Koko-chan's arms. I'm dragging myself, man. I'm so tired. I get more and more tired the more answers that they give me. I'm just like, but wait, but that doesn't, because that doesn't make any. It's fine. Woof, wow, wow. Wagging his tail fitfully, he raced across the deck.
Hey, wait, Pee-Pee!
Making a racket, Coco chased after him. The deck was covered in gentle sunlight and overflowing with cheerful laughter. Sora was too hot-headed from Takashi to think about the switch, but even then, it's like, how has the dog survived this long? How has the dog survived this long without having other people figure that out? It's because she is real and human and a real boy. My Pinocchio theory is real, trust. It's honestly real. It's as real as anything else in this game. Looking up, there was the sky.
The blue sky that continued without end, stretching in all directions.
Ruff, ruff, ruff. Beepy, hey you, wait a second, you little...
Yagami Coco. Oh my gosh. We still have Coco. I was like, who's left? I thought it was just Blickwinkle. We still have Coco. We still have Coco. Okay. It's time. It's time for the next break of the stream. Let me go over to grab screen. If you are here, stretch, get some water. I'm gonna be right back in 15 minutes. Give me a moment to have a snack. Give me a moment to have a snack here. One moment, and I will be right back, and we're gonna continue with the final the final route of the game, the final thing. I promise. Maybe, unless I have to go back and do the after credits scene. Shit. Anyway, I will see you then. Okay, I'm back. I have no clue if that was 15 minutes. I have no clue. I have no clue anymore. But I'm back. I'm back. Let me go over back to game screen. Alrighty. It really is true. I just need to eat. I just need to eat. That was just about 15 minutes. Okay, cool. I just need to eat something. I just needed something in my stomach. Because I got up and I was like, oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I was like, I need something pronto. So I got something. I got a like one of those small ice cream cups things. So I had that. And then I'm like, wow, I feel so much better. I feel like I'm not dying. That's crazy. That's crazy. The moral of the story is you need to eat proper meals. You need to eat proper meals and you need to pace yourself regularly when you eat. Don't ask me when was the last time I ate before this. Don't ask me that. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you for the welcome back. I think it was more like 11. Okay, more like 11 or so. So maybe just about essentially. Usually snack on cheese sticks late at night, but I ate them all. I forgot to buy more. That's fair. I don't know. I've never been. It's so interesting because I like cheese, but I've never been a huge fan of cheese sticks. I don't know. I guess it's because I always want to pair cheese with something else. It was like cheese and crackers or like cheese, like something else. Something else essentially. I've never been a big fan of just like regular cheese sticks, but that's a pretty good one. Usually I just have like regular bars that I would snack on. They didn't have any in the supermarket this weekend, so here we are. Here we are instead. Yagami Coco, tell me more about your life and your existence.
Woof, 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 woof. Pee-pee! Hey you! Wait a second! You little...
I chased after Pee-pee. I didn't know why, but that was what I was doing. It was probably just something fun to do. Weird to experience the story through Coco's perspective, one and only, truly. Pee-pee ran across the surface of the deck like he was flying. Suddenly, Pee-pee stopped. Ruff, 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 ruff. When he looked like he wasn't running anymore, he looked up to the sky and started barking something.
Huh? Is there a bird or something?
It lifted him up. Still, he wouldn't stop barking, so I followed his gaze and looked up into the sky and looked directly into the sun and blinded myself. You should try Baby Bell cheese snacks. Is that Baby Bell cheese snacks? Are those like the round ones? Hold on. Baby Bell cheese. Yeah, it's the round one. It's the round ones. Yeah, I've seen those as well. Are they like different in any particular way? Because it just seems like a circle cheese. It just seems like circle cheese, and it's like, I mean, seems like it's fine, but I could also pair this with like some regular like crackers or something. That'd be really good. Yeah, I also have pepperoni sticks and eat them together. That's fair. That's fair. That's basically like it's a limited version of pizza at that point. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Not really, just basically round cheese. Decent quality cheese in my opinion. Gotcha. More so like that. Man, now I want some cheese and crackers and wine. Oh my gosh. Chew. She was causing the stream to end right now. She was causing the end of stream right the fuck now. I might have to go. I might have to go literally right now. That sounds great. Oh, that sounds great. And like a bubble bath. That sounds great. That sounds fantastic. Still, he wouldn't stop barking, so I followed his gaze and looked up into the sky, and there was...
Oh, it's you, Oni-chan!
Hello, it's me. I'm looking down at you. It's me, God. It's me, God. Right in front of my eyes, I saw the floating outline of my Oni-chan, who I love dearly. Well, it wasn't something I saw. Rather, I'm seeing it right now. Right now, at this moment, Coco-chan is looking at you. I cry out suddenly with an elated expression. Zoom in to the low quality photo again.
Hey, everyone, come over here. Come here, quickly, quickly.
The first people to arrive were Hokutan and Tsugumin. What's wrong?
Did something happen?
Look there! See, over there!
I point at you. I want to tell everyone that you've arrived. Tsumin takes off her hat and squints her eyes against the sunlight. Hokutan is... Hey, it's true! You've come back! A smile covers his whole face, and he jumps around as if he's going to start dancing. Next, Takepyon shows up. Huh? What's going on? Mayo jumps up.
Ayya!
Up on Takepyon's back. And soon everyone shows up one by one. Aw. Aw. Well, at least she should include a little bit. That's nice. Sora-san, Nakyu's daughter. What's going on, Tanaka-san? Just come on, hurry! Nakyu, kiddo. Kiddo, not calling him what his real name is. Okay, so this is the true kid all along. It's him. You're not gonna say anything about this, Takeshi? Like, by the way, he's like, you look scarily like me. This is strange. Anyway. It would cleanse my mind of ever since. It would, though. It would. She gets some breadsticks and dip all three into marinara sauce. That sounds great. No, you people are trying to cause me to end stream right now. You people don't want to see the end. You people just want to see me go home. You people just want to see me leave. Damn, I bet Kaburaki hates Blick. Yeah, I guess so. He would have like kind of like a whatever. Whatever, you freaking bastard. I don't think he would really like him, but he's still looking up. It's him. Yeah. There they are. It's the finale. It's the finale photo. Yay! Woohoo! Where is it? Remove window. There they all are. I put in such long hours just to get this one photo. Just this one photo. It's so goofy looking, isn't it? I like it. But it reminds me of the goofiness of the Never 7 photo as well. Never 7's photo, ending photo was so goofy. The boat is suddenly crowded with excitement.
Hey, Oni-chan! Oni-chan!
I wave my arms wildly, hoping, praying. Please, let my thoughts reach Oni-chan. And please, let me meet with him again someday. Now, I, Coco, am looking at my Oni-chan. Now, I'm looking at the world where Coco exists. Looking down at it with both my eyes, I'm sure of it. If the moon is only there because you believe that it will be there when you look for it. If Courie in its original form exists as you think it does, then it's only possible that I am here and they are here only because we believe that we are. And that we're all actually dead. We're all actually dead. Right now the world exists here. I am here looking at the worlds. I'm here looking at myself, looking at the worlds. How far do I go? I don't know the answer. But there are some things I'm sure of. Right now, I am seeing. Right now, I am being seen. Right now, you are seeing. And right now, you are surely being seen by someone. Aww, look at that. That's so cute. That's so sweet. End it. That's it. That's it. Except that's not actually it, is it? That's not actually it. We're gonna see that in a moment. We're gonna see that opening scene in a moment because I haven't actually seen that yet. I guess we can watch the other one, the one with the Xbox opening, that one as well, because I kind of like that one. I guess we could see that now that the game is done. So there it was, the Out of Infinity. Wow. You truly are being witnessed by somebody. I sure am. I'm streaming right now to people. I sure am being watched by people. Yes, indeed. Okay. Was that the main resolution of the story? Hard to say. That felt more like, we just need a nice, cute way to end the story. What do we do here? And throw something together. I got you. I got you, man. I'll throw something together. That's all it feels like. But sure. It's probably like 5 minutes left of the game. There actually is. There actually was. You called it. Drive to the supermarket break. It's like, hey guys, I'm gonna be gone for like, 30 minutes or so. I'll be right back.
Actually, the boat crashed and this is all in our heads. Literally, if this was Never 7, this is what Izumi would be saying on the boat right now. It's like, we're actually all dead. Don't you know? Can't you see it? And it's like, fucking shut up, Izumi. Shut up. Okay. In a different context, that would be creepy, but aw. By the way, if it's not in the game, I did find the credits timeline thing. I do have this... So I see this other thing as well. I've been avoiding looking at things too closely, again, because... Spoilers. But in the guide that came with this version of the game, I see chronology, and it says the following is a full timeline of all events that happened in Ever 17. This comes from the credits and also the chronology released with the PSP version of Remember 11. So not necessarily that it has anything to do with Remember 11, but more so that they included this as like extra features for people who played Ever 17. It's like, hey, just in case, here's a full timeline of it. I can click the show spoilers button right now, but just in case, let me get my bearings here for a moment before I venture to look over at it. Also, thank you for the clip. Thank you. They'll love that group photo. Trust, come on. It was so cute. It was so sweet, right? I guess they were all so goofy. Tsugumi got put in the fucking costume. What the hell? Carry a chest from the supermarket. I'm in line. I don't know how many people. I didn't know this many people wanted cheese and crackers at this time. At this specific moment. Okay. That was Ever 17, the Out of Infinity. There is one last thing that we need to do. And that is, we need to go and look at the Tsugumi Sora epilogue that exists after you get the Tsugumi end or after you get the Sora end. It really doesn't matter, honestly. It does not matter at all. Let's go ahead and pull that up and make sure that I can go and do that. New game. It was in the middle of a blue... Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's go through it. The exact same way that the game begins. I've just seen that line so many times at this point. Skip on the next choice. I don't know, man. Hold on. I guess we'll go on the Tsugumi route just for good vibes and good measure, because I don't really vibe with Sora. If I'm being quite honest, I don't really vibe with Sora. Listen to the joke instead. All right, skip on the next choice. It was the Tanuki. Forget it. Doesn't matter. It was the Tanuki's fault. Apologize. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I actually should have said, who are you? Shit. Shit. That would have gotten more points, actually. Okay, never mind. No worries, right? I've got to find my friends. I gotta find my friends. I gotta go find them right now. Yippee! Okay. Not your faults. Tsugumi. Not important right now. Tsugumi +1. Okay. Look at all this animation. That's it. Give me the person in charge. One of the options that we're never ever gonna see. That's not important right now. Don't worry about it. Skip until next choice. Bam, bam, bam. Why? Did I just... Oh, shit. Did I just hear something? Was that my imagination? This is gaining points with Coco. This is if you had started the Takeshi route and you had done the Coco route from there. Gotcha. I was like, new dialogue? What the hell are you talking about? The one I have Stray is a copy which is shown in the credits, although it's the Steam version, which apparently there's a slight difference between the original. Gotcha. Okay. We'll see what this guide says when I do inevitably look at it, and if it's confusing or it has spoilers for Remember 11 in there, then I'll look at that one instead. I can also just pull up my VOD as well and just like literally look through it as well. I can also do that. I guess it kind of depends on whichever one. But pretty much all of my theories were confirmed except for one. What theory wasn't confirmed for you? It really was just a random ass guy named Yagami Takashi. That was it. That was it. That for me is gonna that's just gonna be out there in the ether, in the ethos. Okay. Well, we're not doing her route. We don't want to do that because if we do, we're gonna be kicked out of out the rest of this route. So, yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. That was just my imagination. That can't be anything else. It's just my imagination. Sounded like a pounding noise. Hey, did you hear something? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Due to all the water pressure here at Limu, it isn't uncommon for the metal partitions to rattle occasionally. Yeah, it must have been my imagination. Anyway. Anyway. Okay. Thanks for your help back there. What are you so mad about? Why are you so angry? Assistant Chief. Something else. Thanks for your help back there. Doesn't really matter, honestly. Assistant Chief gives points with soda. Is that right? Okay. Going through all of that. I think we have to go through all of these anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Skip. Skip. That lemur thing called Mimune. In the shop, there are these kind of lemur stuffed animals next to all kinds of keychains, hologram pendants, seafood snacks, and other stuff as well. The kid was sitting on the bench next to me. He wasn't really looking at anything, but his gaze seemed fixed. He just kept staring at the ground. He expected to see a hole open up from in the ground how intensely he was staring. He had his hands on his temples. How's your headache, kid? What's the matter? Did you find something? This seems the same. Okay, it was. That was odd. Just an additional thing, just in case. Visitor elevator. Warehouse. Infirmary. Okay. I am satisfied with the explanation to get points with both of them because they don't like it when you're stupid. They really don't like it. In honor of the mascot, I name you Earl Mune of Hamburger. That's crude, Kuronari-san. Well, let's see. Why don't I think of one? How about Melo-san? Oh, they're still doing that. Okay. Just for Takashi to say that. Okay. It's not your fault, Soda. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Don't worry about it. Where did Tsugumi go? Where did she go? Okay. And then... Talk to her, wait and see. Wait and see what she says. There we go. Talk to her, wait and see what she says. Talk to her. Also, sorry. I know I'm not reading chat. It's because the guide is literally like smack dab in the middle. I have to get rid of this before I can see chat again. That Takeshi had Courie, just didn't know it. That would explain all the things that he's done, like surviving drowning multiple times and seemingly having infinite stamina. In the beginning? Did he always have that? I guess maybe he must have. It didn't seem like he had that in the beginning. Because I know... Yeah, I don't know if he really had that in the beginning, but I guess maybe at one point the game did say it. It also explained how Hokuto survived jumping into the ocean, since both of his parents were being Courie carriers. It would have passed on to him, and his sister would have had the mutated variant, which allows them to age normally. Gotcha. Okay. They're like swimming up from like a very far distance. Is like, there's no way you should be able to do that, my guy. There's no way you should be able to do that. That makes sense. That's like, oh, that's explained because normal people wouldn't be able to do that, but they're special. They're special. So that would make sense, I guess. The only real thing that breaks my theory is the after credits scene because he couldn't see what was in Sara's pendant. Yeah, exactly. Are we mentioning game spoilers now? Let me get to the after credits scene. Let me just get this and then it's free reign. Just trying really quickly. Okay. Wondered. Ask here. Look for Tsugumi. Okay. Help Tsugumi, help Sora first. Help Tsugumi. Alright, whatever. Decide to escape. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I know it, I don't know it. Does it matter? Does this matter at all? No, it doesn't. Okay. I know it. I've always known it, of course. Why she knew so much about Limu? No. Of course I've heard of it. Sure. What about it? Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I don't. I know. Don't say anything. I know. I'll pass. Okay, there we go. We're back on the timeline. I'll say I'll pass. Gotcha. And then we got the central control room, elevator hall, doesn't matter. Marian Ruins. I thought I checked some other rooms. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Visit the rest area. That was odd. It was like it's like the game is kind of glitching out a little bit, or like stuttering a little bit. Where'd you go this morning? Oh shit, was that what I was supposed to say? Shit. That is not what I was supposed to say. I didn't mean to click that. Where'd you go this morning? Hopefully this is enough points. Whatever. Okay, counterclockwise first. Gotcha. And then clockwise second, right? Clockwise second. Okay. Okay. And then don't go. Apologize. Of course. That one's pretty obvious given the situation. And then set. The hell is this? Set if less than if not, set else. SOF. Went to see Tsugumi, went to the bathroom. If you say went to see Tsugumi, you get points. Okay. And then you have to say watch silently. Okay. Just like going through woo woo, look at all this, look at all the crazy shit that we saw. Okay, I'll go first, you go first. Push button, don't push button. There we go. So push the button. I know, I don't know. I know. I know, you don't have to explain to me. I know. And then if you go to the control room, you get points with Sora. Otherwise, the infirmary will get you points with Tsugumi. Never mind, I'm such a liar. Maybe I am a liar. Ah, I see. You had to go to the control room first to get a point with Sora, and then I think from there you have to go to the infirmary again, and from there you get a point with Tsugumi. I'm messing all this up. I'm messing all this up. I feel like we're not gonna... I feel like it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. Whatever. Hit the kid. This is the most important thing to do. Okay, all this deep, dank, sad backstory, trauma thing. Gotcha. After one choice is made, after two choices are made, just choose anybody, doesn't matter. Gotcha. Okay. Wait a second for Tsugumi. And then... This game is ridiculous. Then when it's moving at a rate like this. Okay. There we did it. We did it. We got the ending of all time. We got it. We did it. Yippee! Huzzah! Ah? Ein restite me mai un trontin. Yes? 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 Eh? Was that it? Sorry, I did technically alt-tab out of the game. Was that it? Was that it? Control room. We're gonna watch this now. We're gonna watch this and pretend that everything is okay. Returning station. Lemurian ruins. Woohoo! Himmel. Wow. Look at all these graphics. Look at them. Look at all these images. That's crazy. You hit your child. You hit her. You hit her. Why'd you do that? I'm not like everyone else. Don't act like I'm your friend, all right? Okay. When you close your eyes, I disappear. Whoa, what is she? What is she? I am you. Whatever you. I hate you. I'll be waiting for you to come to me. Yay! AD 2017 5 Valley and the Third Eye. Woo! Zeder sock. It's a good song. I like it. Life readings 1, life readings 3, life readings 5, life readings 6, life readings 7, there's 8. Oh, yay. Nothing is what exists. It is the origin of all. The pair is searching the ultimate two become one. The individual elements, nothing elements, stand dying. So, who could it be? I'm really glad that I did not watch this, actually. I am here. You are not me. Who are you? I am you. Who are you? Yeah. If that's what happens, I missed it entirely. I missed it entirely. Oh, well. Yagami Coco. What a journey we've been on. What an absolute journey. Upon his fast, returning where it once belonged. That's it. Surprisingly, I like the presentation of it. Surprisingly good. I don't know if I did I actually get the epilogue? It was just saying in German the day. Remember the day of all time. Remember the thing that must be done. Remember it. Okay. Okay. Well, that was it. That was Ever 17, The Out of Infinity. My brain keeps mixing up. Courie. So that was it. That was it. Was it just like a bad end to get you confused onto the main end? Maybe, I guess. It's weird that it doesn't really happen in Kids Root, where they have something to remind you. It's like, remember 2017 back then, and it doesn't really. It's just with Takeshi. It's like, remember, you must save Coco, please, please, you must do it. It must be done. Okay. Fair enough. Sure. Sure. Anyway, that was it. That was the game, man. That was the game. That was the game. She's not like other girls. She's literally your mother. She's literally your mom. Okay. Not gonna lie, it still would have been hilarious if you didn't change, they didn't change username. It would have been freaking ridiculous. That's what it is. Coco laugh would have been a good emote, surely, that won't damage my brain every time that I see it. We do have the Coco Dio instead. We do have that one, which you can use to have Coco stare haunt you eternally. You can do that instead. Epilogue. Actually, this whole thing was set in Germany. It was actually set in Germany. You don't understand. That was it. That was the game. Oh my gosh. You are free to say spoilers now, but that was Ever 17, The Out of Infinity. I'm going to go ahead and... I'm going to go ahead and pull up this thing and see if there's any... see if there's, see if there's fucking... if there is actually some... spoilers in here? Alright, chronology. Show spoilers! Oh no, it's just a text document with everything that happened. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. I can also show this on stream as well, so you can kind of go through this here. Um, the only thing is that actually, you know what? So you know what? I'm gonna quit the game. Well, before that, I guess we can look at some of the extras before I do that. And then I'm gonna quit the game. I'm gonna get some music up, and then we can look at stuff and give final thoughts and stuff like that. So another one of the Courie games of all time. It sure is. It sure fucking is. This sure was an ending. I haven't felt this way since 428 Shibuya Scramble, baby. This really was a 428 Shibuya Scramble ass ending. It really was. It just would not end. It was like, you want to know what happens to all these characters again and again and again, right? It's like, sure? I think so. I think so. I don't remember anymore, but the reason Takeshi pulled that off is because he died so many times, like Tsugumi did. For what? For what exactly are you referring to? What exactly are you referring to? Do you mean? Also, options. Shortcuts. The hell is this? Oh. Look at that. You can see everything. May 3rd Takeshi perspective. Okay, Tsugumi version. Wait, what? May 4th. Midnight sneaked up on me. Everyone's fast asleep. For some reason. If only I could. I can't sleep. No, I can still skip through this. Yeah, it's still the same thing. Sorry. Sorry, okay. It's just saying this is the specific scene with Tsugumi and not from Tsugumi's perspective. I was like, that's a lot of work for what? For what? Okay, return to title. The virus spread so fast in him because he died underwater. Oh, gotcha. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd figured that the virus had... I mean, I guess that makes sense because viruses, obviously, they wanna be able to live as well, so they just spread so fast because he was going to die, and that's when it kicked in, essentially. But I don't think that's too out of the realm of possibility, right? Because we know either way that Tsugumi infects him with it. So we're just saying that he like his rate of doing that was accelerated, essentially. Yeah. I didn't really question that until the very, very end when they were like, oh no, there's no way that could have happened so quickly. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It can't? Okay, I guess it can't. Sure. Okay, I gotcha. So now you can time jump directly. I sure can. I sure can. Let's go over, see some more of this just in case. U version, bad end. We did get that. Tsugumi version, all this. What the fuck is this? Oh, is this like the bad end? I didn't get the bad end for Sora and Tsugumi. It's apparently one bad end. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. Jukebox, which plays all the songs. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. And then album and wallpaper. Yeah, this is where I saw some of the additional stuff. They won't actually spoil on things until you actually get it, which is very nice, very lovely. So you can go over here and you can like see different stuff. What is this? What is this? There isn't anything else, is there? Well, Tsugumi's is all filled out at the very least. Sora's is all filled out. Sora didn't have too many stuff for her. Aw, boo. There's Sara. Coco. Coco has a lot of stuff going on. Many a sprite. Etc. 1. Okay. Etc. 2. They don't clarify which one it is, because they don't want you to know. Hold on, what the Hold on. We see that in the game. We don't see any of the other things. These aren't real. These aren't real. That caused the virus to spread faster. The virus rebuilt him because he kept dying, essentially. Okay, that's what happened to Tsugumi. She was getting experimented on, and it sped her up. Oh, okay, so that's what happened with Tsugumi. It's like, why? I thought, it's like, yeah, because it seemed like they had a vested interest in her, especially because everybody else around her seemingly was dying, but she was the only one who wasn't dying. And it's like, how are you able to do that? How are you able to do that? So they had like a vested interest in her, and the same thing happens. The same thing happens with Takeshi. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe it's a bad ending. What is all this? Whoa, it's like scrolling down and stuff. Illustrated by Takigawa Yu. No more you no more you stuff. This is another promotional art piece. This promotional art piece is a fucking lie. There's no real connection between this one is a lie. Okay. This one's really good, actually. What the hell? This one's really good. I like this one. This one's cool. Dang. That's cool. I like that one. Why is this here? Okay, sure. Fair enough. Is it just me? Coco looks a little bit different in this one. I don't know why. She looks really different compared to Sara. Oh, that's cute. That's sweet. I like that. That's super cool. That's cute. Fan service of you if you really wanted it. There you go. Okay. Also, another image of you. Another image of you. Was she a fan favorite? Huh. Okay. Another image of them as well. This image gives me old school Clamp vibes, the one with Tsugumi and Sora. I can see that, actually. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that's why it's so like aesthetically pleasing to my brain. It's like it reminds me of that a little bit. Wait, was there always a Sora Angel Tsugumi devil kind of thing going on? I don't know. Yes. If you play through Takeshi's route, I guess technically speaking, yes, because Sora seems to not be mean, and Tsugumi seems to kind of be mean. So yes, I would agree with that. You only really see it. You only really see it if you play through the Takeshi route truly. But I would vaguely agree with that. Yeah, yeah. This one. Aw. Aw. Look at that. We're not drowning in the ocean. Isn't that so nice and lovely? Yippee. Okay. Yeah, they should have named Coco's character... should have named Coco's character Sora instead to really confuse them. Just to really... to really confuse everybody. Just in case. I mean, she's my favorite. Despite actually liking Tsugumi after all the reveals. Yu is still my favorite character. Yeah, for sure. Yu is still my favorite character. I guess we have to differentiate which Yu it is. I guess it's Akikana. Akikana is still my favorite character, regardless of anything. So... they, like, change... I gotcha. They change outfits, essentially. Or, not change outfits. This is Yu's outfit. And then this is Sara's outfit. Aw. I like this one. I like this one. The more serious one. This looks like it's from an OVA, like an anime. What the hell? Like with the shading and everything. This one is nice as well. Nice to see. Because you don't really get to see it. You don't get the full extent of it. You don't really get to see her be happy. This one's kind of nice. And then everyone here. And then this is this is the image that shows when you boot up the game. Who the fuck is this? Who is this? It's just you? Is it Hatakana? Is it Blickwinkle? Who is it? Who is it? That's Sora, isn't it? It just doesn't look like Sora. It just doesn't look like it. It's just... that's insane. It's the elder you. Okay, so it's Hatakana. It's Hatakana, except she hasn't cut her hair yet. Essentially, gotcha. Okay. At least I'm... at least I'm not going insane. I'm like looking at this and it's like, this cannot be... I don't know if this really is Sora. Okay, so it's the elder you instead. She's like watching over them because it's all of her master plan. It's her. It's all her doing essentially. Okay. All right. And then screensavers, what about over here? Oh, if you really wanted all of the sprites for everyone, there you go. Oh, I can like save it to my computer. Gotcha. I can save these to my computer. What about if I wanted one for Kaburaki? What about then? No? Screw that guy? Who cares about him? Who cares about him? Sure, whatever. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. System voice. Okay. All of Yu's lines, and then all of... Actually... Yeah. It's just if you want to, like, download them, or, like, I guess, like, a downloadable thing? You got tons of mail, or, like, something to add to your desktop or something? Because she definitely did not say that. She definitely did not say that in the main game. Okay. Return. You get some for Tsugumi as well. Starting the system. Yeah. Sora. Oh no, you know what? No. Play, save pack. Oh, I can't save it though. It's gonna be like, if I set one of these... I can't set one of them. Okay. No, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Starting the system. Do I get one for... There's one for you, and then... What about you? Starting the system. Kid. Does Kid get one as well? Starting the system. He sure does. He sure does. Okay. Clear list. Endings cleared. 10 out of 11. Because I didn't get the bad end. Okay. Not to worry. Not to worry. It's because I did not get the bad end. You can have an infinite Coco wallpaper if you really wanted that for yourself. Do you really want that for yourself? Be honest. Be honest. You can save like an entire characters pack. Yeah. I see what they're doing there. That's cute. That's cute for those who want it. I don't know if there's anyone... Well, I like Sora's voice. It's nice. It's nice. I can't imagine doing that though. Endings... Scenes... Okay, scenes, paths... Paths completed. Why is paths so low? Album completed. Number of screensavers. Okay. I think I did it. Endings cleared. Tsugumi Sora route epilogue. Oh, we did clear it. We did clear it. It was literally those 3 lines and then it just ended. That was it. Okay, and what we're missing is the bad end. I'm not gonna go. I don't have much interest in doing the bad end. Scene list, and you could see all of the scenes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. Then that is that. I want to go ahead and close out of the game. Quit game. And then I am going to pull up this so we can look at it real quick. And I'm also gonna get some beats up so you can you can listen to something. It would be more thematic if we play through some Ever 17 music. So one moment. Also we can listen to that other Ever 17 opening. Which one? This one? I like this one. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this together because I like it. And then Ever 17 OST. Okay, this one. All right, and then shuffle, and then put this like over here. Yeah, that'll work. And then let me get this up so you can see. It. Voice system notifications is such a 90s Japanese thing. Is it then? Okay. I'm not too familiar with that. It's like just like a it is generally like modern day voice packs for VTubers. It literally is. I didn't know there was it's kind of like when people used to download ringtones and stuff. It's like, is that still in style? Not really. Not really as much, I don't think, but like some people really enjoy that sort of thing. So who am I to say really? Um this image is very misleading. Tsugumi never wears a lab coat. It is. It is actually. It is. It's like this is not the correct image. It's actually you. But kind of like diverts attention to her because woo, she's so mysterious and stuff. Well, it works. It definitely works. Not in the way that they were probably thinking. I thought for sure is like the clones, Tsugumi and Tsumugi. we have to be careful of them. That sort of thing. Let me go over here. I think it's this one. All right, you can see that. And then I can get rid of Kaburaki. I can get rid of him. Where is he? Kaburaki, for real, for real. Get rid of that. Just so you can see a little bit better. All right. And then put this up. How is this sound? Let me know. I'd say here is probably fine, actually. Also, we're still gonna watch this. We're still gonna watch this. But let me know how it is. How the little soundbite was, rather. I need to go over here and unlock it and put this more in a place where you can see things a little bit better. Where you can see things just a tad better. There we go. That's fine. And then this. Maybe it was supposed to imply the two timelines, but they didn't want to do you because that would imply spoiling things a bit too much. Yeah, exactly. Probably probably that, to be honest. One where and that's why she looks so emotional. One looks very emotional and one doesn't, is because it's kind of like the before and after of like, oh, now I know what I've been through life. 17 years of torment, essentially. That sort of thing. Yeah, voice packs started back with Japanese idol culture. I did know that. I just didn't know that they had started so far back ago. That sort of thing. Imagine if she was wearing the costume. Imagine if she ever did. She never did, though. She never did. All of it was lies. Anyway, we're gonna go watch this one. I like this opening, so we're gonna see if it actually how much it actually spoils. I can imagine it's probably gonna spoil quite a bit, but we'll see. It's so anime. For what reason? For what reasons? Oh, ad started? Oh shit. Ad started. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. My ads are done. There's supposed to be like 3 minutes of ads or so. Shit. I might have done that. Just in case, we're gonna do our typical break thing. I'll go to burp screen. If you're here, stretch, get some water. It's only 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I'll be right back in like literally a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let me go over. Go over here. Joe here. Yes, this one. Using the background, please. Okay. The thing that got me was how much the second sinking screwed with Sumi's head. Fake or not? Fake, not even similar to Takeshi. What is Sara? Does you have a clone? What the fuck? Can't trust Sora, a different amnesia. Yeah, yeah. That to her is probably why she definitely didn't trust people. Although, I guess you could argue, has she ever... She probably did. This is something that could definitely be spotted on like a second playthrough. She probably did have a moment of just like Takeshi, like staring at Takeshi like very intensely, just like a moment is like, are you okay? Like, is something wrong? And just being like, I hate it here. I hate it here. But yeah, essentially, it really was kind of her own like kind of a torment for her, especially given everything. But yes, this is the other opening that I was talking about. I wanted to watch it. I wanted to see what the visuals actually were and how much it actually spoils, because I'm genuinely curious. 2017. Okay. It has the same like general quotes. And it also tells you it's on sale. Get the newer version right now. It will be on Steam. It'll be on Steam. It'll do it. I am you. There she is. There she is. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there are some of the updated backgrounds. I kind of like them. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Who's that guy? Who could he possibly be voiced by? That's so strange. Anyway. It's so good. It's so good. What the fuck? I think Limu this time around also feels like very like vast and empty and open in the newer stuff. So you can really feel like how like weird it is. Like why are we here? This is kind of, you know, this is kind of strange. Also, did it just say Blickwinkle? Why are we just okay, sure, we can call attention to that too. Oh, for Coco. Okay. Oh, the intersection. The third eye. Ever 17. The Out of Infinity. It didn't spoil as much as I thought it was going to, but it spoiled a little bit. It spoiled a little bit. It didn't spoil as much as... It didn't spoil as much as it could have, because to be fair, the one that's in the base game right now, it has like a few different stuff. I don't think it spoils Blickwinkle, to be fair. I don't think it does that, but it has a few different stuff, you know, where it's like, oh, like here's some quotes from the characters and stuff like that, and here's some artwork from them and whatever else. So I'm gonna go over here, put this on in the background, and then we can look at this. Could probably, just so you can probably see it better, I'm gonna do this. This one, no, shit. Buttons, I love them, they're just so great. So you can see it just a tad better. Here's that. Can I make this any bigger? I sure can if OBS wants to work. There you go. That's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. Okay. It didn't come out very well in the art, but Takeshi and Kid do not look similar to her at all. I know that Takeshi and well, Takeshi like, do you mean like Kaburaki? Like Kaburaki? It's more so about Kid. kid doesn't look like her at all. I find that the artwork for this game is vastly inconsistent. is very inconsistent. In ways that are like, sometimes I think it's intentional and sometimes I think it isn't. Sometimes, like, we saw a kid in the mirror and he looked so different, and I was like, there's no way this could be the same guy. I agree with you. Who the hell is that guy? Who the hell is that guy? But then we saw him in other CG artworks, and it was like, it just looks like the same exact kid, except he's wearing a different shirt. And it's like, you're freaking out for no reason, if I'm being honest, my guy. For kid, it's a very, very interesting thing, but I guess we can talk about that with the final thoughts. Chronology. This is a full timeline of events that happened in ever 17 PS feed. Remember 11. Thank you. Okay. In 1992. It starts in 1992. Also, let me know if the sound is a little bit too loud or too quiet or whatever else. In 1992, September 16th, the Bleak Pharmaceuticals begins development of Lemeth. Tanaka Yoichi, Yu's father, is employed as a technician to develop Lemeth. Okay, so it all starts there. It all starts in 1992. Gotcha. Yeah, because during your gameplay, it did feel like it was a large house, but not really a big empty space. Yeah. And I know some people prefer the original background pieces, but I don't know. I don't know. It is kind of like, there was something about those newer ones that I was like, that's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. It really did feel like the future, I guess, is also another thing as well. December 3rd of 1992, Tab Feiblin is born. Tom, the guy from the story. I thought his name was something else. Never mind, his name was Tom. Tom is born. One thing I really love about Blickwinkel is that it directly connects to the final scene in VLR, when the entity wakes up in Kyle's body. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as well. It very, very much reminds me of that scene, which is kind of why I brought up that note about. It didn't end up going this way, but I kind of brought up that note about like Temioji talking about like, hey, y'all can go back and save the future and whatever else. Like, it's not gonna change shit for us here. It's not gonna change anything for us here. Because I was really thinking about that ending as well. It really felt very similar. 1993, date unknown. Julia is born. July 5th, Komachi Tsugumi is born. Okay. 1996, unknown date. Kuronari Takeshi is born. His birth date takes some place between May 8th and May 2nd. May 8th, 1996 and May 2nd, 1997. Well, if it's on... I'm going to assume that it's May 8th only because it's kind of sad that nobody gets to wish him a happy birthday. That's a little sad. I'm going to assume that. Not that it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but... Okay. Unknown date. Yukie Yu's mother starts working at Les Bleak Pharmaceuticals. Gotcha. 1998, unknown date. Yoichi and Yukie get married. 1999, March 30th, Tanaka Yubise Harukana is born. Okay. Takeshi 1 and 2 are not similar. Kid 1 and 2 are not similar. Like 1 and 2 are... Takeshi 1 and 2 are not similar. Yeah, you're correct. One has the black hair, one has the red hair. Kid 1 and 2 are not similar. I don't know if that's true or not, because again, it ties into that thing where it's like, I don't know if I... Sometimes it feels like... Also, this is the ending theme. Shit. No. Go play something else, please. I beg of you. It feels like sometimes they look very similar. They don't look the exact same, but sometimes they look very similar, and sometimes they look completely different, honestly. Again, one time they're being blonde, and other times where it's like, I can really see the green hair here. I think it depends on the lighting of the room, honestly. Hokuto and Child's Kaburaki looked completely different to me. Child and adult Kaburaki looked similar enough that I pretty much suspected that they were the same person from the very start. Interesting. They looked very similar, but again, that's where I came, like, I thought it was the clone theory. That's where I thought, because I played Never 7, and I was like, oh, it must be a clone thing instead of like any sort of time travel thing, because, you know, We don't have any of that in that world, as far as I know, or that sort of thing. And to be fair, it's not really time travel. It's just growing up. It's just growing up. So there is that. Yeah. One is far older. Kid 2 is far older than Kid 1. The game tells me that, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like, one dresses far older than the other. The game makes a point of Kaburaki, this older Kaburaki looking at what's his name? at Hokuto and being like, also, we never learned Hokuto and Sada's real names. What are the names that you actually gave them? That's sad. I wanted to know that. This is also music with lyrics in it. I just want normal songs. Sure. You know, topical to what we're talking about right now. Sure. Yeah, the game, like, he makes a point of it is like, you look kind of 15 or 14 to me, but like, sure. And I don't know if he's actually saying that, or if it's further meant to like confuse us and deceive us, rather. When we see him, he looks like he's 16, 17. And then when we see Kaburaki, the young Kaburaki, he looks pretty young. He looks like 12, and then he looks like 12 to me. But then the game, Takeshi, in that timeline, I thought he had actually said and made a point. It's like, you gotta be, you know, you're probably like, I don't know, 13, 14 or whatever else. That's what we got that. He says the exact same thing in both timelines, essentially. I thought that was what it was. So, but yeah, you're right. They look like slightly different from each other. We're slightly older and slightly younger, but they do have the hair color getting, like, being wildly inconsistent is what's really getting to me, I think. I wouldn't say far older, like maybe 2 or 3 years. Like, the difference between a high school freshman and a high school senior, that's a big difference. Fair enough. Yeah. It's just, I wish we had more consistent artwork for Hokuto. I think that would have really helped. I think that would have really helped, especially. But again, that just ties into like a general thing about this game in general, which is like, some of the artwork is like top tier, and then some of it is like, you know, middle tier, and then some of it is not like that. It's wildly different. Wildly different. So 1999, Tanaka Yubisei Harakana is born. April, Lieblich establishes the IBF, underwater biolaboratory. So that was done in 1999. Okay. Japanese government starts a plan to develop and populate the Kamogahara archipelago. Okay. The third Seatopia plan. Own agenda. Controlling most of its stocks. Okay. This is basically leading to the development of the artificial island is what we're saying, I think. Why this song? Why this song right now? 2000, Yoichi learns that Lieblich is researching and developing Tiefblau, TV virus. The unknown Yoichi goes missing. Lieblich detains him. Yes. 2001, June 14th, Kaburaki Ryoko is born. 2002, December 17th, Yagami Koko is born. 2003, summer, Tom saves his little sister from drowning in a lake by personally experiencing the revival of his sister from the dead. From asphyxiation, he begins to have delusions of immortality, and the immortality contagion, Tom falls into paranoia. And it falls into paranoia. Okay. 2004, April, construction of Limu begins. Interesting. 2004, April, construction of Limu begins. That begins years later. 2005, February, Tom meets Dr. Cabin at the U.S. hospital. Date unknown. Julia is admitted to the hospital where Dr. Cabin works. Since Julia is a terminal cancer patient, her case is already considered beyond help. Tom frequently visits Julia's hospital room. August. Tom strongly believes in the delusion of the immortality contagion. I find it interesting Because again, this is probably copied one for one from Remember 11. I find it interesting that they've now changed it to something else. It's now the immortality contagion rather than Courie. It was just Courie, you know? But now that we have the Courie virus and whatever else, we have to go ahead and separate that, essentially. Yeah, I would have sold the they're all related thing a little bit more. For if they had looked a little bit if they had looked a little bit similar. Yeah, for sure. So the artwork for the girls is consistently good. The guys, that is true. I kind of agree with that. Although I don't know, like some of Sora's artwork, some of Coco's artwork, I don't know, kind of varies a little bit. But I would generally agree with that statement. It is still a visual novel where you're en route with different girls at the end of the day. So Tom strongly believes the delusion of the immortality contagion and tries to cure Julia's illness with that ability. Tom gently touches Julia's forehead. Courie syndrome begins. Courie virus infects. I don't know why it's missing a character. It might be on my end. My apologies. In the same day, Julia completely recovers from cancer. Throughout the day, all the inpatients in the same hospital as Julia begin to completely recover from their illness one by one. The miracle spreads throughout the hospital in the blink of an eye, like some sort of infecting virus. Like some sort of infecting virus. Does that mean all these people then are also... Yeah. Tsugumi, age 12, gets infected by the Courie virus, C virus, from Julia. Does that mean all these people are also immortal? All of these people... You had... a ton of different samples, and you chose Tsugumi as your lab rat specifically. There were a ton of different people who caught the illness then. Interesting. This also means that everything that Izumi, the whole ride, the whole crazy ride that she took everyone on, it was actually real. Devastating. I hate playing through this game only because I now know that fact is real. Devastating, actually. Okay. Unknown date. Tsugumi is confined in a Leiblich facility. 2006, date unknown. Dr. Kamen proposes the Courie hypothesis. Don't do that, my guy. Don't do it, please. April. Construction of Limu is completed and is open to the public. Dates. 2010, date unknown. Trials surrounding a certain cloned human's birth are held in Japan. The accused, a single scientist. He produced a clone of his own son. We heard about this, I think. We heard about this, yeah, in Never 7. This was also part of it. Interesting. So it has to take place after 2010. It has to take place after 2010, that game. Or it has to take place during 2010. I wasn't subbed to the YouTube channel. I was gonna agree to the art for the girls is consistent. Yeah. You don't have to worry about kind of subscribing to it. It's I honestly prefer chatting over on Twitch if I'm being quite real. If I'm being quite real, it looks better on my screen that's kind of displaying it. It's more so that I have it there for people who stop on by and stuff like that. So, soon his secret is leaked and he was put on trial. He was given a life sentence. However, the contents of the cloned boy's testimony were reported. Public opinion instantly reversed, and movement started to revise the law. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about all that. Unknown date. The laws of cloning are revised. Unknown date. Tsugumi 17 stops aging due to the Courie virus. Why did she go a few years? I guess it's because they're doing experiments on her. Something happened. Something or other happened. Again, she's like the perfected version of it. Gotcha. Okay. So everybody else who got the virus, they're kind of like Hatakana in that sense, where it's like they're slowing down and aging, but they're still aging essentially. Gotcha. Okay. 2011, April 2nd, Sora is born. The Lima system begins operating with Sora's age set to be 24 years old constantly. 2012, date unknown. An abnormality is found in Julia's DNA sequence, sending a shockwave through the world of science. Okay. 2013, December, the uproar surrounding Julia gives credibility to the idea of Courie syndrome. Word begins to spread. So it takes place after 2013, maybe? Then? Never 7? Unknown date. Tsugumi escapes from Libliki's facility. Tsugumi escapes from... Yeah, okay. Unknown date. Yu Haru collapses. She is diagnosed with a heart problem and is given 3 to 4 years to live. 2014. A new type of virus is discovered in Julia's blood and is christened the Cure virus. How is this... But she already had it. It was just a hypothesis at first, but it's the same thing, essentially. Okay. This might end up being a little bit different from the one that they showed. It might be things that are like kind of like leading into things that are plot relevant for Remember 11. So it might be a little bit different from the one that they actually showed at the end of the game here. I'll take a look at the VOD just in case as well. Okay. Yu meets Professor Morino in a state of complete hopelessness. Hadakana has her new self placed inside her womb. 2015. Hadakana gives birth to Akikana. Hadakana enters Kyumeikan Women's University. Takeshi, Hadakana, Tsugumi, Koko, and Kaburaki are trapped in Limu. An accident occurs and the TB virus escapes from IBF. All present are infected with the TB virus. That happens on the 1st. On the 6th, Yuichi dies in IBF. Yeah, okay. Yes, that coincides with the events of the game. Sorry, it's probably like going through things, but it's probably like a little bit of a slower portion of the stream, but it's like I have to go through this to make sure that I have everything like correct in my head. May 7th, Tsugumi conceives. Koko and Takeshi are frozen and placed in the cryogenic sleep in the IBF. Sora shuts down. Hadakana, 18, and Kaburaki, 15, are infected with the cure virus. Oh, it's the cure. It's the E with the apostrophe on it. It's the fancy E. Limu implodes. IBF is unharmed. Tsugumi becomes a fugitive once again. Hadakana is contacted by Blickwinkle and learns the truth. She persuades Kaburaki to help her begin preparations for the Third Eye Project. The Third Eye Project, gotcha. TB Biohazard Level 4 spreads around the world. Interesting, okay. But it still spreads. 2018, January 21st, Tsumi gives birth to Sara and Hokuto. But what were their names? October, construction to restore Limu is complete. They still built that back up though? It imploded. It imploded literally last year. Shit, why would they do that? Okay. 2019, date unknown. The TB virus runs rampant in the world. Reaches its peak in 2019. Yuke dies. The TB virus's damage calms down. In order to protect Sara and Hokuto from Leblik, Tsugumi places them in an orphanage. 2020. Hadakana completes the Third Eye Hypothesis. 2021. Hadakana, age 23, and Kaburaki, age 20, stop aging due to the Courie virus. So it takes a while for it to kick in, honestly. It takes a little bit for it to kick in before you're just like, yeah, you're gonna stop aging completely, whatever. But interesting. I thought he had said... What did he say? She was age 30 something? I thought she said that she was actually age 25 because she was aging slower. No, they've just stopped aging completely. Okay. 2024, the World Health Organization declares T-Blau eradicated. Sara and Hokuto are captured by Leibik. 2025, March, Hadakana completes her doctoral degree. Oh my gosh, girly. Oh my gosh, congrats. April, Hadakana starts working at the Limu Corporation. Kaburaki at the corporation instead, okay. Kaburaki starts working at Leiblik Pharmaceuticals. Oh, they both start working. Gotcha. Hokuto is released from Leiblik's facility, but not Sara. Not Sara. Gotcha. Then a big skip forward. No 2026 for you. A big skip forward for here. 2031 April, Akikana enters Kyumeikan Women's High School. Gotcha. 2033 April, Sara, who enters Kume-kan's women's high school as a scholarship student, meets Yubisei Akikana. 2034, April. Okay. Akikana enters Kume-kan's women's university. May 1st, Hokuto, Akikana, Tsugumi, Sara, Kaburaki are trapped inside Limu. Yubisei Harakana and Kaburaki put the third eye plan into motion. Limu implodes. The miracle of Aphrodite. all of this shit. The miracle of Aphrodite. Blickwinkle awakens. All this shit. Okay. Takashi and Koko are rescued by Blickwinkle and Hokuto from the IBF. The connection between Le Blick and the Tiefblau contagion is made public. Okay. Government investigations are conducted. Date unknown. Le Blick Pharmaceutical Japanese division, as well as all related facilities, shut down. Okay, gotcha. So that's the full timeline. That is the full timeline of the game. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Starts from all the way from 1993 and ends in 2034. 2034. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me go ahead and I kind of want to turn this down just like a tad. Just a tad. That's fine. That's fine. They did say it takes 5 years for Courie to stop you from aging, since it takes that long and all the cells in your body to replace themselves. I did know that they... Oh, I must have blanked out on that. I didn't know that they said it takes 5 years for all the cells to replace. I didn't know it takes 5 years for it to fully take into account. That's why I was still confused then about Takeshi. Is like, why are we all freaking out about the fact that he got infected and it's working right now? It's working right now. It's like, it's a few days. It took a few days, but whatever, it's working. It's working, right? Why are we all freaking out about that? They were freaking out about it because it's like, it's supposed to take 5 years, isn't it? Okay, gotcha. They say in the game it takes 5 years to stop aging because... Oh, yeah. You both actually said the same thing, Black Blue and Albert. You both said the same thing. So... Does that mean they're still down there in the current year? Yes, they're still down there. Takashi and Koko, they're somewhere out there in the sea, in the ocean. We just gotta go find them right now. Right the fuck now. We just gotta go find them. Yes. As we know, I played through this version of the game I played through this version of the game and not rather the Steam version of the game. I'm gonna probably do that on my off time, if I'm being quite honest. If I'm being quite honest, I'm gonna play through it on my off time. But we all know, at least I know, because I went through Never 7, that the translation of the official Steam versions kind of suck. They're kind of not great. They're passable. Like, you can get through them just fine. It's not like there's anything egregiously terrible about them, but it was not a super great experience to read through in the same way that this one was nicer to read through. So obviously I'm playing through the different version of the game. There's also obviously a story change. I can't comment about anything about that, but I'm playing through this different version because of the translation. It also had updated UI shit. Hold on. Timeline. You can see like updated UI stuff that they did. This seems like it would be terrible to read. terrible to read. At least for me, at the very least, because I have pretty bad eyes. So, and then they kind of like updated it and did different things like that. The title screen as well was kind of updated and different things like that. So, I don't know how much work goes into doing something like this. I imagine it's quite a bit. I imagine it's quite a bit, TM. So really appreciative of this version of the game for existing. Very maybe hopeful for the future that maybe a like official version will kind of update the translation that's on Steam. Kind of doubt it though. But at the very least, here are the credits. Here are the credits in case you wanted that. So with all that said, I think it's just time generally for final thoughts of the game. Final thoughts. So And I have been streaming for 6 hours and 30 minutes. So forgive me if my final thoughts are kind of scattered all over the place. Scattered all over the place. I also don't want, is there anything better I can look at? Do I want to like pull up the game thing again? Maybe like this. Maybe this. I don't know. I just don't want pure white on the screen because I know it's a little blinding. And then what happens over here? It's all gone. It's all done. It's only 12 tracks. There's only 12 tracks that they have here. Hold on. Hold on. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay, this one has 30 tracks. This one has 30 tracks. Is this the newer version of it, or is it... Which one is this? I think this is the newer version instead of the one that we know. In which case, I guess we just set it to shuffle again. We just set it to shuffle again. Maybe this one. Okay. And just loop this one over and over again. All right. Let me put that back. And then, you know what? We'll do this. We'll do this. All right. So final thoughts in the game are interesting. Are interesting because I feel like in some ways I'm actually a little hesitant by it. Obviously, I think people who are there for the Never 7 playthrough and then the process of this playthrough, they know that I think in pretty much most regards, if I'm being quite honest, this is the better game compared to Never 7. And that's true. That is true. Never 7 had this really interesting thing where Courie virus and this idea of delusions and delusional theory, and you can create your own reality, is something that has actually never been brought up quite in this way in an Uchikoshi game. And of course, multiple people have worked on this game, but I'm still bringing that up to say that I think I'm actually slightly disappointed. I'm actually slightly disappointed. I think. I wish that the game had gone in the direction of exploring more of delusions. I guess they realized that would be too complicated of a story to write. Because again, Never 7 is implied to have taken place, and we know this is not true now because we know it functions differently now at this point. But Never 7 is implied to have taken place all in Makoto's delusions. It's not actually real. None of it is real. And that's kind of a ballsy move to say, like, your story isn't real. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. This is kind of an extension and an upgrade of that, which is that somebody is looking in on your story and they need to change it. They need to change it. And I like that idea. We just kind of abandoned the original Courie idea, actually, which I found kind of interesting. I found kind of interesting. It was my favorite part of Never 7. It was pretty much the only part of Never 7 that I think anyone would actually talk about, if I'm being quite honest. Because beyond that, it's just a regular dating sim that had a clone in it. And that's about it. So in that sense, I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get any follow-up on that. We might get something in Remember 11, The Age of Infinity, as it was brought up. It was called the Contagion strand or whatever. It might get brought up in Remember 11 and like delve into more detail about why the two of them are different. But I think they're just wanting to go more so in this direction as well. Playing this game has been very interesting in how I view Zero Escape, because again, I think there's nothing wrong with there's ultimately nothing wrong with revisiting ideas that you've done in a story and doing them again. If you think I have the capacity to do this better than I did before, you know, like I don't feel like I did this as well as I should have, you know, different things like that. I feel like you have the leeway and the right to go back and revisit different things. I do find that this game has quite a bit from both the second and third game specifically. And if this is ultimately what he wanted to end up doing, if this is ultimately like, hey, I wanted it actually to be spread out into 2 different games, and I didn't want it to be this like rushed and just like, you know, all over the place. Here's answer after answer. I didn't want that actually. And you want to revisit it for that purpose. Fair enough. I do think that I'm ultimately playing this game has made me more appreciative of this title and maybe a little bit less appreciative of Zero Escape, if I'm being quite honest. Even though Zero Escape has all the fancy puzzles, which I really like. Ultimately, this was a story about the people involved, that I want to save the people involved, like the people that I know personally. It's a lot more of a personal story, whereas Zero Escape is a lot more of an expansive story where it's like, I need to save the world. I need to save the world from certain doom, you know? And it just becomes, as you can tell from the end of that series, it becomes way out of the scope of anything that we can actually stop. It keeps getting, like, the story keeps getting more and more expansive, and we just can't contain what it ultimately is. This one is really nice because ultimately we do say Takashi and Koko, and that's it. The end. The end. Obviously there's a third game and we might expand more on ideas that are presented here, but ultimately the end. It's done. It's done. So I have mixed feelings about going back now and having played this game, because it's like, there really is a lot of it that's kind of borrowed in a way that I wasn't really expecting. I was expecting to find simpler concepts, simpler versions of it, things that he's done before. But ultimately, I was not expecting to have played through the game and being like, wow, it really like a lot of it is kind of borrowed from there. And you could see a lot of, I'm starting to see that comment as well, where it's like the Nirvana initiative especially is kind of, I guess it depends on how you do it. I think when the person was saying that Nirvana initiative is Uchikoshi's greatest hits, I'm thinking that they're saying is like, it's all about perspective. It's all about meeting in the middle and the intersection there, and that's literally what happens. That's literally like Nirvana initiative. It's all about changing your perspective, that sort of thing. So I'm seeing that for sure. I thought you didn't like the delusions of Courie from Never 7. The only reason I didn't like the delusions of Courie from Never 7 is because it doesn't actually go anywhere. I was still like, no, oh my god, no. What does that mean? The entire game isn't real? But I was still hooked on it, right? I was still very, very hooked. I was, until the very end when they were like, none of that's real. None of that's real. Grow up. Grow up. And so I didn't really like it for that. But if it had actually came back, I would have really appreciated it. I would have really enjoyed it. So honestly, couldn't connect with the characters in Zero Escape. I think that's fair. They're pretty. It is very much like, the more that you add in different characters as well, it's more like, oh my gosh, like I don't know who is who, and like what is Alice doing, and you only get like a route with them before it's like, okay, now let's get to the plot. Let me tell you everything that's going on, that sort of thing. Whereas we spent enough time with these characters, and ultimately it comes back around to these characters and saving these characters and everything, that it ultimately works out for this game. So this one made me care for Tsugumi, a character I didn't like at first. Yeah. So actually, that's a good point. Character writing in this game is pretty. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good, actually. Also, I realize, is that supposed to look like that? That's a pinky finger and then 4 fingers additionally. It's okay, buddy. Maybe it's a thumb. Yes. Yes. I guess it's a thumb. It's a very slim thumb. Yeah, I think the characterization of this game is actually pretty good. Each of the characters feel distinct enough that I can, well, each of the characters feel distinct enough, except Hatakana and Akikana, because, you know, literally this whole game is just to say, gotcha, pranked, and they did it successfully. but I'd still say the characters feel distinct enough that it's like I can easily be like, oh, this is Tsugumi, and it's like this is Akikana, this is Harakana. One of my, and by that point, one of my favorite parts of the game is actually the reveal with Harakana and Akikana. Is like one is really into this like sort of romanticism overall, and one just definitely is not. One is definitely not. That's probably gonna be my favorite part of the game, my favorite takeaway from the game. Because I feel like in Zero Escape, was that done in the same way? I don't feel like it was. We had Kyle, obviously, but Kyle was very, very different. And there's a few different reasons for why he's so different in different timelines. Kyle is not a one for one, I'd say, of that sort of phenomenon where it's like, hey, it's two different. They're the same person, but they're two different people essentially. So I would say overall that probably might honestly be my favorite part of the game because it was relatively new. That sort of thing. I like to think each Zero Escape is two separate eras. The 999 era, the VLR Zero Time Dilemma era. 999 was more Ever 17-esque, where you're only trying to save one person and it's much more about the characters. I would agree with that, yeah. And it's funny because I think I don't know his feelings going into 999, but 999 is very much dependent on the fact that you're playing a DS specifically. It's meant to be like, hey, like, what's something that I can work into the system that like really utilizes the DS and how it works, right? How it functions. And he was like, I just wrote a story about perspectives. I could do that again. And I kind of don't blame him for that because it does work very well in 999 actually. I don't blame him for that. It's more so the other two games especially are very reminiscent of Ever 17. So the two games are more grandiose, more about solving all the mysteries. Yeah, I think that's a thumb. Yeah, I think it's a very slim thumb. So it was so good. Just like the way it was executed was pretty great. For the Akikana Harakana reveal, it was it was really good. Getting to the U root and being like, my name is actually Akikana, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That was pretty good. The kid fell for a cynic like his dad. Actually, unironic? Yeah. Yeah, he actually did do that. My favorite thing is kid, like, Hokuto confessing to Akikana and being like, slow down. What are you talking about? Like her being like, what are you talking about? No, no, slow down. So yeah, the two U reversals. Yes, exactly. I actually, what was the recommended route order? Sorry, all my final thoughts are kind of out of order at this point. This is what you get 6 hours and 50 minutes into stream. This is what you're getting. This is what you're fucking getting. The recommended route order is Tsugumi and Sora and Yu and then Sada and then Coco. There we go. I haven't gotten to the end of the game. I personally think it's intentional to allow the player to switch back and forth between the protagonist and see all of their differences. And I don't think it clues you in any one way or the other, unless you do the Sada route first. I don't think it clues you in any one way or the other of like, oh, whoa, what could this mean? What could this mean? I personally think it's intended that you're supposed to go back and forth. Most players, honestly, who are picking up the game and not looking at any sort of recommended guide, they're probably gonna do that, right? They're probably gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna start with Kid and move over to Takeshi next and then go back to Kid. Or they're gonna be like, I'm gonna start with Takeshi and then move over to Kid and then back to Takeshi again. They're gonna do that. And I think that's intentional. Of course, there's obviously the Xbox version, which then takes away that feature. And, you know, you could say, how intentional was that really if they took the feature away? But I'm still of the belief that they wanted you to do that. They wanted you to do that. They gave you the ability to do that. They wanted you to have fun while playing the game and, like, experiencing the story as you switching back and forth, and it ties into the beginning of the game and the ending of the game, because at the beginning and end of the game you're switching back and forth anyway. You're switching back and forth anyway and being like, what's going on? So if my personal recommended order for the game, I think would probably be Sora, and then you, and then Tsugumi, and then Sara, and then Coco. I think that's my personal recommended route order for the game. personally for me, of course. Obviously Sora's route is first. I think Sora's route is kind of bare bones, to be honest, but it does give you the fact that like Sora is either a super duper liar or she's not lying at all, and then you get to go into the rest of the routes knowing that in mind. It kind of frames your perspective on how you're viewing Sora, which I think is very important. There's the U route, which gives you just like a ton of like, what the fuck are you talking about? Which I think is very fun, especially coming off the Sora route, whereas like Sora is not real at all and we just died for her. Going into the U route, I think it will break your brain. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. The Tsugumi route is the most canon and important route, but the reason I'm not saving that for the very end is because the Sada route will tell you the plot. Will tell you the plot of the story, and you can figure it out from there. I did not figure it out, obviously, but the one major difference between people who are normally playing through this game and with me is that I'm streaming this game. I am streaming this game, and I have been streaming this game since February. There's no way I'm going to remember everything that happens in the Sada route. There's just no way. And with that in mind, if you're like most people, if you're like I was talking about how I'm playing through Magical Girl Witch Trials right now, and I'm kind of like blazing through that game. I'm blazing through that game because I'm playing it on my off time. I don't have to wait for like, oh, I have a stream scheduled for this day, and can I do it this, that, and the other this day, whatever, right? I don't have to worry about that. So I'm just going through the game at my own pace. I can get through the game in like, I don't know, like a week or two if I really sat down and really wanted to. Supposedly, presumably. I don't know how long the game actually is, you know? But I could do something like that. And I can imagine that you'd probably be doing the same thing with Ever 17, which is why they recommend the Sada route to be last, which I agree with. In that sense. It's like, you can really, if you see that, you're going to be immediately like, oh shit. And you're going to be able to remember that quite quickly, rather than somebody who's playing through in 7 months, as Chu is saying. 7 months. Ever 7 months of stream. Oh my god. Oh my god. What have I been doing this whole time? It just never ends. It never fucking ends. One thing I wanted was for Kaburaki to lash out at Blick more. Like, he wanted to save Sora. He wanted to so bad to save Coco, rather, but had to wait for Blick. So I kind of wanted to show more jealousy. I guess so. I don't think I'm too hung up on that, but I think I would have rather have heard everything from Kaburaki himself. He just kind of fucked off and was just like, well, you figured it out, huh? You figured it out. My name isn't Takashi at all. It's Kaburaki. And then he just kind of walked away. I would love to have heard more from him directly, honestly. We do get a little bit of that in the grand finale thing, which, meh. It made the whole story click for me instead of being just a mess. If there's 2 years used, then that means that the timey-wimey shit is like 17 years in a way that doesn't feel like padding. Yeah. And then the perspective shift works so well with a visual novel where you don't get to see the character's face. Yep, exactly. So it was really utilizing the format of like early visual novels and being like, you don't usually get to see this bitch's face anyway. You don't get to see who the fuck this is. It's like, why do you care? Why is it important? It's actually really important. So they were playing around with that sort of thing. When I first played it, I did it all in like 2 days. The thing at the end about the infinite loop clued me in on the time shenanigans because it felt like I was. That's fair. But yeah, people are gonna play through this in like 2 days, a week, maybe 2 weeks, the absolute maximum. Being stuck in the infinite loop is, I wasn't entirely sure if that was meant to be like, oh, like, are we stuck in a loop again, like Never 7, or if it means something a little bit more. We got to the end of this and now I know. But I was trying not to read too much into that, just in case. Just in case. It's like, I don't know how similar or different this is going to be from Never 7. So, On that note, I think that the pacing of this game is so ridiculous. I think, and this game comes with the feature of being able to skip through dialogue, so there is that. It's a natural thing, of course, that the more you play through any sort of scene again and again and again, the more you're going to be very irritated by it. Like, I really enjoyed the scene of tag at the very, at the, like, each time that it happens. But as it happens, I progressively more and more, I'm just like, I just want to get out of here. I just want to get out of here. It was only really interesting when I switched to Takashi's perspective, and then we heard like this echo of Kaburaki counting over and over and over again. I was like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? What was that actually? What was that? What was that? Anyway, we hear the like Kaburaki counting over and over and over again. That's when it became a little bit more interesting. But otherwise, it would lose its effects more and more as time went on. You have to choose different choices of like, okay, we're playing through tag, let's go and do this and that sort of thing. So keeping all of that in mind, I still think that the game is relatively well paced, with the exception of the Sora routes. And it's hard to say if Sora's route isn't well paced just because it isn't well paced, or because I just don't like it. I just don't like Sora's route. I just don't like Sora by the end of this. I don't know if it's because of that, or if it's like something else. But Sora's route is definitely has some the most glaring issues, I feel like, where it's like, I feel like we're not really doing anything. I feel like we're not really doing anything in the same way that like there's other stuff to be done, like maybe like the U route or the Tsugumi route. Of course, the person with the biggest amount of pacing issues is Coco's route. Coco's route drags on for so long, for so fucking long. They don't want this route to end, man. They don't want it to end. They don't want you to leave the game. They just don't want you to leave. And this is kind of the effect of having 4 different question arcs, essentially, and having one answer arc. It's just like, here are all the answers just dumped at you right now, blah. Oh my gosh, it's so rough. It's so rough. I do appreciate the general build-up. It starts out slow, right? Once you actually get into Coco's route, it starts out slow because it wants you to get your bearings of like, we've seen all this beforehand, but like, it's all a little bit different. What does this mean? And stuff like that. It's like, I can appreciate it. It goes on too long, but I can appreciate it. And then it really ramps up. Like everything that I did last stream, for example, is like, it really ramps up and it's like, this is really, really cool. And then this stream just went on and on and on, and it felt like it wouldn't end. It felt like characters were talking quite a bit more than they needed to. But maybe that's just a personal me thing. I feel like you could have trimmed off quite a bit of fat on some of the writing on the Coco route. I understand a lot of it is dense with information, and they want it to have like equal sides information and then equal sides character stuff. But it really is just like, what you end up with is this bloated blob of just like, bleh. Here is everything. Here is the entire script that we've been working on, actually. This is what we've actually been doing. And it's like, oh my gosh, very, very overwhelming. Very overwhelming. So, oh yeah, for sure. The pacing is painful sometimes, especially when you learn the same thing explained differently by you and Sora. That's another thing as well, yeah. Yeah, another reason why I put the Sora route first is because Sora is going to explain concepts to you, and then you is going to elaborate on them. And if you do the you route first and then go into Sora, like I did, you're gonna be miserable. You're going to be absolutely miserable. Terrible experience. Oh my gosh. That's why I had my recommended route order like that instead. So I definitely agree, though. The pacing in this game is really, really bad sometimes. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, though. There are some moments when it's like, it actually moves relatively quickly. It's just like, yeah, you're here now. You're here now, and we're going through it, which I'm very surprised and appreciative of. So I'm guessing it's a pace that's because we have no idea which route you're taking first. Yeah, exactly. So, but some of them are better or worse than others. I find that the kid routes, generally speaking, are better paced than the Takashi routes, if I'm being quite honest. I think so. Yeah. And then of course it's Tsugumi and Sora and Coco, I think, are kind of suffering in some aspects in some areas, even though I still really like the Tsugumi route. We're about to have to go to another break. We're about to go to another break again. It's almost 7 hours, as you know. As you know. Oops. What time is it? It's 4 in the morning. Well, that's great. That's great. Let me go over to burp screen. We're gonna take an early break here. Burp. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I'll be right back in 3 minutes, and I will continue with my final thoughts. We won't take too much longer, I promise. We will not yap. We're just gonna do final thoughts and end the game. We're just gonna do that instead. So, see you then. Sorry, I didn't realize that the music doesn't carry over to the BRB screen. Oops, left you in the void there. My bad. My bad, left you in the void. My bad. Let me go over back to game screen. At least you'll be able to hear that now. At least you'll be able to freaking hear that. My apologies. Condensing 7 months into 7 hours. Truly. What was I gonna talk about? Oh, my favorite characters. I'm gonna talk about my favorite characters. My favorite characters in the game, because we were briefly touched on characterization. My favorite characters in the game are as follows. I think we already know at this point, but just in case. Just in case. My favorite characters are you, and then Tsugumi, and then Sara, and then Coco, and then Sora. That is my personal ranking from most favorite to least favorite characters. That is my personal ranking of characters in this game. Obviously, though, who has the best route? It's gonna be Tsugumi. Tsugumi is first, followed by Yu, followed by Sara, followed by... Actually... Okay, so Coco's route carries hard because it literally gives you all the answers. But consider that it is it's so bloated. It is so bloated. But I think it's Tsugumi, Yu, Coco, Sara, Sora is probably it. So it gets mixed and matched around a little bit, but that's personally how I feel about it. I think it should be it should be pretty obvious as to the reasons why, but I enjoy the intrigue and insanity that Yu's route brings to the game. It's so great, but I don't think anything's gonna be able to match like the emotional like moment of like seeing Tsugumi finally get over her like I just want to die, there's no point in any of this anymore, like, you know, like that sort of thing, and being able to move forward from that, and then losing the thing, or the person rather, that gave her hope. There's nothing, you know, nothing quite like the despair the despair of it all. Although I gotta say, like, she is 100% meant to be tragic, and I think there are ways of having a tragic heroine in a game that are not like so like super duper overt. I don't think it's overt in this game that much, but there was that one line when we were reading through the Tsugumi route Tsugumi's like background last time, where it's like the doctor found out that she didn't have insurance and then beat her, and it's like, why did we add that extra line in, you know? Little things like that where it's like, I know she's tragic. I know she's tragic. I know she had like a terrible life. Did you think I wasn't feeling bad for her already? It's like, okay, well, let's add that line in there just in case you weren't feeling bad for her already. Let's add it in again, just in case. Just in case. It was like, okay, buddy. But overall, Tsugumi is really good. I wish her the best. I hope she shows up in Remember 11. She's not going to, though. She is absolutely not going to, though, but I hope she shows up. Yu is Akikana. There's obviously Akikana and Harakana. Harakana is alright. She's okay. A lot of the appeal and draw of Akikana, though, is the fact that she's a realist. I wish that Uchikoshi in his other works had further explored this idea of like, hey, like, I don't believe in any of this shit. I don't believe in any of this bullcrap. And he does kind of, but there are some characters who are like Alice, for example. Alice is a really good example of like, she refutes things that she does not believe in. She's like, this is dumb, I don't believe it. But Alice also works for a secret government organization, you know? So like, she's down the trenches as well of like this fantastical world that seemingly has no end of it, you know? So Lotus did that a lot too. Yeah, Lotus was good in that way. Lotus was good as when she showed up in the very finale and it's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Granted, she did have some she did explain the computer thing, and to be fair, she did what was it? Her like children were caught up in the incident. So she had some stake in like, you know, it's pretty important for me to believe what you guys are saying right now. Even though I don't believe any of it, I'm just gonna go along with it, you know? It's pretty important for her. I just want a character who's just like, I'm involved, like I'm loosely involved obviously in the situation, but I don't believe in any of it and refute and deny with like evidence in the way that Akikana does. I feel like I want a character like this in the third Aidasame and Faust games. I hope so, at the very least. I hope there's a character like that. I enjoy Coco's insanity. I like how the rest of the routes built up on Tsugumi's emotional arc. Yeah, that's a good point as well. That's a good point. So, like, so different in that part's so weird, like so different in tone. Sorry, I was yapping away. I wasn't keeping up. Sorry about that. Which part specifically? I like that she was just over everything and constantly annoyed instead of whiny about it. for Akikana. Yeah, I think she could have been like to the very end, dug in her heels, is like, no, this isn't real, it can't exist. I like her arc because it focuses on her mother. It's like, how do I trust my mom? It's like, who the fuck has been raising me this entire time? And then by the end of it, she still comes to accept her a little bit, which I don't know. I like it. It's very nice. It's very even though we should have more questions about Sara. Sara really gets the short end of the stick too, if I'm being quite honest. Sara got tormented for years and years and years. I feel really bad for her, but overall she still accepts, Akikana still accepts Haruka, her mother, so it's like it works out in the end. So yeah, Sara could just kind of exist. Yeah, she kind of exists to be to make the plot work in the way that it does, and it's like, well, I feel bad for you, buddy. I feel bad for you, honestly. Kind of the unspoken, like, we should kind of be feeling more bad for her, honestly, because I know Tsugumi gets quite a bit of a brunt of it, but Sara didn't ask to be born like this, so kind of sucks for her. So Lotus did that a bit too, and then Diana. Wait, not Diana. It was the one a-hole. Oh, the illegal doctor part. Sorry, I'm going back and forth. Shoot, to answer yours is like the illegal doctor part. That part's so weird, like it was different in tone. Yeah. I don't know who was writing that part, but they weren't cooking. So. And then Lotus did that a bit too, and Diana a bit. Wait, not Diana. It was the one a-hole whose name I refuse to remember. Not friggin', not Eric. Not Eric, right? I think it's, shit, what's her name? Mira? I guess Mira. Yeah, Eric? Oh, yeah. Eric was like, hey, none of this shit really means, like, I don't believe in anything. Yeah, but Eric's kind of an asshole, actually. Now that you think about it, now that you mention it, it's like, yeah, but Eric's kind of an asshole. Who's gonna listen to him? Who likes him? You know? So in that sense, he doesn't really get to be the same voice of reason in the same way that Akikana is. I hope we get a character like that in Either Samurai Files 3. Obviously, the AI balls exist. There's Tama, there's Aiba, there's soon to be Marco whenever they want to show up. There's Marco, but ultimately speaking, it feels like because Tama, for example, is an AI ball and she's not real, but she's so insanely horny for no reason, right? It feels like she falls into spaces of like, hey, like not complete realism, right? I just want a complete realist character that's just like, I'm not buying into this. Like, we can work this out. We can look through this with logic. And being around that character can genuinely give some insight and some answers into the story. So Haruka is bright and chipper and cheery and she's cool, but not much beyond that. She's just like, yeah, and I mean, she was super wild in high school, I guess there's that. But otherwise, she grows up to do all of this and put us through tremendous stress and turmoil, and it's not fun. It's not fun. So, meh, whatever. That sort of thing. Then who else? Sara's not a romantic lead, so she doesn't get more exposition. Yeah, she's the little sister. She's your little sister. And it's like, and gives you part of the plot. It's like, huh, this person in the pendant looks a lot like Takeshi. So that's why I was like, Sara, have you looked at the pendant? Freaking look with your eyes, please. Look with your fucking eyes. That's why she didn't say anything, is because like the hair is different. Kabaraki's hair is like spikier. Sara's hair is Takeshi's hair is more like, it's just like generally straight hair, I guess, so to speak. So that's why she didn't say anything. Not gonna question that one. This story is still like most Uchikoshi stories, where just like, if you poke and prod a little bit, how does any of that make sense? If you poke and prod a little bit, how does any of that make sense? Whereas you get walls and walls of explanation for other things that it's like, wow, this makes so much sense. In fact, I don't need to question any of this at all. In fact, please stop. I understand now. That sort of thing. I don't think there's for how crazy these stories get, even though obviously the pacing was terrible, I towards the end here, I don't dislike making sure that the explanations are thorough and that sort of thing. Obviously we're getting into time travel and stuff like that, so I don't it's like I'm not too concerned or worried about it, but there's still inevitably going to be plot holes when you really sit back and think about this for a little bit. We all know that your hair is your identity in anime. That is true. That is true. They have the same face, but their hair was a little bit different. So I was like, ah, damn. Now I'm never gonna find him. I'm never ever gonna find him. What the hell? Anything else to bring up? Coco's just kind of whatever. She's just kind of like bright and cheery and like goofy. She's very, very goofy. She is incredibly goofy in a way that's like, okay, okay, girly pop, okay. So there is that. And then there's Sora, most disappointing character to ever exist. Most disappointing character. I really thought that we would get the answers to everything in the Sora route. That's the thing. We really didn't. That's why it was so disappointing. Instead, we ended up playing like teacher and student and flirting back and forth a little bit. And it's like, this is all fine, whatever. And like Sora is obviously very attractive, but it's like, I don't care. I don't care. I wanted a little bit of some answers other than, you've been cheating on me, haven't you, Takeshi? It's like, it's like, whatever. That sort of thing. The answer was Soras. That was it. The answer was Soras. That was literally it. That was all. Coco's the exposition fairy. She kind of is. Woo! Here I go to tell you a little bit more about the plot. Woo! That's literally what she is. I still have my personal, even though my personal recommended order starts with Takeshi's route first, I still have a bias towards starting as Kid, obviously. Starting as Kid is really fun because you get the experience. And I know, like, somebody else was saying, like, it goes both ways. For example, like, you play through Takeshi's route and you see Coco, and all of a sudden Coco is blipping in and out of existence and Sara is there instead. Or you go through the Kid route and, you know, Coco is blipping in and out of existence and Sara is there. And then you start the other route and Coco is there the whole time and Sara is nowhere to be seen, you know? That sort of thing. The shock goes both ways, but there is something very distinct. And I don't know if other people agree with me on this. There is something very distinct about starting the Kid route and going through the Kid route and then seeing Coco the entire time and being like, is Sara there? Is she in the background? Is she in the distance at all? Is she real? And not being entirely sure. Like, you go through the whole route and it's like, I really didn't see her. I guess she's not there. What does that mean? That ends up with more confusion on my end, honestly, more than anything. So there is something kind of special about that. But I don't know. I guess it kind of depends. I guess it kind of depends overall. So, anything else? Those were like general thoughts. Yeah, I'm generally positive. Even though I talked about it before, like I started this and prefaced this with saying like I'm a little bit disappointed, of course. Overall, the game is still good to me. It's still a lot better, obviously, than Never 7. It's a step up in quite a lot of ways. I don't know. There's obviously the themes of mothers and like fathers and like growing into yourself and being kind of a family, that sort of thing. Otherwise, it's pretty light on themes and different things like that. It's pretty light on themes. It's more so about, hey, see this crazy plot that we constructed, that sort of thing, and playing on your expectations of what you typically might expect from even like a regular visual novel with sci-fi elements. This is pretty wild, pretty crazy. So like I said, the art and visuals can be pretty inconsistent at times. I still like it. I still obviously prefer it to Never 7. However, there is like I feel like the art, and maybe I'm wrong about this, it has been a while since I've seen it, but I feel like the art in Never 7 was a little bit more consistent than it has been in this game. So don't quote me on that, but there is a kind of like an issue there that I feel like is probably worth bringing up. the gameplay is making choices. The gameplay is making choices. It gets pretty. I can't imagine going through this game without a guide, actually. Because remember when I was going through the U route and I was like, I am on the correct path, right? I lost my place in the U route and I was like, whatever, I'll wing it. That wasn't a good idea. That really was not a good idea, actually. That was pretty bad. I can't imagine going through this game without a guide. It must take a little bit. It's probably why it's so important to have saves. It's not like the worst thing in the world. Probably, maybe Fate. Maybe Fate is probably worse than this, if I'm being honest, because Fate is a billion hours. But even still, having the guide and seeing the flowchart in real time was probably pretty helpful. So, but I feel like most of the choices generally make sense for the characters, at least the ones that I've keyed into. So I wouldn't say that there's anything too super complicated per se. Tsugumi is a little bit of a mystery, but otherwise all the other characters is like, yeah, you can guess that they want you to say this. You can guess that, you can intuit that. So I talked about it before. I generally like the voice acting in this game, but Sora is my favorite, and I'm sad that she hasn't done more roles, at least under that name at the very least. But that was probably my standout favorite performance from this game. Of course, everybody did really good though. I have like a list. I have a list of things that I check through overall, just before I end things. Music. This game is best quality as its music. This game is best quality. More than the writing, more than anything else, more than the characters, more than anything else, is its music. The music is really, really good. The music is fantastic. Even that one track where I hate it so much, it goes like that one. I think it's ridiculous and stupid. I still like it. The music in this game is fantastic all around. Obviously, I listened to some of the tracks in the Xbox Steam version as well, and those were like updated tracks. They were really good, but there's something about the way that these tracks are composed and the way that they kind of sound, where it's like I generally just kind of prefer this overall. This was there's something about it where it feels very cozy, which is a weird thing. Obviously, all of the spaces are meant to be a lot vast, and it's meant to be this empty space that you're trapped in, and it's probably not what they're going for, but I would imagine that the reason it feels so cozy is because it's tied to talking with characters and that bonding, the bonding sessions that you have with them for a lot of them, and whether or not you get a good or a bad end and that sort of thing, you know? So there were some tracks that were vaguely reminiscent of Never 7, which I really appreciated, kind of keeping that alive at the very least. But otherwise, I vastly think that the music in this game is fantastic, and I would actually listen to this soundtrack off stream. So it's very, very good. Anything else, or is that it? Have I been yapping for quite a bit? I have been yapping for quite a bit. I didn't want to go past the 30-minute mark, so we have 8 more minutes. We have 8 more minutes. Yeah, I think tone overall was pretty good as well. Obviously, you're not gonna have, I mean, some visual novels are like this, where it's like it's super dank and dark and depressing the whole entire time, or it's super light and happy and just having a grand old time the entire time. This is a good mix of both. Well, I'd say it's more so on but the mystery is strong throughout it. Obviously, the Coco's route is when you get the answers, all of the answers. But Coco is so very goofy that it takes away from the tone that's been building up this entire time. A very interesting choice. I guess they really want to divert your attention towards, look at Coco and how goofy she is, ha 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 ha. Kind of divert your attention towards that to catch you off guard when you do get these mystery answers, when you do get Kabaraki's name, which is probably a big one. That one is like will have you pause and be like, what? What? That sort of thing. But overall, I like the game. I can't say that I love the game or anything. And I think it does depend on how early you played. It does depend on like what other visual novels that you've played. Obviously, around the time that this came out, it was probably a pretty big deal. It was probably a relatively big deal. Not to say that it's the first of its kind to ever do something like this, but with how complex it is, with how complex and complicated it is, I would imagine that it's a pretty unique one. It's a pretty unique one. So I would say that I liked it overall. I think most things where it's like generally, yeah, this makes sense to me. Even some things where it's like, we don't have to we don't have to over explain this, but we did end up over explaining it. So inevitably I will come back and be like, oh, there's plot holes and things that I found, but for right now I'm okay with this. I'm satisfied with this. Obviously a little bit disappointed in the grand overall narrative of having played Zero Escape, only because I'm not disappointed per se in only because I'm not disappointed per se in this game, but I'm disappointed now in Zero Escape. So it's like a shifting of perspective in that way. So I love the game. I just would have never played it, so thanks, Courie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I try to do. Hopefully people can check out some new things alongside with me. Or if you're like revisiting the game after years and years and years, that's fine too. That makes sense. That makes sense. So but that's it. If I have any more thoughts, I guess I'll post them to the Discord. But otherwise, I think I'm done. With all that in mind, what's next? What's next, Courie? Remember 11, The Age of Infinity. Remember 11, The Age of Infinity is next. Am I gonna hop straight into that? No. No. Remember 11, The Age of Infinity is next. I'm looking forward to whatever it inevitably is about. I don't think Uchikoshi worked on that game, so it's gonna be a brand new thing of like, oh, I don't know what to expect. But I'm looking forward to kind of seeing the general conclusion to this trilogy. I know there's like a spin-off game and a reboot and whatever else. Whatever. I'm looking forward to playing through Remember 11. So inevitably when I get around to that. But I'm gonna say that it's probably gonna be like at least December, January, the absolute earliest that I do end up playing through that. It's gonna be a little bit. I need a break. I think I'm gonna play through through something else. See what other games and visual novels and whatever else that suit my fancy a little bit. So but yeah, that was it. That was Ever 17, The Out of Infinity. Inevitably, I know what happens is that I end up hitting the stop streaming button and I'm like, oh, I have so many more thoughts, and then the other, if it ends up being a lot, I will have an additional stream, just like an additional just chatting stream. But overall, I think this is it. I think this is enough. So with all that said, let me go ahead and look for somebody to raid if anybody is online. Let me go go here, and then we can go ahead and there's no additional music, is there? There's no additional music, is there? Oops. There we go. Okay, at least you'll have that. At least you'll have that for a little bit, for a few moments here. Let's go ahead. Is anyone gonna be online to raid at 4:43 in the morning? Is anyone going to be online to do that? Why would you? Why would you, really? Oh, Camille's online. Camille's online. Oh, Camille is doing the graphic design major analysis of Genshin Impact's character designs. So let's go ahead and say hello. I actually saw that she posted that in her Discord. That sounds really fun and really cool. Am I going to be alive to actually be around for a stream? I don't know. I might just crash after this. I might just die after this. But we'll see. Raid Camille Tsubaki. And of course, this might be where our journey, depending on who you are, this might be where our journey ends. You're just gonna dip out and come back for Remember 11. That's totally fair, that's totally fine. But if you do want to stick around, I play a bunch of visual novels. I played through Zato. If you liked this playthrough, you might like Zato. Everyone might like Zato, to be quite honest. If I'm being quite real with you. I played through Zato, and I'm still gonna play through a ton of different visual novels. So feel free to stick around if you would like. I appreciate it. Raid Camille Tsubaki. All right. Alrighty. Let me go over to ending screen. It's over. It's over. Thanks for all the streams. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. It's been so long. But I really love going through, especially like older visual novels and seeing different things like this. I've been loving going through like this sort of retrospective. It's been very fun and very cool. So have a wonderful rest of your day or night or whatever time it is, and be well, and don't go to any sort of underground amusement park. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's very dumb and stupid of you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.